Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
はい、おはワールドの小丸セブンでございます。
I'm DJ Knight with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Encilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TIE 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、リュウエンを使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのラウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居，
我是老李，
我是来自斗鱼的39，
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜，
我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane Main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Play Luminate.
題はまあステーゴ。
ナルカミですね。
ナルカミが一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして。
ヒーラーですかね。
我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔。
赤霄这种。
I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで、
なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。其实我挺期待跟影子他们交手的，因为我平时也挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军。
目标夺冠吧，虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
ひねり潰す。絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。我必拿下你。
尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城墙。
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかり取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。
冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
はい、おはワールドの小丸7でございます。
I'm DJ Knight with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Encilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TIE 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、龍炎を使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのラウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居，我是老李，我是来自斗鱼的39，
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜，
我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane Main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Play Illuminate.
題はまあステーゴ。
ナルカミですね。
ナルカミが一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして、
ヒーラーですかね。
我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔，
赤霄，
赤霄
这种。
I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで、なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。就是我挺期待跟影子他们 交手的，因为我平时也挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军。
目标夺冠吧，虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
ひねり潰す。絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。
我必拿下你。
尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城墙。
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかり取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
はい、おはワールドの小丸7でございます。
I'm DJ9 with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Encilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TI 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、リュウエンを使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのラウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居，
我是老李，我是来自斗鱼的39，
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜，
我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane Main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Play Illuminate.
題はまあステーゴ。
なるかみですね。
鳴神が一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして、
ヒーラーですかね。
我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔，
赤霄，
赤霄
这种。
I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで、なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。其实我挺期待跟影子他们交手的，因为我平时也挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军。
目标夺冠吧，虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。
我必拿下你。
尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城墙。
Pilots from around the world, welcome back for day 2 of the Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational. We got so many more games to go through today. It's going to be amazing. I'm Rivington here with Lemon Kiwi, and we ended the day. We get to start the day. I hardly slept. I want to see more strikers. I want to see more Mecha Break.
Yes, and it's the continuation of the double elimination bracket. We're going through the upper side, and we had China versus Japan clash yesterday.
Mecha Break
NA
pre-launch
versus
Global
NA.
Invitational
It
2025.
was incredible.
It has been so awesome to see how the metas have kind of shifted. We came into this tournament and people weren't really looking at Hurricane. People weren't really looking at Panaka, but we see the bans getting people onto those, and Hurricane even more so getting banned out now because of the severity he's bringing into this. Again, like Lemon said, the upper bracket and lower bracket for the double elimination is running, and we'll be covering some of the upper bracket games today.
And there's footage out there, so I
There
bet
is
everyone
footage,
was
lots
up
of
late
it.
studying, and I think we're going to see a lot more targeted bans towards players, because, you know, there's what you put out in scrims, and now there's what you put out in the official matches, so some of these cards are starting to be on the table.
So let's talk about a little bit of what we saw yesterday before getting into today. We'll have a bunch of time to do all of it, but just looking at general picks and things people went away from, we did see a little bit more Sky Raider, but I've heard around the venue that like that might be dropped for other possibilities due to not being able, they feel they can't play it to its highest capacity. So we may see even more of a mix-up in some of those teams that were choosing Sky Raider.
For sure, like Falcon was definitely like the #1, but then there's been those niche, like it's been very preference-based because Sky Raider is very disruption, so there has to be a game plan around the Sky Raider. We were talking to some players over breakfast of whether Sky Raider was right for their team because there's a window of opportunity you need to execute on during the disruption of that Sky Raider, and if your team isn't ready, you gotta be synced up.
It is awesome. So like we were saying, double elimination bracket. There are 6 teams from China, 6 from Japan, 4 from North America that are here competing today. As Lemon said, we got some inter-regional play yesterday as well as places facing against each other. So it was really awesome to see who kind of stacked out as the top and the bottom. They will be going all the way through as best of 3s until the upper and lower bracket finals, and the grand finals will be best of 5s.
Yeah, there's 2 teams from NA left, 3 from Japan, 3 from China in the upper bracket. But let's go over the rules and the format in case you guys missed what happened yesterday. We have a ton of best of 3s to go through. It's double elimination. One team can pick 1 striker at a time. There's 1 team global bans. But let's just go through the video with you.
Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th. 16 teams from China, North America, Japan, will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Oh, I will.
Thanks, voiceover guy. That was a much better explanation than what we could do, and it's pretty simple, guys. 1 striker per team, 1 ban, and that's where all the strategy is going to break down.
It will, and we see that players like Kurara or Ken, who get banned off of their players or off of their strikers and are still able to get MVP a second game on something else. The Falcon, the Aquila, a very common strat. You'll see their striker to strike. You'll see that on having a very high impact on the game. Speaking of Kurara, just looking at stats from yesterday's MVP, 1.73 million damage on his. But let's look at the team rosters we have for our first game. Kurara's not going to be on this one.
Yeah, Reject beat MDY yesterday.
Yeah.
They're a fearsome team, sitting at the middle of the pack of Japan, going up against their Japanese brethren of Luna Break. I would say number 2 behind Anubis, but Reject, Kurara, that's the guy to watch.
Oh my god, the Falcon is probably going to get banned, right? You have to expect Kurara's Falcon gets banned out. Reject, when they played this, tried to run the Falcon and the Narukami, so I feel like they know exactly how to play against a lot of this, like blind, fine, shoot through walls, and really the technical side of what you're going to be doing with a bit of air control. But here's Luna Break, Lemon. They are looking fierce.
That is a scary team to go up against, one that we could expect to go deep into this bracket to maybe even face Anubis down the road. Japan is looking like the best region at Mecha Break, although we saw such a strong showing from China yesterday. My eyes are on Lore being the Narukami, the Aquila main, and an absolute menace on the battlefield.
You heard Dia saying yesterday, Neku exists there. Really vocal for this team, and you have to have clear comms, good calls. The focus on strikers is a difference in play style than a focus on objectives, and when you have somebody calling so much, it's usually to get those death timers up, to focus your opponent, and just completely keep them off the map. I think Luna Break's really good at doing that.
They're really good at speedruns too. Did you see their match yesterday? Yeah, if you skip through the VOD, you would miss it. That's just how strong they were up against TI or Thai, Team Thai. So That was scary. And that was just their first match. I'm hoping this is a more even battlefield.
Both teams come out of their series with a 2-0, so feeling confident in what they brought to the table. But yeah, we have to be worried about who actually is fitting Hurricanes into their Palm Bay Harbor composition. Hurricane has been banned out, or even coming into the event was considered pretty strong, but now a necessity on Palm Bay. As we check out today's schedule, we just saw Reject versus Luna Break, but some high-tier games to start us off.
My favorite, Orca versus Anubis. That's going on right down after this. Number 1 from NA versus number 1 from Japan. Orca are feeling confident. They were telling me they think they can take a map, and down the road we even have DSG going up against the top of China. So they looked quite competitive yesterday. They surprised us against Team Liquid.
Then our back half of the day has the other matches from the lower bracket, but still nothing to scoff at. We saw ExtraTurn playing incredibly well against Celestial Being. Shuffle versus Ava was also a close match there, so these will still be great ones. I expect Shuffle CLGG to go the distance.
I want to see a turnaround from Empyrean. We were hearing from them that he just felt like they didn't have a strong showing, a good first day, but I know they talked as a team and they're going to look much better. And yeah, we are going to start with the first couple of matches from the upper bracket, and then we're going to be sending some teams home.
That is the unfortunate part. At the back half of the day, the lower bracket is going to see who gets whittled out of the competition. It is fierce. And as we said yesterday, it's not anybody holding straps from each other. Each team here, each region here is doing scrims. They're talking with each other. They're chatting. So there is a lot of camaraderie, but the win is still the win. Once you're on the battlefield, it's business.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think after day 1, there's no more talking.
There's no more. No, not anymore. I don't think that's there anymore. They'll probably be like, yeah, you should keep playing that. Perfect. Yeah, whatever feels comfortable.
Yeah, because both these teams have players that like Narukami, and that was a sniper that we haven't seen really a lot of teams utilize.
Yeah.
The stealth is so hard to master.
Hard to master, and with Falcons not being banned out on the other side for maybe a Hurricane or something else, you can just kind of sonar out, get that radar on Narukami, and push them off of the map. Here, your squads once again for the roster rundowns. Carrara will definitely be watching on the Falcon or whatever they decide to ban him to.
And Sarah yesterday showed us the power of Lumine and being able to be the glue for this team to keep everyone together. So important between the Panaka and the Lumine, what you choose and how you decide to play around that support.
Garoon is your Welkin. I loved watching his play. Very well at articulating the skills and not just kind of going for the swing or the spin and understanding who he's fighting. We also talk about Neku Exist. Maybe, I guess we won't hear him from here, but we will definitely hear people cheering for the plays, for everything as the players are just watching over to our left side. It's going to be awesome. We are almost ready to get into what is the randomized first map. So after the first map, the loser will be able to pick the second one to try and get that advantage. And it's been slipping with these bans. It doesn't seem like people even feel comfortable with the maps they're going to.
And there's only 5 maps, but there's still so much to learn because of that band pick system.
True.
It just gives that other layer of preparation and how deep your striker pool is and how flexible you are as a team and as a player. And this is what this Invitational is all about, really showcasing the best pilots from around the world. And because both these teams have won 2-0, we don't really know what their I would say their strong map. Of course, they 2-0'd, but what their picks are going to be.
One of the interesting things from yesterday, I think, when we were talking about towards the end of the day is looking at how much teams want to play to focused fighting. And not just like to focus down somebody, but on a certain map. We didn't see a lot of Corrupt Sinkhole because as 3 cap points spread your team thin, it requires so much more organization. So unless that was randomized, we only saw a few teams feeling super comfortable, Liquid being one of them. And that didn't absolutely work out because DSG felt like they had control. But also, Eye of Mizra has been on some people's list that can run Lumine for the speed and know that they can shut down a Welkin on the other side, and then the Falcon gets banned. So they're playing a lot more support key cap than they are trying to kill. It's very interesting to see.
Yeah, the role of Falcon is so important in this meta to be the most mobile striker to go and put pressure on the snipers, whether it be your Aquila or your Narukami. So I look towards Neku from Luna Break, who is that designated Falcon, while the other side you have Yachty on the Aquila or the Narukami.
This is awesome.
And we got some stats. I know you like numbers.
Look at these pick rates. 35 for Tricera, seeing how pivotal it is. I mean, you have a tank with a bit of heal there and a lot of just survivability, and that is one of the things is survivability that you want to get in. Inferno still picked 16 times there, and even though picked, Hurricane only has 5. We have seen Hurricane have incredible impact, 100% win rate, only 5 picks. That has to be looked at.
We just saw how powerful he was on that Palm Bay Harbor, as you said, just the AoEs to dislodge those tanks. Surprisingly, 6 picks out of Panther. There are those Panther masterminds
I think the band
out there.
started giving us a few, but you're right. There are some of these pilots with only Panther, and they get to just have that dopamine hit and play it every series.
And to see them, it's also not even just about being an assassin, but also the displacement of moving teams off of certain power positions, especially Graceland Sky City on that first round when you're on the central tower, or the second round, the central tower, being able to isolate people. Panther has a new role besides just killing.
And looking at that, it's something we actually have to touch on, because you see the high ground taken on Graceland Sky City, and then it's very hard to dislodge anybody from it. I saw Inferno doing a heck of a job at that, though, when it was able to get through the pick and ban phase. So maybe Inferno is the answer to that high ground. We see best #1 player so far, and it is going to be Lorax here on the Aquila and the sniper Narukami.
And he has to go up against Yachty on that sniper role on the other side. So keep in mind that Lori versus Yachty sniper matchup, whether it's Narukami, whether it's Aquila, and what's going to be banned. And to have that high of a sniper hit rate, I feel like yesterday we saw a lot of people around the 60s, the 70s.
Yep.
To be anywhere above that is incredible.
And that was Ken, too. The one I was literally screaming my head off when I saw it. But yeah, it was just under the radar for me as I was watching that match from the side that Lorax was doing that much. I have to see it today, too.
I'm so excited to see what map we're going to go to first and what kind of sniper playground we're going to get, or maybe not. And it could also be up to a Panther, a Falcon, anyone who's mobile that can put pressure on the sniper. And again, the keyword is pressure. You don't have to kill in this game. There's a lot of disruption tactics.
So true. There's a lot of chaos. If you're a Falcon, right? You dive into a fight, you don't really want to be in the midst of it, but if you're a Falcon passing through a fight, you're grabbing eyes of other strikers, and that's a targeting system. That targeting system locks on. If you swing, you dodge, you break that targeting. So as you fly through the middle of a fight where all this chaos is going on, you have the chance to deny your opponent's targeting for just half a second, a few seconds, and it matters. It's all the difference. Hurricane players and the Hurricane pick data, I'm so glad we got this slide.
Yeah, Speedily showed us the power of that, having so little time on it. And I would also give a shout out to Chaldean, who told us all about Hurricane and its potential on maps where there's narrow passageways, where the DPS can really unleash, and also the AoE, which all you need to do is force a Stego to move. All that DPS comes when he's in that turret form, and Hurricane's job is to displace those tanks.
I love listening to Celestial Being with the interview yesterday when they were said, how did you get that win? And Zero was on the Hurricane. The team realized that they were too disjointed. They had some spawning, and they said, back up. When we all spawn, we go in. And sometimes it takes that reset. You just got to say it, that mental reset everybody's on board with. And they won that 4%. They basically had to come back 96% on the payload for their opponents, and they were able to walk that back and bring theirs forward. One of the most amazing Palm Bay Harbor games we have seen. If you have not seen it, go back and watch the ExtraTurn Celestial Being.
A lot of offensive capabilities with the Hurricane, but also defensive, of having a lot of anti-ranged decoys to just draw the fire away from an objective.
The decoys are huge with Hurricane.
And you don't have to stack with the team. You want to sort of almost draw that fire away, especially when you're capturing those consoles during the payload push, or really any objective-based game mode. I think a lot of the talk amongst the community is that we weren't going to see too much of the Hurricane, but now it's become more of a specialist pick on certain maps.
It's true. It's Hurricane, those guys that do all the energy. Inferno, very squishy, so maybe it wasn't going to be picked, but knowing how to play it behind your defenders, behind your tanks, definitely helps. We see now the reject statistics by map, where they were able to go, what they were able to play on that first day, is it's Graceland and on Palm Bay. So maybe something else today. We'll get to see how they divvy up the squad.
Yeah, Yachty was a standout for me on the Narukami on the first map, Graceland Sky City, and then on Palm Bay Harbor, you had the Aquila. And if that sniper goes unnoticed in the sky, it's a different beast. But what are they going to look like on Observatory, Sinkhole, Eye of Mizra, where it's going to take a lot more coordination with the rotations? It's going to be complicated.
They mirrored each other here. So both had the same type of match, 1-1 on Graceland and Palm Bay Harbor. I wonder, the randoms could get them to somewhere else, but I feel like they may go back to Palm or try to fight on Graceland Sky City, because they have really great team coordination. We get to see the players now setting up to approach their strikers. The pilots ready to get in the game.
Yeah, Luna Break is definitely coming in as the favorite team in this matchup. Pretty much, I would say, ranked number 2 behind a team like Anubis. But Japan are stacked across the board, but you can't underestimate what China has shown us lately. And even North America, all eyes are on Orca, especially that very good victory against Empyrean yesterday. And everyone is in good spirits today, especially after the 2-0 victories.
They seem very happy to be. Ooh, silence the haters.
Oh, okay. The little anime, like, pushes up glasses.
My God, those are some athletic eyebrows.
Athletic. They're about to run away.
Yeah, lifting weights.
Oh,
clean.
The hair
rock
game.
on.
The hair game is
Yo, it's
crazy.
clean.
I need help with the fringe.
Do you see this? Like, just glowing. The sheen is nice. All right, we in.
Hello. Yay! We're just
Content,
happy to be here, you know?
absolutely ready to rock.
I'm also happy to be here. The jackets are so cool. Everyone's looking like pilots. This
I
guy
love
forgot
him.
his jacket at his room. Oh.
Oh.
So my bad.
Oh. Hello
my
there.
Bad? My bad?
All right.
Hey, yo.
A second striker dinner will be had.
Oh, staring contest.
Oh,
Don't blink.
Stare down.
Oh. I blinked. That threw me off.
Dang it. They seem like they're having a great time.
Hey, what's up? The posture's throwing me off. Oh!
Damn. We just got the rocket fist.
I was gonna say he's ready to fight. Is he a Panther player? That's gonna be a fun time. We're loading into our first map very shortly, and then we'll have the picks and the bans, and it's gonna be cool to see how they target each other because there's footage out there.
Okay, so I actually want to see the Inferno band. This is kind of crazy, but also you have to worry about Karawa. Mostly, Karawa does change the Hurricane on Palm Bay Harbor, so maybe you can avoid it if you're not on that map first because it is randomized. So it's not like a team gets the good coin flip and pick their favorite. That only comes when you lose the first map. And you want to kind of be winning the first one. We've seen only a few games be reverse sweeps, and they've only been reverse sweeps.
Yeah, if you go and ban out Inferno, I think Yui from Luna Break is going to have some choice words with you, showing us the potential of that on Graceland Sky City. But we are going to see those bans here and now, starting with Reject and Luna Break. And remember, this affects both teams, so you want to be a good teammate.
Stego on your screen. Flipping around. Luminate now. Hovered over by Reject.
So, for any a reminder for anyone just checking out this game for the first time, this is a payload-based map, and you're going to want to stack it with as much ultra heavies, strikers with a lot of health, a lot of armor. And the Leasness, now not as much of a tanky striker per se, but someone that stalls a lot with being able to be de-armored and then get back in. Many, many lives. Stego removed. Tricera's still in the game, Riv.
Tricera's in, Hurricane's in, Inferno's in, and oh, they were all just locked in by the side of Luna Break. Do we have it on the other side, though? Aquila, Inferno, Welkin, Hurricane. Oh, there is going to be so much energy damage in this game. We are going to have to focus on how the Welkins are playing to deny that energy damage. That's Macy Fishy and Arun on Welkin. Now, we'll see their boxes. We don't have to completely focus on them, but they need to mitigate a lot of this damage. The fact that Stego is out means the fluid shield regen is gone for these tanks sitting on the payload.
And the sniper still in play, that Aquila. So keep an eye on what Lori and
huge
Yachty,
here.
those were the two big snipers to watch, with Lori being the #1 player statistically. And that's no surprise to me considering how powerful Luna Break were yesterday and how much of a speed run their match was.
Yeah.
They are the team to beat.
I'm excited to see if we get the high ground play right away here on Palm Bay Harbor. There are 3 points to cap throughout the map, starting at A, right there in the middle. It will open up in a short amount of time. Every time your team can have more numbers to cap that point, you will push your payload forward even further. But the interesting thing, Lemon, is if a team gets almost every point, but you're riding your payload the whole time, it can still be close. So it's not just about one thing. You have to be fighting on all fronts here on Palm Bay Harbor.
We have pretty much a mirror matchup except the Inferno versus the Hurricane, as you guys did just see. But this is a clash of the best Japanese pilots that we have. Reject versus Luna Break in our first quarterfinal of the day, beginning on our payload escort map. It's going to be so fun. Palm Bay Harbor was the most exciting map we saw yesterday.
Yes.
And it's about capturing your payload, pushing it. You can capture the enemy one and reverse that progress. There's consoles that spawn that can accelerate your payload's progress.
And Luna Break instantly high, up on top. But now we see this kind of trench being used as defense too to block over that damage coming from on high. You see a few of those drones, those triangles there from Hurricane. They're drawing fire, kind of protecting the team on that top side. But this is big. They do not have to get down into the pit, into that fight until A point opens up.
Yui on the Inferno. And usually the flyers, the ones in the sky, your Falcons and stuff, are going to be the ones that call a lot of the shots. They get a lot of information being up in the sky, while this Inferno is going to want to do the same thing. So much vision up here is going to be calling the team of Luna Break to start collapsing on Reject.
A just about halfway up. Yeah, you can see Yui moving to position. They drop the high ground, and now it's going to be toe-to-toe on A point. The welcome box very early going down. I think this means they're just going to be able to run in on the side of Luna Break.
Oh, Reject. They're boxing up. They're trying to use the natural cover of this roof, and this console is being highly contested. Reject are so close to capturing it, and Luna Break have to send what uses their Welkin to disrupt this as much as possible. And this Tricera is able to withstand a lot of that melee damage, will be forced to retreat along with the Welkin on the opposite end. Good progress from Reject at 14%, doubling Luna Break, but all the kills go to Luna Break.
Only 7% behind. This is interesting. We didn't see Luna Break go for A at all. I think they're knowing that they can maybe get same payload at B, and that's where the fight is really going to take place. They keep themselves up. I mean, look at Reject, 5 down. So if Reject went for the point, they were all in one spot, and Luna Break absolutely collapsed on them. We're almost tied still.
Patience paying off for Luna Break, and they're right on Reject's tail, who are down 3. So this is a moment for Luna Break to get good progress and to even go after the flyers in the sky. So Yui's sort of assessing where these respawns are coming from, because maybe you're not going to respawn as a team, and it could be a moment for Luna Break to go after isolated targets.
Really fascinating how confident Luna Break was with that opening maneuver. Now 5% ahead, so they're going to be trying to now gain position. Reject realized when they came back, they have to just go and set up house on B and stay there as long as possible, Lemon.
Oh, and now you're going inside of buildings where it's going to become a melee playground, and especially for someone like Macy on the Welkin, just spinning to win. Now the box is down, waits for the entry, and it's just box v box. You can also use it to stop people from getting through the entryways.
I like the way he's using it. It is getting taken down sometimes, but he's also bringing that cooldown. The welcome box 1-to-1 if you're the one activating it, so you get that cooldown right away. And now they just continue to go for the fight. Yui with the Inferno on the back line.
Oh my God, just raining down hell, and this is the narrows passageway. You won't be able to escape Luna Break at this moment, as Yui's just unleashing.
They're trying to answer back. Look at this, back and forth. Now we're watching Carrara try to do the same thing, but it's just the positioning wasn't there at first. You see one of the drones from Hurricane taking the damage instead of the strikers, and it is just not working out for Reject inside right now.
But Luna Break have a 10% lead at the moment, able to ward away the storm. That is Reject. We have a console that's about to spawn again. This will accelerate the payload, and this is such an important win condition. And Luna Break have all the kills and the number advantage to lead even more.
Yeah. You're seeing the fights much more, especially without the Stego here. Everybody's continuously moving. The Tricera is not really trying to fight in one spot. It is mobile all the time. So they're getting fights when there's not members of Reject around, then they're forcefully moving the payload. But right now, Luna Break is actually denying Reject's payload and pushing their own.
This is just chaos, and Arun is having such a hard time at the moment. Doubling, though, Luna Break in such a commanding lead. And now it's time to deal with the Reject flyers in the sky. But it is Neku who's doing well so far. Lori's going to have to force to go back to the ground, and now the Welkins are trying to protect those Ultra Heavies.
It's tough. The Welkin has to almost have his box, have the gas emitter up so they can deny the energy damage. But it's just not happening in time. You kind of split up for each one of these engaged. You already see that, like, Luna Break's having a breather out here. They know their payload's coming. They can just sit, and they're still on it. They're still on the other payload.
This is just turning into a hemorrhage. Luna Break are commanding this map, and Reject were able to keep up, but the console game has all been Luna Break capturing. And now you have this Tricera that's isolating, and raining down is Yui, but there's some backup. There's protection from Reject, but Luna Break will still break through their defenses.
Oh my gosh, there's so much raining down into the hallway right now where Reject's trying to get their payload out, up to the air, a box into the air. Can they get the Inferno? Maybe not enough juice on this one. Beautiful. Knocks it down with the assist of the team.
Yeah, it's so important that those jump slashes, they can't be parried.
Right.
And that's what's so difficult, and why Arun is a master on the Welkin. Luna Break, it just seems like inevitable for them to win this, but Reject are trying to group up their forces. They're all on the high ground and they're playing together, and they will go down as a team. There is a C console that's about to be captured, and is there anyone nearby from Reject to contest this? There's not.
Is not. Whether they were respawning, as right now as we see Kurara are coming back in, they completely are pushed off of the point. The win condition is so tough to find here with how consistent Luna Break is with their focus, with their fire, and no deaths right now, as we see on the Inferno for Yui, but still in the face of every member of Reject.
Yeah, Kurara was that star from Reject. We were looking forward to seeing if he could put the cape on his back for the team, and he falls continuously as he's not able to be the hero, at least for this map 1. Luna Break 50% away from map 1. And it's just been so well coordinated, so well executed. The objectives just immediately captured. Reject don't have a second to breathe.
Oh, you can hear the warnings going off. Out of energy, need to get back. A Welkin will hear that a lot of the times with the focus they get here on Palm Bay Harbor. And we're back to the side of Luna Break, just absolutely unleashing Inferno damage across the payload.
Yeah, Neku has been such a star now on the Hurricane. He was seen on the Falcon yesterday, and Luna Break just brought out all the stops. And really, they're doing exactly that to Reject. They just haven't been able to keep up progress-wise, as it's just a few more seconds left before Luna Break bring the payload home.
We're just seeing the Hurricane go down finally. Yeah, riding the payload in is the Tricera. Oh, the resist coming out. This is actually just a cluster of chaos in here right now. A lot of the gas is going out, trying to disrupt a little bit of that energy damage, as well as the focus of targeting, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to walk it in on this one, and Luna Break with 2% left are going to find that win on Palm Bay Harbor.
Wow. That is dominant from Luna Break. 100 to 51. It was neck and neck until those consoles came online, and just Reject couldn't get organized in those critical moments. And when you pick those high-risk fights is what matters, and there just wasn't enough kills from Reject to stand up.
And we expected this to be a tough game for Reject. We see the coordination of Luna Break. I think the early A capture as well threw me for a loop. None of Luna Break went, and it was a 5-person capture for Reject. You're like, sweet, they're going to push their payload forward, but who reached B first? Luna Break did. They know it wasn't necessary, and wiping the capturing Reject off the map, that absolutely put them in the lead.
Well, at least Reject will get to pick map 2.
They do get to pick map 2.
And we haven't seen where they like to go, because they've been sweeping their previous match. So that's going to be the big surprise. And now I guess you're not going to have to worry about, do you want to go to somewhere where there's Hurricane in the picture? After what Luna Break did, maybe avoid a Hurricane map.
MVP,
so no
Yui there? MVP, Inferno, Hurricane on that one?
The Infernos are always the ones popping off.
Yeah,
what about the Triceras? What about the guy who pushes the payload?
You could get payload success here, because objectives do weigh pretty hard, especially if you ride it the whole time. Somebody needs to have like 20 kills to take that away from you. So, and it's not like, hey, Tricera's doing objective. He needs to be on the objective for this one. So a lot of times you will see Tricera being able to bolster and bring back that MVP for it. So, but I am going to still say, I think Inferno. I think that damage was crazy.
Yeah, it's between the Inferno and the Hurricane for sure, and just also their role outside of the game. Because yes, Laser Beam Go Burr kills very good.
That's true.
But how they're communicating, assembling the team. This is not a game. This is a game that's very much about team coordination and how you communicate. And those are the leaders I look forward to, the ones in the sky.
It's focusing down players and identifying what that quickest win condition is. Like a lot of the times when you have a Welkin in the game, it is focusing that Welkin. because while very hard to kill by themselves and one person in a fight, you can quickly get them to box, and then a Welkin just feels kind of naked, right?
Yeah.
You run out of energy, all you hear is blurp, 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 and then you're blowing up. So a lot of the times we see teams getting to focus on that, and they remember that win condition. Because even if you feel like you're winning in a game, sometimes you relax, you let go, and we see that comeback occur. But a team like Luna Break is always on top of the situation.
And I like that Elisinus band that we have because it removes a lot of that stall. Speaking of someone who...
That was so smart.
A striker that gets naked, you lose that armor, and Elisinus can just keep going and be that fly that buzzes around while the rest of your team kind of reassemble.
It's a great point.
And it's important that when you only do have that one life, as every other striker does except Elisinus, that you choose those moments. Even though you're an ultra heavy, you are not immune.
Yeah, we consider how bad of a day an Inferno and a Hurricane would have had on that map if Elisinus was let through. So
Oof.
I love that point, Lemon. It was a really good ban to come through, so Luna Break could do what they needed to.
And we saw we were watching a lot of Inferno and Hurricanes, but then probably off in the distance is like an Aquila. That's just like low-key the MVP.
Oh, that's so true.
They're just off, and that's exactly where Aquila wants to be.
Yeah.
Away, out of sight, out of mind, but living rent-free up here with probably the shots they were able to put down.
I can't wait to see the post-game stats on this one for the damage on Luna Break. And even the point where you saw the payload turning the corner to come to see, and they were all just family photos staring down the corridor. Unleash, like that was just nuclear power coming from them. So I expect to see big damage numbers there, and I don't think there's too much for the side of Reject to consider that they did wrong. I think they were outpositioned and just outplayed there in the idea of how to win against Luna Break on Palm Bay Harbor. So no worry, they played their game. It just wasn't to that level.
Yachty versus Lori was the matchup I was looking forward to on the Aquilas, and it is very close in terms of damage. 159 to 153, like super close of what they're able to provide to your team. But it's not just about these numbers, it's when those kills happen.
Yeah, Yui and Neku exist, both doing 2 million damage. Direct damage as well, 500,000. So like you were saying, the Aquila was absolutely piercing those health bars down.
And I hope we get to appreciate them more. And that's what we love about the YouTube channel, is that you get to see the multiple POVs. So if you're a fan of Reject, if you're a fan of Luna Break, if you want to study, and that's so cool. And shout out to Mecha Break for making that happen, so you're not missing your favorite team in any of those moments. So hopefully we got to see more Lori and Yachty in those moments. And it's the Inferno, you called it.
Woo! Bringing the heat. Look at that, 2 million damage. That is crazy. But you really want to look at the direct. Like 2 million will be your damage across the shield, across whatnot. But direct damage is you are taking health bars out. And if you take health bars out, that's going to be your melees looking to finish it off, because melee damage will bypass fluid armor. You're getting right to business with melee damage. So Inferno setting up so much for the team to get in and finish once that fight occurs.
And that trophy for our Global Invitational sits between both these teams. The pilots staring each other down, staring that trophy down, staring our cameraman down, and showing love to the fans who are up late, up early, or just awake here and now.
Haven't gone to bed?
Yeah. Thank you for giving the support to these pilots for the first event for Mecha Break. It's been so incredible being here in China. Here's the highlights of that exciting map 1.
Great kills. Great this is where they were just firing down the corridor, bringing the pain, and basically winning the game on that one. Still very effective Tricera payload procedure that they had. I think if the fight ever came to the payload fully, they asked for the Welkin back, shield up, and disrupt what was actually affecting the payload, and then Welkin could go and play on the playground with whoever we wanted after they were safe, because at times we saw 4 or 5 members of Reject down, and Reject will choose to go for the all-out brawl here. 3 different sets if we go the full best of 3 here on Graceland Sky City. You have to win 2 to take it, and they will change each round. The maps will.
Well, both teams went to Graceland Sky City and dominated it. And we're going to start with the bans, and we're wasting no time getting back into the action. Is Aquila going to be considered? Is Inferno? Yui brought out that Inferno on Graceland Sky City against Team Tai yesterday. Tricera's out, so this is going to take a lot of the base fortifying that you have.
Take Stego out too, just for fun. Then you have the two sitting tanks on elevation gone, so everybody's going to have to be moving. It would just be funny. It's probably not going to happen. It looks like we might get air superiority taken out, so the Aquilas can start doing a lot of damage here. If this Falcon is banned, that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, and a reminder, you can't ban the same strikers from any other maps, so it's important to consider your bans throughout that series. So no Flyers, there's still Sky Raider, there's still a lot of other Ultra Heavies with both Hurricane and Inferno in the picture, something both these teams like. I like Yachty just immediately getting on the Aquila, but the Narukami from Lori, that is something he brought out last time.
Ooh, and it was pretty effective too. Some scary stuff. So without the Falcon, they still go for the Naru. That's just going to be on aim and finding targets. But they know that Naru can't be found themselves now, so a little protection in that ban.
Aleseness Panther.
Carrara, what do you got? A Hurricane for us?
There's so much melee, too, on Luna Break's side. Welkin, Panther, even Aleseness is a very solid melee. Like, Luna Break got the gloves on. They want to tussle.
They're ready to absolutely fight. I mean, Stego and Welkin aren't necessarily together in these fights. They may be with the coordination, but yeah, I'd say it's like Aleseness and Welkin fighting around Panther, soloing and trying to get somebody out of position so Aleseness and Welkin can then jump on, and it's Inferno that gets locked in here for Carrara and not the switch to the Hurricane as we saw last time.
That Tricera ban makes so much sense now, the Tricera ban, for the game plan of Luna Break to go for all melee, because you know who hates melees? Tricera, because he's just constantly staggering any melee that gets to him. That is the ultimate anti-melee, and this is the game plan. And especially on this first round of Graceland Sky City, you're going to have a central building that you can actually go inside of, and this is going to be our arena for the melee.
You can see a few of the map changes there as we switch from 1 to 1, or 1, 2, and 3. Teams are ready. Teams are poised as they set into their strikers. The pilots ready to do battle again. Let's get onto the map and see what they have. Everybody drops in, and it is going to be elimination. 1st to 6 here on Graceland Sky City.
And it is series point for Luna Break and Snipers. Narukami versus Aquila. It's going to be up to Yachty and Lori to stand out, to show up for Japan, for their teams. In this Welkin box, Yudon has already isolated one.
To Arun. Oh, look at the focus right over here as well. The team tries to approach and get that kill right away. Arun gets out with a sliver of health and starts to recoup there.
Smart from Yudon. He was so low on energy, didn't want to take that 1v1, or at least what looked like a 1v1 against the other Welkin. He's got to choose those battles carefully, as Luna Break now have distanced themselves from the rest. Gonna rely on that sniper to go for initial damage and then pounce with those melees.
No kills just yet. You'll see him rack up at the top of the screen. Like we said, it's a best of 3. And this first one is one of the most open maps that they'll be fighting in here on Graceland Sky City. And the Inferno damage still from Carrara coming in.
Yeah, he's letting it rain, but a run with shots. Azuria 2, Luna Break will take a solid lead. Despite Reject having such an early good fight, they had isolations with the Welkin box, but not able to finish up those kills is going to hurt them.
What? Triple kill for Arun now. Oh, sorry, that's double. Triple comes up Gold Shield. I just thought he was going super ham in this situation. Neku gonna pick up one for the team as well with the Welkin slam down. They are looking great here on Graceland Sky City.
Yeah, and maybe that's the beauty of the Narukami being able to be in stealth, be out of sight, out of mind, and sneak up when the moment is perfect. And speaking of perfect, this is a pretty flawless round 1 from Luna Break. 1 kill away from getting that first round. It's a 1st to 2 to win not only the map, but the series for Luna Break. And there it is.
Chaos. I love that. Banning out the Tricera means the entire map is mobile. But that was weird. We didn't see anybody sitting on the high ground. Loved it. Loved it. And it's going to be the underground fight now, just in the building. This is much easier to get somebody like sectioned off from their team, and that's what Luna Break loves to do.
Yeah, without that Tricera, how can you really be comfortable building up a base of Ultra Heavies when Tricera is the main pillar of that? as Luna Break now take to the skies to assess the positioning, but Yudon is going to get caged by Neku, who's just dancing around. He's low on energy, low on health, and is going to choose that moment and call for some reinforcements from Luna Break.
Yeah, get the emitter jammer out, so welcome boxes are down. Oh, I thought he was going to go all the way down there. Didn't realize they were so close. So not a problem. Love the Welkin fight, though, both managing their energy very well.
All right, let's see what Yui can do. Now just running into his own teammate's Welkin box, but Luna Break looked nicely grouped up. We're looking through a rune.
Yeah.
Now with the Panther, this does direct health damage, so ignores that armor, looking for low health targets.
I think what Reject's doing a really good job of understanding when they're locked on and just quick jumping. Yarune's having a hard time getting this Panther on people with the initial dashes, which is not normal. So Reject is definitely trying to kind of dip, duck, dodge out of these situations. It's working for now, but 3-1, they need to get some more.
Arun was able to at least finish off Yachty, and that is one of the stars of Reject. You get rid of him, it seems like the deck of cards falls for Reject. They got one kill, but it's 2 away from Luna Break to win the map in the series and to go to the semifinals, and it's Arun clashing with Ewan to deal with the stragglers of Reject. They haven't been grouped up for quite some time. 1 kill away, 1 flyer in the sky, and it's Luna Break on a mission.
And we've wanted to see the Narukami Lorax going in, fighting almost melee with the sniper, and we're getting it in this one multiple times on the ground in the face of the opponents.
Luna Break, they have met quite a challenge from their brethren from Japan, and Reject chose to go to this map, but soon to crumble. They are surviving quite long. They haven't given up that last kill to Luna Break quite yet, but Reject's kill only came in the middle of that round, and this is all she wrote. Luna Break to the semifinal.
The GG in the chat from the pilots. Striker high fives, and the winner is indeed Luna Break. They break another opponent, and in such strong fashion. You're going to have to watch each VOD on these guys, but I don't know if it offers you much because they are adapting and figuring out what they need to do in every moment with the strikers they bring to the table. It's going to be tough to take this team down.
To show us the power of what the triple melee with the Panther, the Welkin, and the Eliseness to ban the Tricera. This is a Luna Break that was dialed in on the strategy for Graceland Sky City. Knows everyone's been scrimming this tower defense style of the Ultra Heavies, getting rid of the Tricera. You take one important brick from that structure, and no one wanted to really kind of stack together for that. What a strategy, and executed flawlessly.
I take this as a favorable move that most teams might start to consider the Tricera ban on Graceland Sky City. The map is much more freedom, much more coordination from the team instead of trying to break, like you said, that 3-pillar tank composition that can just garrison on the high ground. So I would not be surprised to see more Tricera bans there if a team decides they want to play on Graceland Sky City. Here is Luna Break. A victory, a lineup in front of the trophy that they have a very good chance of lifting later in the week.
Yes, they move on to the semifinal to face the winner of Orca versus Anubis. We could be having a Luna Break Anubis, not to jinx it yet. Don't underestimate what Orca can do, but Anubis Luna Break match in the semi is like sort of a primer for the grand final, in my opinion.
It is true. It is true. Those two teams coordinated the most, and I think can quickly adapt the most. Mainly because the hours they've played, but the striker pools, they don't feel uncomfortable, it looks like, on anything that's happened throughout these maps. And that is scary. That is definitely scary. But watching them, you learn so much. You understand what can be kind of flexed and played outside the box, like a Narukami in your face, being more of distraction, right? It almost plays like, this is just boom. But it's like an Eliseness because you go in, but you get out. You cause somebody to look at you, and then like, oh, well, they're kind of invis, so I can't do anything. And that's kind of what you do at an Eliseness. You're like, I'm going to fight you, and then I'm going to leave. And I'm going to fight you, and then I'm going to leave. And it just, with the Eliseness band, Naru kind of just wreaks havoc, too.
Yeah, Reject had a good effort. I mean, capturing that first console on the payload map, they had a good start. Maybe not a good start on the first round because they did get 6-0'd on Graceland Sky City on the first round, but then they had kind of that early initiation of being able to box someone up, but just not able to finish off those kills, just not getting the chase downs on those swifty members of Luna Break. And this is what this game is all about, and you heard through all the interviews just how mobile this game is, how fast it is. It's so hard to keep up, and Luna Break were incredible.
Great use of the Panther as well. I think with the Panther dislodging people, Panther dislodging people, especially on the underground. We can fight inside the building. We can fight around the building. The moment you're pushing that person, like staggers are short, but that push keeps them in sight, allows the team to readjust for that entire lunge of your lance. So really effective if the Welkin's there to jump on that. Then that person has now been locked up for at least 2 seconds, a few more seconds in the Welkin box, and then you're stunned because there are drones in the box that stun you, as well as Welkin swinging around. So it's just like you are locked up for life. Sleep paralysis right there in the game.
Yeah, and a different look at a Luna Break to show us that you don't have to just run all the ultra heavies and just have this forgivable lot of fluid armor, a lot of health. They showed us the capacity of a triple melee. And imagine when we get to the best of 5s near the end of our tournament, where you're almost going to have to go to every map that is available in Mecha Break. That is going to show us who is the best team in this tournament.
We've only seen, I think, the surface for Luna Break, but everybody gets to see that as well. They are such an incredible team. We knew they were going to be coming into this tournament. Like teams like ExtraTurn played really well against Celestial Being. Those are 2 more that we can see coming through just as hot right now. And we'll see the stats from this game. Arun on that Panther going absolutely crazy to be on the top for his team, but we'll have to see who does get that MVP. Lorax there, 230 direct, 582,000. It's pretty good damage.
Yeah, it's hard for me to pick an MVP because it was just such a team effort. I didn't see too many 1v1s. It was a lot of almost avoiding those 1v1s and going for the guaranteed win of involving a second or a third teammate. No matter how good Luna Break was, they were never dumb about things. They were never overconfident, and that's what I love about watching this team.
Check this out. Look at over on the side of Sarah and Kurusa with the the Lumines. Damage actually for Kurosa there a little bit. We see Sarah staying completely in the healing form except for a few bits of damage. So interesting to see the Lumines play different there and actually switching forms. But it is going to be Arun dashing people out, getting that early initial damage, but helping to get that early double kill and solidify the game.
It's tough to be a Panther player because, like we said, it's direct damage, so really no one can follow up except another melee. And a lot of times we saw Arun kind of hunting for those low HP targets, the ones that would be without energy or low on energy, the ones that were trying to escape from the Welkins, the Elisinus, and everybody else. And Arun would never give up on those kills and made sure to close things out. And that's something Reject lacked in that finishing power.
They did. And I think Arun, I think the Panther, you play it right, and it's still one of the strongest, but I don't think people know how to play around their Panther as much. A lot more have to go in. The coordination has to be there for Panther. He's kind of just solo pushing people around, which can win if your team is fighting on a different front for that win condition. Otherwise, your Panther might just kind of be out there always searching for a kill, but not Arun.
We'll have to see. While we watch these highlights, we have one team, our first team in the semifinal being Luna Break from Japan. Of course, we have Orca versus Anubis coming up next. But other Japanese teams that I think that could make it through as well. ExtraTurn really showed up yesterday, and they'll be, of course, playing today. So keep an eye on how far Japan is going to go, or if China is going to be #1 at Mecha Break, or if Orca can upset us all.
Yeah, it's incredible. We're going to get to have a quick interview as well with Luna Break to see what the players are feeling about that. And I hope they ask about the competition in general because they look like the strongest team. When you ask a player, they're like, everybody's good. But I want that definitive answer, like we can cook anyone here because it really looks like Luna Break has the lockdown on the game. What do you do against a team that can play everything? You made such a great point for the best of 5s where their striker pool is going to be enormous. So it's kind of almost you want to fight them instead of fight the objectives on every single map.
Yeah, I mean, you tried to ban Elisinus against Luna Break, then when you let it flow, it came out on map #2, and there are so many threats, whether it's Yui on the Elisinus, who wrote that is their bread and butter striker. You have Lori on all the snipers. So I like that there's enough variety in Mecha Break where, let's say, Falcon gets banned, you have Sky Raider. If Narukami gets banned, you have Aquila. There's some backup plans, and everyone came so well prepared for this tournament.
It was so interesting that they banned the Stego this time. In the previous round, when they did win their Graceland Sky City match, they allowed the Stego through, but just infernoed the Stego on top of the high structure. So, like, you can set up the death ball of tanks we are just going to melt it with Inferno. So interesting to see they said, we don't even want to deal with Tricera in the tank composition, the 3 pillars, and we're just going to go in fighting. So a really big change from just day to day there for Luna Break and what they wanted to ban and how they wanted to approach Graceland.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of Reject, don't worry, they dropped to the lower bracket and they don't have to play again today. So you have the rest of the day to look over that match and look forward to what's going to happen. I look forward to this interview though. Let's check in.
现场与屏幕前的驾驶员们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节。我是今天的主持人之夏，站在我身边的是上一场比赛的胜者 Luna Break 战队的 R 选手，先跟大家打个招呼。
まずご挨拶をお願いいたします。
ルナブレイクで、主に格闘技を使わせてもらってます。アレンと言います。よろしくお願いします。
大家好，我是
Hello everyone, I'm Aruno from Luna Break.
那其实，在今天的比赛赢得还是非常漂亮的。
You win this match
想问一下，
quite easily. And my first question is that your opponent performed very well yesterday. Did you do any specific preparation before this match?
相手のチームは昨日のパフォーマンスも素晴らしいでしたね。ですので今日の敵がした後どのような対策挑戦がありますか？
はい、そうですね。向こうのチームのヨッティさんという方がとても強いアクリル扱いなので、そこをチーム全体としてどうやって抑えるかというのを主に対策として練って戦ってきました。
对，就是对方队伍当中有一个成员，他非常的厉害。
Your team from the opponent team is very good, so we made our adjustments after knowing this matchup. Yeah, we could saw that. We could see that. And another question. We know you're a welcome main, but today you took out Panther. What do you rate yourself on today's performance?
使いました。ですので自分のパフォーマンスをどのように評価していますか？
そうですね。もともと昔はそのパンサーを使っていて、今回ちょっと枠がなかったので使えなかったんですけど、まあそれなりに動くことはできたんじゃないかなというのは、どっちかというと関所のパームベイでの動きが自分の中では結構良かったなとは思っています。
是的，我在之前一直使用的是
Yes, I was a welcome main, and today I used the Panther. And I won't be able to do something when I could use welcome, but today the matches goes very well, and I love it. Yes, and you performed very well today. Thank you for the interview.
下一场比赛是由 Orca 虎鲸战队对阵 Anubis 战队，那他们将会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
一戦目乗り越えられたことに今はホッとしてます。あります。
感觉挺好的，然后挺开心的，能一起，我觉得区别还挺大的。然后线下可以更加就是直接的去交流、复盘，然后去聊一下这个比赛的战术。只能说继续努力吧，这几天加紧训练。今天调整一下，明天的话还是要打就来。环境还挺好的，然后靠海，住着比较舒服。伴手礼拆了之后还挺满意的。
そうですね。まずは会場が本当に豪華で、もう入った瞬間、うおーなんだこれみたいな。いやまずそこが第一印象ですね。あとはまあ実際ですね、対戦相手とか見てちょっとやっぱやる気出てきましたね本当に。はい。もうぜひとももう潰したいと思いますね。はい。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
はいおはワールドの小丸セブンでございます。
I'm DJ Knight with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Ancilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TI 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、リュウエンを使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのラウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居，我是老李，我是来自斗鱼的39，
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜，
我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Play Lumine.
期待はまあステーゴ。
ナルカミですね。
ナルカミが一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして。
ヒーラーですかね。我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔。
赤霄。
赤霄。
赤霄这种。
I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで、なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。
其实我挺期待跟影子他们交手的，因为我平时也挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军，
目标夺冠吧。虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。
目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
ひねり潰す。絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。
我必拿下你。
尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城墙。
Welcome back, everyone, to the pre-launch Global Invitational for Mecha Break. We have our second quarterfinal ready to go, it's been exciting. This one is the banger of the day, in my opinion. #1 from Japan versus #1 from NA.
And we just heard how many people in that video want to play Anubis, and Orca gets to do it right now. We hear how much these teams want to just get the chance to play against this prowess, the pedigree that Anubis brings to the table, and Orca's about to step into that ring.
That is a tough opponent to go up against. Even heard in the video that the #1 of Japan, Anubis, beat the #1 from China.
Yep.
Japan is the region to beat, and we're gonna see if Orca can shake up those feathers. I was talking to Orca. I was like, how GG is this? They're like, no, we think we can take a map. And at least that's some confidence.
It is, it is. There are some easy things to focus on Orca, though. NDBO2, one of the best Inferno players worldwide. So we might see Inferno getting taken out. He's so knowledgeable about understanding the numbers, the cooldowns, what can be affected. And it's something we haven't seen too much in the game is, yeah, it looks like everybody's moving very fast, but it is punishing if you miss your abilities, and even more so on some strikers. We'll talk about that as we get in the game.
Yeah, and we just had Luna Break take a 2-0 victory, so our semifinals has one team from Japan. Will it be two, or will North America get to the top 4? That's the big question on my mind. How far can Orca take us? Because they seem to be North America's biggest hope.
They do. Orca has been playing really well. We saw them on Graceland Sky City, and we saw them going to Cape Blanc Observatory yesterday with good victories there. Pretty much control over the entire game versus Empyrean, who is still a very good team as well from North America, but just having control of their objectives and being able to lock down their win conditions. Happiness and the rest of the squad here for you on the screen.
Yes, looking at Charlotte, the IGL, the leader for Orca on the Lumine. Look at stylish, look at awesome.
So good.
And our MVP. He is an insane Inferno player, as you pointed out. Of course, Axel was able to substitute in when needed. This is a stacked squad as Orca took a 2-0 victory against Empyrean. They're brothers and actually are their scrim partners.
Yeah.
So that was a heartbreaking win, but now they have to try and go up against Anubis.
Ready to play. We'll be looking across at their opponent shortly. Now as Anubis prepares to take the stage. So fierce with everything that they play. How can you break it down? Can Orca do it? Have they done their homework?
Yeah, I'm looking at Kishinma, the Inferno Hurricane, bringing out those special picks. You got Syrian on the Aquila, who played it on both maps yesterday in Minima, the Illuminate, the Commander in the Skies that can direct and also keep everyone together.
Loading out of the pilot locker rooms to their strikers. You can see, I love the light going around too. Call to action. The alarm's going off. Gotta make it to the battle.
Get in your
I love his thumbs up.
Yeah, Shinji, get in your striker. It's time to roll out, boys. And look how confident Orca looked too. I'm seeing Axel subbed in as well. And Orca, I just like that they showed up on day one.
Yeah.
We were thinking Empyrean was looking stronger than Orca. They were supposed to be the #1 team, but after sort of a wobbly day one, Orca's been taking the helm as North America's strongest team.
Yeah, especially when seeing Empyrean, I think there was the last few things that kind of gathering around the objectives quick enough, or having that last moment where enough people were alive that they weren't getting kind of scattered thin throughout the map. And it becomes tough if you're just losing fights by a little bit. It's 15 seconds is a world of difference to be off the map.
And I know Orca, a team that study a lot. They've assessed the entire community. They are watching tape like crazy.
Yeah.
They got a whole coaching staff that is directing them of what are the possible weaknesses in a team like Anubis, because you can exploit that in the ban system.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at how they played Cape Blanc yesterday from the side of Anubis. From the side of Orca. They were doing really great at having John Welkin with good focus on and off the points, which is what you need on Cape Blanc. You can't just have your Welkin going for extractions. You need that assistance as well. So their ability to decide what target they needed to go to for Orca was huge, and I think that will apply greatly to Anubis, because they are going to try to make you pull your hair out by attacking from every angle.
Yeah, and there's some teams that were invited because like content creation or pros from other games, and like teams that were invited to try out as upcoming talent, but teams like Anubis are ones that have been dominating the scene for as long as the game has been out and available to them. So will Anubis be the winners of this tournament? Now, I think this will be a way more even matchup for them. We'll really get to assess, is Anubis a beatable team or not?
I mean, if you can kill Kishinma, maybe. Deathless over 2 maps last game that he played, so if you can get this Hurricane out of there, it's not going to be doing as much damage, but things like that are crazy. You have players that going Deathless between maps, they're seeing everything, they're communicating everything, and that uptime, like we just said, is the utmost importance to go in. So knowing to back out of the fights, I think, is good, but again, Welkin and the squad on the side of Orca were really good at deciding when to go for a solo target, when to pick that off, and I think it's a very important attribute to have in the squad.
Yeah, Happiness has a tough matchup as the Aquila player for Orca to go up against Siren on the other side, who only played Aquila yesterday. So we don't even know like the full arsenal of Siren from Anubis. While Happiness showed us Skyrider, showed us Aquila, but also that team was telling us like, you have to be able to play around those special picks like the Skyrider, because it gives you that window of opportunity of disruption, and if you don't have the follow through, it's not going to have the same impact.
Yeah, it really takes a lot of coordination. Some teams more so than not. Like one of the teams we just saw ran on the last map there by the side of Luna Break on Graceland Sky City at the end required a lot of teamwork because the Tricera was out, and we saw that be the difference in it. So yeah, locking down what you need to do as a squad is super important, especially if we go to a map like Palm Bay Harbor first, or any of the maps where you are forced to be split thin.
Yeah, and Charlotte's going to be the main IGL, the one who communicates a lot of these plays as the Lumine player, getting to sit back and assess. And she is such a passionate player, one that brings the confidence and one that keeps the team's vibes up in these super tense moments. Because I could not imagine a more tense moment than to go up against the #1 team of the tournament.
Yeah, both teams really focus that Lumine as priority for Anubis as well. I don't think it'll get banned. That would be an interesting one to push the supports onto Panaka, but I feel like there's just more they want to take away from these teams. Maybe Kishinma's Hurricane is something they want to take out because we're seeing upwards of millions of damage there coming onto the scoreboard. So it cannot be in without Sky priority, without that elevation.
And Elisinus is something to consider for Anubis, because we saw rehighs on Eye of Mizra and possibly being a key carrier, I guess, having those multiple lives. Yeah. And here's where Orca went. They took that 2-0 against Empyrean on Observatory and Graceland Sky City. Now, it may be on a better day, this could have gone the distance, maybe even have a completely different result. While Anubis, they went to Palm Bay Harbor, pushed that payload to victory, and did just that on Eye of Mizra.
Seeing Anubis' stats a little bit before we go to the picks overall. I'm going to see that again. That's so good for what these strikers, or what pilots what they are piloting, I should say, in the terms of strikers here as we get onto each map. And again, the bans will be coming through shortly after we go down the rosters one more time and just see how ready these players are.
I'm excited to see Anubis. This is going to be such a close match, or at least one that is closer to their level. But will there be a team that could shake up the leaves of Anubis? Because they are forever blooming, they are forever smiling, and they are the most experienced players at Mecha Break. So go check out their channels if you want to learn everything there is. They are the masters of all of that, and they bring the the good vibes. Like, they're laughing and the game hasn't even started. I would be shaking in my boots if I saw my opponent laughing this early.
Shaking in your boots, and also everybody wants to play them. Usually when you have a target on your back, you're a little worried. Something's gonna go. Someone's got your number, but they do not. You can't even see me.
Oh my god.
Holy. Whoa. He's using them all. What a repertoire.
Oh my god, I love Anubis already.
What a repertoire there.
And it looks like Orca are all smiles too. This must be such an intimidating event to go to, coming all the way from North America. Yeah. People flying from 20 to 30 hours and being in a new country, the language barrier, it's crazy. Ooh. But we got to be stone cold when going up against the best from Japan.
Stoic.
Yeah.
What's that? I thought he was going to pray, but he was just like, ready, and knows how intense it is. Axel. Great mind in the game, sharing so much information throughout the week.
And Axel, such a great content creator in terms of analyzing all the different communities, but especially a tournament organizer when it comes to North America. Shout out to the work that Axel's been able to do to get the scene growing and to assemble this team and even help coach Empyrean and Orca. So this has been a squad I'm looking forward to watching more of.
I like that. Inferno. I'm going to call him Inferno now. MDB just laughing all the way to the bank before they get into this one. I'm excited. We're going to get into our first randomized map. First, I would love to see these teams go into something different, so they have to get just a toss-up on what the ban is going to be. But I expect to see, and hopefully we'll focus a little bit in the beginning on what Anubis is doing to gain an early control, because it seems like the first movement they do sets them up for success, whether that's high ground or that's piling on the west or the east side of wherever they will spawn.
I think an obvious ban for me if I'm on Anubis, which I don't think they really care. I think they're down to mirror match anything. It would be MDB's Inferno.
Okay.
That is the #1 Inferno player in North America. I think if I can strike at a strength of Orca, I would go for it. But it all depends. If Anubis are confident in the Inferno mirror, then let it float.
Eye of Mizra. 3 points to capture the keys, bring them to the shuttle, to extract them successfully. It takes about 3 of those, plus kills, adding to your score throughout. Yep. And there's a Welkin gone.
And Anubis played Eye of Mizra yesterday against NGT, sporting the Tricera, Aquila, Stego, Inferno, Elisinus, and Lumine composition. But with the Welkin out of the picture, this shouldn't affect them, but it's the ban out of Anubis. Are they going to want to change the strategy from what they did against NGT? That's what I'm worried about.
Panaka becomes a bit of a throwaway because Lumine is there for both of them, but this might ensure the Lumine. And Panaka will not be able to deny with walls, but also just taken out. So Lumine is guaranteed to be in this one now.
I'm wondering what they think Orca's going to bring out. Orca is very good at supporting snipers, flyers, really squishies. They're going to be more isolated. Pinaka is better at dedicated resources to one person. Lumine best at multiple people. So Anubis are sensing something in the air.
I love the fact that you think it's Panaka too. That shield Panaka has can combine with what a Welkin does or anybody. If you throw up your shield, and there is time to cap the point. So Panaka out is kind of also just a cap-focused ban here. There's going to be a lot of mayhem, and this makes me think we're going to get a kill-focused Eye of Mizra. There will be focus on the keys, but it will be more wiping out your opponent, increasing those death timers, and being able to walk the key home because of it.
Yeah, the Elisinus is the one that is standing out to me, having those multiple lives and really just being a fly. But remember, once you have the key, you need to fully eliminate the striker, which includes the de-armored Elisinus. So I'm wondering who's going to be the key transporter for Orca, if it's going to be the Elisinus or the Lumine, because Lumine can be squishy at times and you can lock them down.
Just off to the side, you will see the storm coming in. This will basically make Lumine's life very, very difficult. Inside, you can kind of get away from it. So if that tends to happen, a little saving grace for them, a little respite. Let's go into the map.
Yeah, I'm excited. Orca also have 7 players. Keep in mind, is one of the few teams that actually are incorporating a substitute. So Axel stepping in is not part of the main core roster, and he actually coaches. And they, from what I heard from the scrims, Orca were very happy with his performance. Keep in mind, though, Eliseness, no flyers necessarily from the Orca side, and Anubis running a Falcon.
Already fights to the... Oh, what a slam down from the Welkin. Beautiful start here on Eye of Mizra as the fights continue. See, moving forward. Steel is going to be on that. Eliseness just trying to catch over and over any of that air control.
Oh, Steel Haze, a nice slam down, but down on Fluid Armor, has no energy, is going to need some backup, and is trying to ping this Tricera down to half health. His Super Dope's got friends, he's got also escapability, and there's people escaping, and Steel Haze has never given up, wants to finish off Rehais, and that's first blood for Orca.
Wildly impressive right now from Orca on this start. They are just raining hell down on the side of Anubis, and it looks like they're lost a bit for their initial kills.
And the first key is going to be spawning very shortly. We can always rack up a couple of points. Remember, 1 kill equals 1 point. It's going to take some time to get up to that 100. And the B, though, is going to be helped by Happiness having some sniper utility. And there's already a key almost picked up before the shot denies Kinshinma.
Perfect timing on that. The fight's about to head inside, but how much, though? We see the mini-map. Everybody's starting to converge now as they come in. The Inferno lasers everywhere, and there's no Welkin to stop the energy damage.
But Anubis operating a Falcon. They have one of the fastest strikers in the game, and to deny that key capture is huge from Orca. And there's so much disruption. Who's going to get the first kills? Orca already down at half health. Anubis missing Fluid Armor. The range damage from Orca is very solid, but the Lumine heals from Charlotte on Orca is what's keeping them healthy and steady.
He's trying to reset here, doing just his name. MDB a kill on that Inferno, able to keep the power coming. And it looks like they are getting this A spot, but Kinshinma's doing his damnedest to stop it from happening.
And they're ignoring Kinshinma a lot and killing everything around it. Kinshinma's waiting for the window to grab the key and fly away, and A is spawned and C's going to be coming up soon. And Orca was able to get some early kills, but you need to fully wipe Anubis if you want to hope to not be interrupted while picking up the key.
It's not impossible, but it is rare to see the second key spawn before the first one is capped here, so you can see just how neck and neck these two teams are, but they're going to have to separate their forces soon if they choose to go for C.
A double kill from Anubis. Orca had such a strong start in this fight that seemed to never end, but Anubis have taken over, and it's become an avalanche as Orca will be forced to retreat and maybe guard the doorways to try and stop the key carrier, or they can also use the strategy of dumping damage into the objective to deny that. That will interrupt the key to be grabbed.
MDOB doing what he can, 3v1 Inferno inside A alone, requesting help from the team, and he's still alive somehow, denying this key. A does get captured up. We can see it in Minima running now, and it's just going to be shifting for the Lumine, and an absolute capture here to start catapulting for Anubis.
Wow, so fast with the mobility too that Lumine is able to provide to itself and everyone around. The rest of Anubis will assist the key to be fully uploaded. 5 points per tick, 15 total for the upload, and it's Anubis with a lead, but Orca follows up with the kills, and that could be a window where the C key is already up. Orca could try to tie.
Oh my gosh, the Aquila just absolutely focusing down Charlotte, and that you could see trying to put the heal gas out around the point so the team could survive. The Storm's going to be rolling in, and there goes the targeting. A bit of chip damage always on the Fluid Armor, and it is chaos, Lemon.
Such an unfortunate time for this Pulse Storm to hit because there's no lock-ons. You can't tell who's a friendly or who's an enemy, and it's going to drain your health slowly but surely. It ignores that armor, and Orca had those kills on Anubis, but then the Pulse Storm hits, and it's not really a time that you want to grab the key at.
Hits, damage. Who are they trying to focus? They see, look at the Inferno is just sitting in the sky now. This almost just helps them so much. Another grab from Minima, the Lumine. I'm calling MVP right now, 2 caps. 60 upload is going to be incredible for the squad, and B is spawning with the Storm still up. They can start to head there.
Yeah, this key could be dropped, but yeah, Anubis, that Lumine was below half health with no fluid armor, and Orca were trying to deny it, but 64 and climbing for Anubis. And Orca, they had the kills, they had some good denials, some interceptions, but as soon as Anubis give that key to the Lumine, Orca will be in the dust.
Oh, Reset is just looking at MDB all the time. Look at, he's trying to 45-degree angle up, fight all the time, but continuously knock back and having to consider what's also on the ground. Looking for the key cap, and at least this form doesn't happen, and it cannot go through for the side of Orca as they're still scrambling. 71-5.
Man, Orca just can't escape once their health gets low, when they're not playing their lives, they're not surviving long enough, and Orca think they could sneak away a key, and maybe you can just outrace Anubis, but they're always on your tail. Orca have got no objective done. Any points they've had have come from kills in the early game alone, and Kenshinma has been unleashed.
Oh my god, just absolutely sticking to MDB's Inferno in that situation, in and out of flight form, keeping the energy and keeping the pressure coming. Amazing play on the Falcon.
And now the setup of the Ultra Heavies around the next objective. All Anubis really need to do is deny for the next 6 minutes, but of course they're going to hand this to the Lumine, and of course Anubis are going to bury Orca 6 feet under. And look, Anubis are already set up for A.
Just Minima chilling, about to cash in on the A key as B still gets fought for. This is what we talked about, splitting your forces thin and being able to get to the right spot, but they do get someone there in time.
And you'll see in the upper HUD whether someone has a key or not during all the chaos. Sometimes when multiple keys are spawning, it's hard to keep up, but A has been spawned and Orca's there to disrupt, and the happiness can't live any longer. The key's about to get grabbed from Kenshinma, and if Orca don't stop this, this is going to be soon to be the end of the map.
Kenshinma now going to make it over. Easy stuff.
Still needs to be fully uploaded though. A few more seconds left, and Orca need to fully eliminate that striker. But the backup from Anubis is too strong, and the Eye of Mizra, 1 kill away. We're at 99. Whoa. You gotta finish your food. There's so many keys too from Anubis playing keep away, and the stare down.
What is
this is their battlefield.
I don't think he looked at the monitor. He was just like that the whole time, from the beginning to the end.
That's me on Tricera.
Just doing it.
I don't need to look. I don't need to look at my monitor.
Just don't even have to look. What a map there. I love the way the Orca started. They had great fight technique, but I think once we saw the respawns come in on that side of Anubis, they reset, sat back, and understood exactly what they need to do, and it just seemed like there was always 1, 2, and even 3 people down respawning for the side of Orca.
Just the mobility was what's the strongest for me. Looking at Anubis, having the Falcon and the Lumine as key carriers are the 2 options, especially when there's multiple keys spawning. Anubis were able to play keep away at the B that was in the middle of the map to then picking their moment. And the Lumine was just unreachable for Orca once they had picked up that key. And Orca decided to go for an Elimination over maybe another flyer, even I don't even know if they ran a flyer at all. So it felt like just speed-wise, Orca couldn't keep up.
Right, even with the Elimination versus Lumine, as if Minima did get hit by that, by Happy, you're just going to get out of that situation, or Steel rather, you're going to get out of that situation, and you're going to get yourself to safety. So I love the fact that they picked that. We saw now the reason why they are banning out Welkin on one side so they can get some caps, but you ban out Knock on the other side, and you don't have the shields you were thinking about to get the caps in the first place.
At least Orca will get to pick our next map, and they do know their strengths, and it's not going to be about going after a weak map for Anubis. I don't think there is such a thing as a weak map for Anubis. It's about Orca finishing out strong if they can push it to a map 3. They seem to be confident that they'd be able to go to their best map and push Anubis to the edge, but will that actually happen? We will see, because that was still a very one-sided Eye of Mizra.
Yeah, I know Luna Break is watching this match like, okay, this is what they do? All right, because it might be Luna Break versus Anubis after this one, but Orca, like we said, still have a chance, and they still have the prowess to be able to bring us to a map 3. I fully believe it if they can get under the skin here of the Japanese team on the second map.
And to mention the rules, because I guess Orca are one of the few teams that actually have a substitute that are playing with the substitute. You can change players in and out between games, which could be a consideration if you have like a specialist on your roster or someone who's like an Aquila one-trig. I don't know. But
I'll be right back.
We got to get in there. Let's get in there. This Welkin guy will come bring you guys some victories.
And then they ban me. I'm like, okay, I'm back to cast.
Okay,
Never
get
mind,
back
never
here.
mind. I got banned almost every time. Yeah, I need to put something else in my striker pool considering that. So yeah, looking at what the second map can be, we had Palm Bay Harbor for Anubis at one point yesterday. Cape Blanc Observatory and Graceland City played between these two teams. So looking at really what happens here, I would say Graceland might be the best bet, seeing the initial fight from Orca that we got there on Aya Mizra.
Yeah, because a bleed turns into a hemorrhage on a map like that. If you can start with the first blood and push your 6v5 advantage, things can really tumble over. And I felt like Orca had strong advantages early, but weren't able to keep up the survivability and sort of the long fights when things really broke down in the chaos. So if Orca goes to Graceland Sky City, they have to have a strong start.
Minima with almost 1 million repair, while also being on objective control. That is wild. So really doing the work before Minima needed to leave and get some objectives, putting those heal drones on and saying, all right, I'm going to go off and do my own thing. You guys keep fighting. Really interesting stuff to see there. Happiness on the other side, able to pull up the top play for Orca. But we'll have to see your MVP. I am going to go with Minima.
Yeah, I would give it to the Lumine easily, just for all the key grabs. It's a thankless job and one that left everybody in the dust. Yeah, you were right. Minima, Lumine, we put our brains together. We came up with this 60 upload.
60 upload, along with 15 assists. So you, like I said, it was kind of turning your team, drone. If you have to gas heal around one of the objectives, you can. And we also saw a very different play between how it was damage and non-damage for our Lumines. So we are seeing vast differences between the players in just that one striker.
He is so swifty. And what makes the difference between a casual and a professional Mecha Break player is, faces like this, I guess, but also maximizing your abilities. Man, we got some personalities here.
They're just moving the sliders on the pilot faces right now as we're watching these guys. So good. He's ready. Let's go.
Let's go.
Initiate.
Fighting.
Striker, go.
That was like his impression of him flying on Lumine, maybe.
Yeah.
To go and bring the key over.
Flying forward, I like it. Steel Haze with a great start here. Reset. I think we saw MDB staring up at Reset almost the entire game. If it wasn't Lumine and Shinima getting the caps, it might have been this guy with the MVP, because he kept an eye on the battlefield the whole time, and Reset was able to do just that to Orca quite a few times.
Yeah, I think Orca need to definitely operate around the Falcon if possible. I know it's going to be a tough task to go up against Kashima, but just an uncontested flyer, one that was as mobile as him, and especially with the Lumine mobility boost, was something that it was hard to watch because the Anubis were just that fast. Also depends on the game type coming up. We could have Graceland Sky City, where flyers are going to be just as important, but we've seen looks from Lunar Break where all melees could just be as viable.
Let's do it. Get the Tricera out of there and we go brawl. Please and thank you. You hear the teams, or we see the teams rather, chatting it up, figuring out what they want to do next. Like Lemon said, they have a period of time before when they can submit a sub if they want. It does not look like we will get any changes going in here. Just the map pick of what Orca will want to fight on next.
Yeah, and that puts, speaking of Happiness, who was the guy and maybe also the emotion on the scene, despite being down 0-1, he has to be the one that snipes the Falcon out of the sky and is the one that's going to be chased down by Kishinma. And on Crab Single, good luck to the snipers, good luck to the flyers.
Yeah, we don't get to see it often, more towards the end of the day yesterday, and it is one that requires extreme communication and control over where your team is. We kind of consider if you do have a 3 cap, it's not always necessary once you got a few hundred points. 2 cap is strongest. You don't have to divide your forces, and you absolutely garrison those 2 points. to save your life. Falcon out. There goes a bit of air priority.
Smart ban from Orca.
Too.
Kishinma was a demon. we need to exercise that demon. So as a retaliation, you got Lumines, you know, pretty standard, but the Panther from Supadopa, we've been seeing a lot of that on Graceland Sky City to displace people on the top of the tower, to skirmish inside of the building on round 1. I love to see that.
Aquila's in the air. And actually, just for the side of Orca here. Actually, I looked at that twice. I thought that was an Aquila, but it's a Leasness band out here. So we'll see if Orca can keep Happiness healthy and just that, happy in the air. Without the Falcon there, they're very, very likely to do quite a bit of damage.
Pretty stacked team. Will Anubis take the Swift 2-0 to be our second Japanese team to go into the semi-finals? Orca are trying to deny that. They were confident they could force it. This is their map pick. They came in with their game plan, and to deny the Falcon is a good starting point. But Anubis took care of the Eliseness, which was utilized by Orca last round, so it's going to force Orca to adapt.
On to Karab Sinkhole. A, B, and C captured straight up and down the gut of the map. You have a chance to go around the outside and create flank positions, and can also, as you see, fall down into the depths for a fight almost underwater if you're running out of energy and stuck in that area for a bit. A lot of different positions to mobilize and set up on this map as we get into Karab Sinkhole. Orca versus Anubis in Game 2.
Yeah, Orca, North America's strongest hope until we get to see Empyrean and how they've turned around their day. I'm looking forward to seeing if North America can stand up to Japan or if it's going to be up to China to take down a team like Anubis. Let's kick things off. Series point for Anubis.
Look how fast that Welkin is. Take note. All right, we're going to set up on A. It's halfway up. This is the first point, and B and C will not open for a while, so this is going to get all the love to start. Box is high, Inferno's even higher here to start doing the damage, and you can see instant decel to the ground as the damage is just too much.
It's important to note that Orca are operating around an Aquila, no snipers for Anubis.
Yes.
It's going to be up to that Panther, the melee, the up close and personal, a big strong hug from Anubis if they can gap close. It's up to that Lumine to provide that mobility. Anubis setting up base in the middle as Orcas start to surround. The kills are pretty even on both sides.
2 points now ticking up for that 1 point. 6 for 2, 10 for all 3 as it is a brawl. Welkin in a bad spot now. He's trying to get his form. The fluid armor will come back if he gets a breather. Energy's there, and here comes the armor.
Oh, to take that second to wait for the heals, it's still better than the, what, the 20, 25 second kill respawn timer.
Ooh,
but man, Kishinma now goes uncontested in the sky. He's good at dodging some of the shots that go his way. Rehai's just, well, a janitor on duty with no one really isolated, but he's going to make this territory untouchable for Orca.
I need to see Aquila shooting the Kishinma out of the air on that Inferno real soon. Welkin Howitzer just absolutely firing cannons off, doing upwards of 10,000 with just that right click. And we got a box battle going on here as it's broken out quickly.
Yeah.
Kills coming in, though, for Anubis.
And we have B and C that just spawned. And Orca are setting up over at C, but maybe are prioritizing that middle fight first. Anubis have already started to disperse to the perimeters, and no one's really captured yet until Anubis have claimed C. And this is already a 100-3 lead. Orca have not captured anything yet.
Great movement by Charlotte to deny the Welkin getting in. They may be able to take him out, too. Rehai's in a bad spot, but this is a lot of focus over here on B from Orca, so you can see Anubis with the 2 cap, very happy with this situation.
If Orca are not careful, it's going to be a triple cap, and we saw a lot of this yesterday from the most dominant teams. That is how you suffocate and drown a team. But NDB, huge kills on the Inferno, as Anubis will have to take a step back playing 5v6. It's still a skirmish for point B. Orca are set up, trying to close the door on Anubis from entering in. The Stego is set up. They're going to have to force a Siren to move, and NDB is doing just that.
Chasing. Yeah, we haven't seen too much of the Stego throughout the matches, but so much power delivered there as they're just denying the points. Finally, B is captured, but 244, 250 to 10 is going to be where the comeback tries to begin for Orca.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how much time this Aquila from Happiness is able to set up and just poke down shots on Anubis, but with how just crazy the Anubis flyers are, I'm not sure Orca are really going to have a second to breathe. At least Orca were able to claim B. It took some time to do it, but all that time gifted over Anubis 300 points. So Orca have to catch up.
Everybody's fighting over the point right now. You can actually see how hard it is for Zhuhai to find a focal point of a target. Both Orca and Anubis are splitting this fight very well right now, and it is going to be Anubis that loses one for another 20 seconds. It might be a slight opening for more for Orca.
And that was from Happiness, the sniper, the eye in the sky. Orca need more of those picks, and it's going to have to come down to that focus fire. Orca, though, are losing health. The Welkin skirmishing up close at quarter HP. Anubis can't get the finishing power as they just dance around the pillars and use the smoke as cover, and now spinning around their Tricera. Zhuhai's protecting their ultra heavies, and Orca can't get more kills than the one pick that Happiness provided.
Oh, they're so close to killing Reset right now, and a few other Siren just down to low HP. Can MDB finish? But they go into the Stego Haze, unseeable, untraceable for a moment, and it helps them to live. You see the hits coming through, but nobody's finalized just yet, and Orca actually lose one in this fight. Still, the 2 cap for Anubis, pushing them up 6 points at a time.
Orca are not getting wiped, though. They may lose a one,
That's
maybe
true.
2 people, but this is still contested. But it doesn't matter who's alive if you don't have points. This has been a 2-to-1 capture for Anubis for most of this map. There's 7 minutes left, but Anubis are halfway to taking the series.
Oh my gosh. Kishinma just heals and seems like they're never touched whenever we're looking at them. Wild for the freedom that this Inferno is grabbing so high on the elevation point of A. And this fight looks like it's going to go towards the outside here. It might start to move in favor of Orca if they can take down enough members of Anubis.
Orca not having a flyer means they probably can't split up and try to wrap around, maybe even sneak cap C, because Orca are playing as a team around the Lumine, but they're not winning the fight. Where is plan B? What is the solution for Orca? I think at this point, have they just given up? Anubis are just tearing them apart.
Supadopa is making John Welkin's life a living hell right now. The Panther almost inside the box. A little bit of a stagger there as they parry off of the shield, but it is the chase. You can see just how much Anubis is sticking to every fight and being so relentless.
Oh, Siren showing us how it's done on some of these snipers. Zhuhai's boxing in half health. He does not care. And NDB tries to laser him down. And Anubis just stares as we got just social distancing live. John Welkin versus Supadopa, who's a Superman on the field. 200 points away from Anubis in the semifinal.
He's a bully. He's bullying him. Get out of there, John Welkin. It's not okay. Oh, no. Gets hit again. Like I said, sticking on them. And this becomes so annoying because your energy is for you. You're not pushing that in front of the Inferno. It's not helping your team. The play is being dictated right now by Supadopa of what John Welkin can do.
And Happiness is now getting pressured, so this Aquila won't be able to stand still and provide that supportive fire. And a lot of those picks have come from that Aquila from Orca. But Orca, the picks are just not enough. They're not able to drown Anubis. The heals from Anubis have been just different. The Lumine. And also, Anubis commanding the middle of the map. Yeah. Orca have put all their eggs into this middle of the map war, and they're not winning it.
I think with the Aquila being so strong in previous matches, it is still a correct pick, but seeing the Inferno closer to A, closer to the position of fight, and just unleashing so much more consistent damage is really throwing Orca for a loop and trying to stay healthy and want to reset these fights. Oh, John Welkin, a sliver. It's not going to come through. Saved by the bell, but not so much as Anubis takes map 2.
So you see that? You see that, Anubis?
See that?
Just the
I haven't even moved.
Our cameraman was ready. Congratulations to Anubis, moving on with a flawless victory at that, and Orca blinded by the lights and blinded by just the aerial superiority. And even Anubis showing us many looks, including the Panther on this, and dominating the middle of the map, which, I mean, Orca could not figure out how to get around.
They couldn't. I think as well with the Aquila over at B, it was always sitting there just making sure it didn't get capped, but you're -1. And in a game against Anubis, you almost need to be +1. Because it seems like they have more people doing more things all the time. It is just 6 pilots and 6 strikers, making it look like a masterclass, though.
And Anubis showing us that banning that Elisinus against Orca was such a crutch. Like, there wasn't a lot of...
Super smart.
Yeah, Orca not using a Sky Raider or some other mobile option. I don't know how deep their strategy book is, but depending on snipers to get all the picks just wasn't enough. And on a map like Crop Sinkhole, you need kind of to separate yourself away from the fight and go for objectives by yourself. And I don't think Orca were confident enough to go for the solo plays, but I know one confident team, and it's here. It's Anubis. It's Japan's #1 Mecha Break team.
The one everyone wants to play. Maybe not after the fact. But the experience you get from playing them and the understanding of what they can do is huge. And we have a lot of teams like that as the upper bracket continues. Remember, Orca is not out. They moved to the lower bracket there, so they are still competing in the tournament for North America's #1 team. And the rest of them as well. Empyrean still here.
Yeah.
Team Liquid and DSG. So they still have a chance to fire at these top squads who are going to probably be the ones looking to lift the trophy, but you never know. We still have a few days to go, and there's a lot of gameplay to figure out between then. Meta's changed.
We are not even close to the end of the day, but I just want to point out, I hope you guys come back tomorrow because we have Luna Break versus Anubis. I told you guys this was going to happen. This is going to be so insane.
Like the early, possibly
#1 versus #2 of Japan. The best region and Mecha Break are going to face off in our first semifinal match, and that's, I think, going to be just the appetizer to what could be the end of the tournament.
It is. It is. In Anubis, you see how they played today. The focus on the fact that I think they knew Orca wanted a little bit of that air superiority because they banned Falcon, they pick Aquila, but on the other side, it was, like you said, Elisinus. So they're happy to run an Inferno that's going to fly in the air. The air superiority starts to become very different throughout these, and we didn't see a Naru. Sometimes we see that on Karab too. With the Falcon out, that becomes a little bit more effective, not being able to be radared out. So really, I think Anubis has a lot of avenues that they haven't shown us yet that makes them so powerful.
Yeah, Orca definitely got hit by those bans, but we'll see if China will be able to hit back. They're on the bottom side of at least the upper bracket. We have EVA versus CSTG coming up as top teams from China, and Celestial Being versus DSG, possibly North America's last hope in terms of the upper bracket, and that's going to be a fun match to watch to see. That'll be probably one of their first times facing such a strong team.
Dago, what are you doing? Almost 2 million for just under 400,000 direct. Yeah, okay, Syrian. A little bit under the radar there as we were watching others fly around, others do damage, and the Inferno reset cooking a bit. But yeah, doing more damage than the Inferno, usually a Stego, firing in all the missiles. It was Syrian.
Yeah, you would think in a vacuum that an Aquila versus a Panther, the Aquila would be able to poke down the Panther. But with all the smoke, the haze, the boxes, the defenses that Anubis created in the middle of the map, the Aquila, the shots alone weren't enough, and at least the focus fire from Orca needed to be stronger. But the Anubis are such a well-rounded team. There is no weakness. They were to support each other, and Anubis only ever lost like one member in a fight. They were never really at a weak point where they had to lose any real estate that they had.
Yeah, look at that. 2 kills, Kashinma. 2 kills, Super Doper. 3 for Syrian up there, rather. And yeah, it's the way that they're able to organize themselves, I think, is very, what do I want to say? Very collected, right? It doesn't seem like they're making any errors to go through, and it's going to be Syrian with no errors on his play as well. The Stego comes through with that 2 million damage and defending a lot of the points.
As a Stego enjoyer myself, that means that man was allowed to not move. He got to sit in his turret form and unleash all of the most powerful missiles. Stego does most of his DPS when he's immobile, when he's able to not be pressured. That also means that Siren had an amazing team around him, whether it's Triceras or just the protection of Welkins, whatever it is. Siren was able to sit there and pump out damage, which made the middle of the map untouchable for Orca.
I mean, one of the things that's huge is we saw the Inferno of Reset doing a lot. The Panther was just making John Welkin's life miserable. You want to be in there with the energy shield. You want to be in there helping your team because you can bring that gas cloud all around with you as it's active. So you are combining that shield with your team in an entire area.
And just
right
looking
here.
at NDB, North America's #1 Inferno. Look how he has to move so much. The pressure from Anubis to constantly make that glass cannon have to shift around means that NDB was not able to output as much consistent DPS, and that's just the threat that Anubis puts out.
Oh, Super Dopa. I see you in my nightmares now. As a Welkin main, that is just so frustrating. And we know how stoic the team is. They're ready to come in, and I think it's an expectation for them to win, and that's also a confidence. That they come in, they know they're making a mistake, they are going to instantly adapt and change, because that is not something that they are going to allow to happen at this point.
It's going to be an insane semifinal of Japan being stacked at the top side, but who from China will, I mean, we're guaranteed to probably have a Chinese team in the upper bracket final, and who can China send for their best to push Anubis, or maybe even Luna Break. I mean, I don't think you can count out Luna Break. Anubis are very head and shoulders above, but let's go and actually check out Anubis.
Welcome to the post-match interview. We are joined by the winner, Zhuhai from Anubis. Please introduce yourself.
チームアヌビスで主に龍炎を使用しているリハイズです。お願いします。
大家好 Hello everyone. I'm Zhuhai from Anubis.
好，欢迎咱们的选手啊。那其实聊到在今天比赛整体打得
In today's match, you performed very beautifully. The first question is that coming to China offline, do you have any different impression?
今回は初めて主会に来て、オフラインの試合で、何か感想がありましたか？
そうですね。僕らのオンラインでも VC は結構基本的にふざけてることが多くて面白いんですけど、オフラインに来て今回特に主にルビナを使っているミニーマがしょっちゅうカメラにちょっかいをかけているので、それを見てるのが面白いです。
其实我之前在线上也参加过非常多的比赛，
I have been in online tournaments, but this time I came to China, and I think Minima from my team is very interesting, and he's very energetic, and he has so many interesting face impressions, and that is the most impressive thing for me. I think both your teammates and our audiences have great impression of him. So you win very dominantly both map 1 and map 2. What do you have? What's the reason of that?
ですので、どのような要素はこのような勝利につながるのでしょうか？
僕らが強みだと思っていることが、基本的にバンピックに強いなと思っていて、自分たちの元から使える機体はもう使えるものとして置いておいて、2機体目や3機体目、いろんな構成の組み合わせを試すことによって、そうですね、どんな番が来ても対応できるようにしています。
我来总结的话，就是我们队的
If
优
you let
势
me to
是
say
我们
that,
能够提
I
前
would say
预
our
测一下
strong
这个我们备
point
境的
is
骑兵
that
是什么，
we could
然后我们也
predict
能够
how
根
the
据
ban
每
pick
个骑
goes,
兵的这个优势来进行
and
组
we
合，
would
我们能够很好的应对每一个骑兵，
construct
这
our
是我们
comp
团队
based
最大的
on
优势。
our strikers, and this is the biggest strength of our team. Yes, I think your prediction and your on-site performance is very good, and thank you for your interview.
好的，那也是下一场比赛将由 EVA 极限战队对阵 CSTG 仓鼠特工战队，他们接下来将会有怎么样的精彩的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
まずは初戦を勝たないとお話にならないと思うので、無事勝つことができて、ちょっと一安心してます。あります。あなたたちのリスポーン時間を3年にします。
いや負けちゃったんですけど、めちゃくちゃ楽しかったです。本当になんかこう隣に仲間がいる状態で戦うのがやっぱすごい良かったなって思います。オンラインと全然違ってもちろんあります。次の試合は絶対に勝とうと思います。かかってこい。
こうやって海外に行って何かこういうイベントに出て実際に大会に出るってことが初めてなので、何が良かったというより、今ここにいてなんかこういうのに参加して、今から世界中のトップランカーの人とかと戦うこと自体が楽しいことですね。
そうですね、嬉しかったこと、自分今回日本から中国に招待いただいたんですけど、初めてのその海外旅行、初めて日本から出てきたので、もちろん、異国中国でゲームやるのも楽しいし、単純に中国に、ね、旅行に来れたって、しかもいいところに泊めてもらって美味しいご飯もみたいな感じで、今現在進行形で嬉しいことが続いてます。
はい、おはワールドの小丸7でございます。
I'm DJ9 with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Encilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TI 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、リュウエンを使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのラウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居，
我是老李，
我是来自斗鱼的39，
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜，
我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane Main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Play Illuminate.
期待はまあステーゴ。
ナルカミですね。ナルカミが一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして、
ヒーラーですかね。
我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔，
赤霄，
赤霄
这种。
I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで、なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。
其实我挺期待跟影子他们交手的，因为我平时也挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军，
目标夺冠吧。虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。
目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
ひねり潰す。
絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。
我必拿下你。
尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysius, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかり取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。
冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Two quarterfinals left, a lot of Mecha Break to go. Welcome back to the Global Invitational. I'm excited to watch our best Chinese teams here.
I am super excited. We get a few more games on the day. Then there's even more after that with Jake and Dia, so don't go anywhere. Get the popcorn, get the snacks, get the everything. Cuddle up with the animals. We've got some pilots and strikers to watch at the top level here as we get to our next game. EVA versus CSTG. It should be quite a banger. I think Eva might be able to squeak out the advantage here, but it should still be a pretty neck-and-neck game.
Yeah, we had an all-Japan duel at the top side of the quarterfinals. Now we get to see what the #1 team from China is all about. Eva versus the Chinese underdogs of CSTG. A very swift 2-0 victory for Eva, but a very grueling 2-1 for CSTG against CLGG yesterday.
It was. The CSTG versus CLGG was middle of the pack teams we were expecting, and it was GG indeed. A brawl back and forth, a reverse sweep to take the win for CSTG. They're going to have a lot of work to do because the wins, as Lemon just said, coming from the side of Eva yesterday, were like flawless blowouts that they were able to manage. They were hungry for the win.
Yeah, against Shuffle too. That
Shuffle
is
got shuffled.
Yeah, they did. You got to respect that team, but you got to respect Eva. Excited to hype up these players. And CSTG, you said they went the distance. One of our few map threes. They started off strong, and they had kind of a Graceland Sky City where the resilience of CLGG came back, and then we duked it out on Observatory where that went the distance. I can't believe how close that match was.
The Graceland Sky City was huge. Guizhang on the Aquila. I think that's going to be a focus here for Team Eva be taking out because he was so damaging throughout those maps, especially in Graceland when it's all about you flying off to the side, just being a distraction as that air control.
But this is Ken's dream house, not Barbie's dream house,
Oh, yeah,
okay?
it's true.
I have
Ken
to make
is
as many
here.
Ken references,
Ken is
okay?
here.
Because he is Kenuff, okay? I love Ken. Aquila the Falcon, you almost fell out of your seat watching one of Ken's shots yesterday.
The end of Graceland Sky City, he hits a shot that is so unreal. And beyond that, 2 MVP games, Falcon and Aquila, not even the same striker. This, Ken brings it to the table, and we're going to have to see if he gets any direct bans today because I'd say worth.
It's, Aquila or Falcon, like, he's still flexible enough. He's the GOAT, but he's also flexible. Like, one of the best players.
Goats are flexible? No, I'm just
I haven't tried bending them, but even in our sort of content piece during the break, a lot of people were fans of Yinzi and that Panther. And he showed us the Panther on all 3 maps yesterday.
So I have notes from games, and then I have overall day notes. Yinzi's Panther went in my overall day notes. I was like, this is gross. From expecting to not see Panthers as much to having those sole striker pilots playing Panther come out and show us what top tier looks like was incredible, and everybody on the end of Yinzi's lands was pulling their hair out.
Yeah, and Panther's a lot weaker now than it was when the game first came out, and he's still showing us how good it is. But just CSTG overall are a well-rounded roster of players that can literally play anything. Like I'm looking at Sanjio, who showed us Hurricane, Welkin, and Aquila. Ahai, who showed us Elisa, Stego, and Welkin. Like, I don't think you can really ban against CSTG.
It is going to be tough, especially going to maps where they feel like I don't think they need to have complete air control. If they have no Falcon or Sky Raider, the Aquila's there, which gives them a little bit, but they play around it so well that Aquila can almost be down towards the fight, helping the team within the battle. Here's the roster rundown for both squads.
Yep, the #1 team from China. Say hello to Eva, who 2-0'd Shuffle yesterday. You got Ken, the obvious multiple MVP haver, but you can't deny what someone like Border does on the Panther, who can go up against Yinzi's Panther. But also Border brings out has the Pinaka by his side with the Panther, so the extra resources could give him the edge against Yinzi.
The big thing from Eva yesterday, they had the flawless Cape Blanc Observatory map, 8 extractors just completely dismantling Shuffle off the map, and really Shuffle was looking at death timers the whole time. So you see the win condition Eva has here on some, but now it's time to watch CSTG take the stage.
Yeah, CSTG, I think, sit in my top 8 for the power rankings. They're an underdog for China, but this is still a region that has shown up for Mecha Break, that is teaching everyone how it's done. They bring a wealth of experience, and it shows when they're able to pretty much play any striker you throw at them. But there is a sort of Panther one trick amongst their team. Is that going to be a target ban for Yinzi?
Yeah, I think so. I want both to get through. Let the Panthers through, especially on the first map we might see. Again, I want to reiterate, I'd love to see more of that Tricera ban on Graceland Sky City. get the map itself mobile. I feel like that'll really throw teams for a loop because they have put so much time on the Tricera strategy. It's hard to adapt for some.
And that trophy that everyone's fighting for is in between those two teams. And they're also fighting in that amazing little spaceship studio that we have. And of course, there's a ton of one. This isn't just for a shiny, spectacular trophy. We got a pretty hefty prize pool. We also got broadcasts in Chinese and Japanese. If in case you don't know English, I don't know why you're here, but we've got broadcasts for everyone. I just can't wait for the launch of Mecha Break.
It's amazing. You can get the demo right now. Go play it on Steam. It is incredible. You see the pilots in the hangars there. You can be in your hangar, get the paint jobs on your mech. There's tons of things you can do. There's sliders on sliders for sliders.
And it's free to play.
Customize. And it's free to play.
That's kind of the best part for me.
Yeah.
And have you seen how you can customize your pilot? You can. They are gorgeous. You talked about the sliders. There's some cursed ones. I know you have a TV on your head. There's all types of accessories.
The duality of pilots, we can call it.
Yeah, and then the paint jobs. It doesn't even just end at how cool your pilot is, which you get to watch them over and over as they eject. I eject a lot from my striker because I die a lot, despite being on Elisinus.
You're just a fighter, though. You're just a fighter. That's good. That's what you want. You don't want Elisinus to hide. You want Elisinus to battle.
The paint
so doing it right.
Are so cool. Like DSG came out in all the yellow strikers for DSG. Everyone kind of is customizing it for their banner.
And we're just doing Operation Verge. There's other game modes. When you're playing the game to get out there and extract PvPvE, to get out there and do some Ace Arena if you're high level enough. But yeah, the modes are amazing. You can also outfit, besides like changing the sliders on your pilot, you can give them little accessories and jetpacks and stuff. And like you said, helmets. So there is so much to make your striker, your pilot, yours here. And that's what these teams are doing as they get onto the main stage to show us what they want to bring to the table in their pedigree of play and their pilot's appearance and aesthetics.
Yeah, what is there, 13, 14 strikers right now, 5 maps, and the game hasn't even actually launched yet. They plan on having a huge season,
can play ranked right now.
Lots of releases, lots of content. So this is just to give you a taste of what's to come from Mecha Break and to bring you the best pilots from around the world. To also, I'd be writing things down. Like I'm writing things down of how to play some of these strikers because they're pulling off things that I had no idea were possible.
Like Lemon mentioned, this isn't, you might have just heard it now if you're watching, if friends got you into it, but this has been going on. Definitely a labor of love here for the devs. They're switching, they're balancing, they're listening to the community. The Discord is always popping off. There's always just community members playing throughout it. So check out that all for Mecha Break. We're here at the pre-launch Global Invitational, and we're about to get into our next match of the day.
Look how serious everyone looks. Not like the crazy, funny faces and poses from our previous series, but they're locked in. They know how important this match is, not only for their region, because we are in China. It's important to represent China well, and I think this is intimidating for CSTG. I would say being at the definitely an underdog in terms of all the Chinese teams that are here, going against EVA in the quarterfinal, who is the clear #1. I'm excited to see if we can get an upset. We've had upsets.
We have had upsets. It's been pretty crazy. We've had very close games. ExtraTurn almost came up with a huge upset over Celestial Being, so the possibilities are there. We're soon about to get into the bans for the picks for the map, first one randomized, and then the bans for the strikers. We'll look at some statistics first, just to give you an idea of how EVA did yesterday in their Cape Blanc Observatory game and Graceland Sky City.
Yeah, when it comes to EVA's observatory, they ran the Falcon, Tricera, Stego, Lumine, Welkin, Inferno. So pretty standard. Then on Graceland Sky City, they had the Aquila, Tricera, Sky Raider, Pinaka, Welkin, Panther. So we've seen some of the cards in their arsenal, while as CSTG, they also went to some Graceland Sky City, and they brought out the Panther multiple times with Yinzi. They don't have the Pinaka to support it, but they do have the Lumine on all 3 maps.
And we see, they did go for 3, so a little bit more play time in the hot seat there and their strikers. But I don't know if that's going to matter. Everybody's pretty much got the time under the belt they need today. And we could see a switch up for these teams going to Karab or Eye of Mizra.
Yeah, the more unique things, I guess, about CSTG, they like the Inferno on Graceland Sky City and Observatory, the Hurricane on Palm Bay Harbor. That's been sort of a new strategy brought out by our professionals as of late. And then you have the Elisinus, which is picked here and there by our teams. That was brought out by Zhuhai on Observatory, so that stall potential, pretty insane. CSTG got a lot of pages in that strat book.
down the line of players. Prepared
to launch.
Prepared to launch. Welkin, let's go. I hope I see it. Love it.
You have such a good voiceover voice for this. Like, I was kind of ready to launch just now. Like,
I was ready, ready to launch.
I was looking for my joystick. Or, oh, you know what? We should try to play this game on a joystick. I wonder if that's possible.
That would be, it
like
is.
on the pilot stick or whatever?
So one of the players from Thai plays on a PlayStation controller and a mouse. So he flies Falcon with his left hand and attacks with the right hand, but also maneuvers a little bit too. Like,
that's so
wild,
meta.
Wild. But like you mentioned yesterday and today, the targeting system that is lock on kind of break allows you to do that and focus not on so much aiming, but getting into the right position to target, lock on, and execute your play. So I can see it working. I can't wait to see it. We haven't cast Thai yet, but that is interesting stuff.
We got the custom Mecha Break chairs. We got Alienware.
So nice.
Of course, the G4. Like, these guys are kitted out. The equipment is going to propel you to victory. Well, actually, it all depends. Now you are the problem. You are the factor, the variable, because we got the best of the best PCs out here. We got the best of the best pilots, and it's China to see which team we will send, our first Chinese team, into the semifinal to try and contest Japan.
Waiting. Stoic. Hi.
There's like so many maps to prepare for. Like, I know 5 doesn't seem like a lot, but it is in terms of how long this game has been out, how many scrim partners you're able to find, if you maybe only started scrimming here, and also that there's a ban system. So you kind of have to give yourself a plan B, maybe even a plan C, depending on how hardcore you are, because just having your main ban can really throw your entire game plan for a loop. Thinking of how many teams center their composition around a Luminate or maybe a Sky Raider, just taking out one striker can really dismantle your game plan.
It can, especially if you don't know how to reset that. It's one of the reasons Celestial Being, we heard in the interview, was able to win their Palm Bay Harbor match, was understanding they had 2 down and they had to reset. Where are we headed, Lemon? Where are we going?
I think the striker band. Oh, it's Eye of Mizra. That's at the top. So important. And now we get to ban depending on that. So it's important to have mobile strikers here. The Flyers are going to be supreme. The Luminates have been so important at carrying that objective. So we'll see if Team EVA are confident against that. Now, trying to take care of some of these ultra heavies is important to them.
It is. Stego's going to be the one that refreshes your shields, really makes it impossible to uproot the other. Oh my God, I thought that was a Tricera band too, but it flips over to Falcon real quick at the last second. So Aquila's can reign here if we do get some of that air dominance. Inferno coming in was huge. We saw for Reset. We saw for MDB, some of the top Inferno players in the world. And we will get it again. Oh, they switched off of Inferno for Team EVA.
Okay, I was wondering if they were going to go for the secondary flyer. So Hunter on the Sky Raider is great. You got a sniper, so ranged and mobility from Team EVA with, of course, the Luminate. No, it's Kai thinking about the Pinaka or the Luminate. That's tough. Do you want more single target resources with the Pinaka? Do you want to enable your Sky Raider? Or do you want to kind of assist your tanks to stay grounded with the Luminate? So, of course, the mobility boost from Luminate is something you can't underestimate. Ooh, Elisinus.
Yeah, taking quite a bit of time to fill out these squads. CSTG are bringing a lot of power, but Team EVA, they have this air dominance that's going to be able to have Aquila in the air, Sky Raider helping that as well. I believe it's up to Elisinus to really cause trouble for them, because otherwise the other Aquila could just easily be focused out.
A Panther on this map is what's kind of interesting to me, because I feel like there's just going to be so much mobility, so much flying around, and Panther has to lock down a target, and if everyone's so mobile, how is he going to do? Maybe Panther's going to thrive more once the storm comes out and everyone's kind of confused and can't see as much. That could be a fun Panther time.
We did kind of see that going crazy in our past few matches with Panthers and our back and forth. What we'll have to see for EVA and CSTG as they get onto Eye of Mizra again, capping the keys, bringing them to the shuttle for 30 points, or 15 points, 5 a tick there if you are able to extract the key, but you have to get there alive. Do we see point play here for capture, or do we see these teams going for the kills on the way to the escort?
Now the key will not be generated quite yet, so it's just gonna be about fragging out, and already some low health targets from CSTG. You got Ozzy, who's below half health, no armor, a double kill from Eva.
Yinzi almost about to go down as well. Ooh, gets a quick heal up there, recharges everything, and yeah, one down for CSTG very, very fast as they continue to fight around the middle of the map. We see Yinzi just trying to cause some problems here. Slow movement, he's gonna release this and get himself back to safe armor.
That's important to have those multiple lives, but the cooldown is so long to get armored back up, and of course you'll have that back if you do die. But remember, the respawn timers are so long, like 20 to 25 seconds, and they get longer for each death. And look, this Panther has already isolated a target, gets the chase down, low HP, direct damage, about to just
leave the Inferno alone.
Down smash, but is low on energy. This stagger is so BM. So BM.
He's like, when are you going to stop jumping? Just let it happen. I'm coming at you. Oh, my word. Playing with their food right now. Lemon still going after these shots. Look at the Aquila hitting left and right beautifully. Ready to take one out. Just one more shot. Direct damage. Oh, it can't be done. They're slowly keeping each other alive, and the fluid armor's back in.
The biggest differences in these comps is Aquila and Panther from the side of Eva, Elisinus, Inferno from CSTG. So different game plans as the key still hasn't spawned, and Eva are just kind of setting the tone of this map one.
Capping on the Lume now. Easy point. Oh, wait, yeah, actually in there. I thought they were in the box for a second. Huge flash coming out of Welkin as they try to get out of this situation, but still chased by baby Elisinus here. Moving around, trying to get the kills.
There's the full upload from Eva on their first objective, a commanding start, and CSTG are getting a bit staggered from each other, and this has not been good. They have not had all 6 strikers alive, and Ken is just picking them apart. CSTG just can't pressure this sniper back, and Ken is more than enough. This has been one of the MVP snipers of this Mecha Break tournament.
He's crazy. We've actually seen all of his targets trying to live with just a sliver of health behind these walls. They're just relegated to hiding. A beautiful wall to get into the air, but that's going to leave Welkin a bit out of sorts once they hit the ground, and yeah, that's going to be a chase here from Border. Ooh, it's painful.
Yeah, and now that you banned the Stego, you don't have to worry about displacing these tanks as much. Stego just outputting so much DPS, maybe allowing some of these flyers to run around a lot more. There is a key generated over at A, which is inside of a building, and Eva are playing gatekeep while someone has already grabbed the key.
Who does have it? It's getting tossed around. Kia's looking to get out. Still got some speed. Yinzi now we're focusing back on to getting the Elisinus armor back. 2 more lives to use here, but the key is so far in the distance, there's almost no chance.
And you just won't be able to stop that if you're CSTG. I think at this point, you just got to put a Band-Aid on it, stop the ship from sinking. They've just been constantly staggered, and I don't even know how many kills CSTG have realistically gotten.
Yeah. It's been tough. I mean, Yinzi just had one for himself, but it's not much more than that across the squad. Border is still just making the Welkin's life living hell. You can see the box isn't really to fight. The box is for safety, and everything that CSTG is trying to do is in defensive mode.
Yeah, and CSTG have their own Aquila, and it has to be the one to disrupt the other side. So Sanju versus Ken. But how can you go up against Ken? It's 73-2, which tells me CSTG have only gotten 2 kills over the course of the few minutes we've been watching this. This is domination from Eva.
And that's what we were worried about. No more than the 1 Aquila for air superiority. The Sky Raider on the side of Eva must be giving Sanji so much in the air, and damage-wise, and just making them have to reposition, which is not what the Aquila wants to be doing.
That's a good point about the Sky Raiders. Just so much disruption, so much to look up at. And Hunter already coordinating with the pings that are included in game. No fluid armor.
Exactly like you called it.
It's CSTG are running for their lives, but there's barely any shelter on this map, and the sandstorm would be the only thing that could cover CSTG's tracks. And now with this final upload, this will be Eva absolutely slapping the heck out of CSTG in map number 1.
The storm doesn't even get to come in. Keep your umbrellas and your jackets in the closet. Not needed here as Eva scream through Eye of Mizra. Get that ship uploaded and extracted, and really smart play to the points first. And I think clear air superiority ruled this match.
Yeah, and CSTG having a lot more forgiveness, utilizing the Eliseness, but having to get back into armor so fast.
Yeah.
Because you don't have as many bells and whistles in baby Eliseness or unarmored Eliseness. And they were trying to disrupt the key, but were constantly forced to retreat and to group back up. There was never an advantage for CSTG. I mean, they only got 2 kills. That says enough.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see these teams play I Am Isra today, so now we see how effective EVA can be with the double air superiority. And being to the points first, I think we saw big that Ken didn't want the points, but was first there. And you're either going to try to fight that Aquila, or Ken's going to be good enough to just bring you down to half, and you have to leave the point. So it was really a trade-off of if you can get close enough, if you can, you need your whole team there, or Ken is still going to be able to work some magic.
Well, CSTG can at least pick our next map.
Yes.
And Palm Bay Harbor was one that they won against CLGG yesterday. So we'll see if that could be something they're looking forward to.
I think so Graceland Sky City and Palm Bay Harbor, I think, will offer the most in diversity between where you're going. One, just on Palm Bay Harbor as you move through sections of the map. Graceland Sky City, obviously from map to map, but which do we think is more effective, right? You need to have really good teamwork, control over the payload if you want to get onto Harbor, but it does kind of deny Aquila's and air superiority a bit of reprieve for some time where they can't fight inside so much. So maybe that favors CSTG here.
It's tough to come up with a solution for a team.
Yeah, we go down rabbit holes and rabbit holes.
A team that plummeted so fast and tried to get back on their feet just to fall down again. Yeah. I would think maybe Palm Bay Harbor would be a fun, like, either Hurricane or Eliseness map. CSTG utilized the Eliseness, and that stall potential was really strong. It's just the team factor that they were never able to group back up, because when you do die, you're not respawning always next to your teammates. So to find each other, to fly each other, and it's not like EVA's gonna watch this happen. They're constantly aggressive.
Yeah, and looking at even the maps yesterday, they had Cape Blanc. We saw that flawless win into their Graceland Sky City. So that was a Stego Welkin Tricera. They were going for elevation there, and really only when they fell off elevation did it hurt them. So they did falter when they weren't on the high ground. There is a kind of a scratch to that armor that they have, and they can be beaten.
And CSTG tried to target ban a Falcon, but you cut off one head of the dragon and more grow, or whatever the saying is. Like, again, EVA are such a flexible team. They brought up the Sky Raider as a backup plan. They had Aquila. They had a Panther. They had threats from up high, down low, in your face, at a distance. There were so many threats that I don't blame CSTG to not really know how to address them in a tense moment.
Ken again. The Ken VP. Does it ever stop? 1.2 million with almost 500,000 direct. And yeah, you got to give props over to Sky Raider Hunter up there doing so much work to help him stay in that position to crush. And there it is, still at 61%. I'm pretty sure that's just like the same number from yesterday. An ace at 7-0 and 5.
The no deaths is what stands out to me. Of course, yeah, the 2 kills from the other team, that says a lot. But Sanju was mirroring on the Aquila. And I think a sniper's job is either to focus the other Aquila or to poke down the ultra heavies. And I'm sure that Sanju just had so many fires to extinguish and not enough help.
Yeah, it becomes tough. I mean, when you're chasing around with Aquila is shooting, but also trying to heal the tanks, you're spread way too thin. And as Luminate, you're basically just reloading your drones all the time, knowing you don't have enough for the squad. Border and Supa, in these Panthers that we're seeing across the tournament, so much fun. Yinzi as well. And here it is some more.
Look at the stagger, and look at the smile on his face while he does it. What an absolute menace. And we were talking about wanting to see the Panther mirror. And I mean, I wasn't really expecting it on Eye of Mizra. I was even questioning whether Border, if this was the right plan with such an open map with no cover and no ways to sneak around. And Yinzi understood the objective. I mean, let go of the Panther. The guy who only played Panther yesterday went to the Eliseness. But maybe CSTG, if they're confident in the Panther mirror, go to something like Graceland Sky City and have Yinzi face off against Border.
Yeah, play a little cat and mouse game with those Panthers, try to get him off the outside, because like we said, Graceland Sky City changes each time you're going to see it. But we're going to Karab Sinkhole, a map requiring a lot of teamwork with those 3 capture points, Lemon.
And maybe CSTG can thrive in that chaos where kind
True.
of in comparison to our previous series, you don't want to always just all fight 6v6 in the middle of the map forever, especially if you're losing. There's got to be a backup plan. Start pressuring the perimeter, send your flyers, send your mobile units. You got to separate sometimes and maybe even divvy up your forces, because if you can have EVA really trip up over their laces, that could be a moment for CSTG to come back.
I feel like the Aquila gets banned out here. They have to destroy some air superiority from EVA, I think, to get through this one. And maybe even take out the Stego on one side. Something has to give here if CSTG wants to cap this map.
Yeah, EVA banned Stego and CSTG banned the Falcon, but this didn't affect EVA whatsoever since they brought out the Sky Raider, but is CSTG going to want to continuously ban the Falcon? And you give yourselves a better chance if you don't put Ken on his best striker, or do you want to try and target some of these ultra heavies that are going to base up really in the center of the map?
So CSTG, as the losing team, get to pick and ban first on the Lumine. And a Pinaka? Everything is basically open, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a brawl with no sustain unless you're looking for a tiny Tricera drone.
Yeah, pretty much all damage is going to be permanent. It's going to be unforgivable, but also a less mobile side for Lumine because it also does provide that movement speed. Pinaka really enables those flyers and those more isolated damage dealers.
Yeah.
So limiting those options means it's going to be very unforgivable if you find yourselves away from your team or you really just no healing.
Sanju, what is the last pickup? Just watching the other team select the Elise needs for Minsk. Inferno gets locked in. Ooh, I like that for CSTG, actually. Inferno can always control A if you get the right positioning on that with a few teammates, and then you just need to get one more. So I'm actually giving this early fight over to CSTG here.
Panther Mirror.
Yes.
Let's go. Yinzi versus Border. I am so ready for this. I'm so ready for this.
It is sick. They're two of the best.
Everyone just go away. I want the 1v1. Respect the 1v1 in the middle of the map.
Oh, Gladiator for A.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm so down.
You only dive in.
And the Welkin boxes both of them in, so they
Yeah.
Just the
Welkins are the refs. Nobody
would
inside
be
the
incredible.
boxes.
So maybe CSTG, now that they have one of their best players on their best strikers, will we have a more even matchup? But this is not about what striker you use, but how you use them and how you rotate around this map, because this can just make you go cross-eyed trying to like figure out where everybody is and who's pushing what point.
It was interesting in a few of the scrims. We saw some teams going once the map was already open on a few points, really trying to get to the outside and flank like an Eliseness from the sides instead of straight up the gut. Usually where the snipers are is on the sides, but we'll see if that's the play this time. Already going to a few of the side points just to get the fights. Are you getting what you asked for? You're getting what you asked for?
Yay!
Oh my gosh.
And that's maybe the game plan for the Panthers, to be the ones who explore the perimeter, and each other are marking each other by just focusing down where they are on the map. Yinzi versus Border. And it's not even on, the perimeter isn't even unlocked yet. But it is capped early by EVA in the middle.
Props to Border so far. He's doing a great job. That initial shield is almost taken down. Yinzi missed one pivotal lance there. Okay, they start to trade a little bit back and forth. And they're not even going for A just yet. It's about the Panther prowess.
Kills are pretty even, but the objective is what's going to win the map. And it's still, A is still claimed, but B and C have just, are going to be unlocked shortly. And CSTG need to gather their forces or figure out what is the plan. Are they concentrating at A, or is it just going to be these duels around the map?
Yinzi with the cancels is so disgusting. Or Border with the canceling on Yinzi is so disgusting right now. Just one more lance in will do it. He goes down. It's going to be the parry.
The Falcon 2 is something to consider from Team EVA. They're running Ken, and he can also fly around and be a nuisance on other objectives.
There it is.
But this won't be what I can watch.
The finisher!
Border! The finisher!
Our first finisher! Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can do finishers, and that is the first one we've seen in the competition in the Panther 1v1 we were blessed to see.
He is laughing while everyone is like hard calming. Border's like, I just finished off the other Panther.
I love that nobody went over there.
I got my one, said Border. And meanwhile, it's 100 to like 20, by the way. So another day at the office for China's #1 team.
That was awesome. And we're not going to stop either. They are going to keep it 1v1 the whole time on the side of the map. And this is something we love. This is going to be CSTG now double capping, though. So they're going to get some points back here.
I like that Yinzi waits for the stagger and is playing a more reactive style of Panther. Fantastic staggers in the pin down on Border. This is such an even matchup. CSTG are also coming back in the score.
Dude, a match to watch for the ages. Honestly, Panther mains for months, years will be coming back to watch this one.
Yinzi is so like stoic in his face too. Border's like kicking his feet, having a grand old time. Yinzi, this is like for the world championship in his mind. Like CSTG are about to also take the lead, by the way, while we're watching this Panther off.
So good. Oh, just one. Both miss on that one. Oh, sliver of health. Both with direct damage to come through right now, and all they need to do is hit the lance. Yinzi's backpedaling just to get in position. Oh, there's a strike.
Macro-wise, we can see Eva going through the top of the map to capture C, and this could be what swings the game on its head. I'm surprised Eva have let this happen for this long. Finally, it's a double cap in favor of Eva.
There we go. We get back to the action. Senju now firing in on the Inferno from just over the fight to make sure they are raining down damage on the point. And now we are just about all even with this cap coming in from Ava as the points start to tick up.
Man, and this is why you can't let the Falcon float. Ken, you can't box him. You can't stop him, and he's out.
Perfect. You can see him hanging out, regen up on the crystals. Back into the fight, back out. And just absolute movement. Remember, Ken got double MVP from the Aquila to the Falcon. I don't know if we'll get that this time with all the pressure Border's putting on, but he is wreaking havoc on the Inferno around Senju right now.
Look at these loop-de-loops. Ken is just untargetable. And he's also getting so much information around the map, even if it doesn't look like he's outputting that much damage. This is, Eva have a good understanding of the map.
He's in his spawn! He is in his spawn! He went right to Yinzi's spawn area, and they're fighting in the chasm now.
The rest of CSTG are fighting for the middle of the map, by the way, so we still, as fun as this Panther matchup is, we have to remember there is still a game being played for a chance at the semifinal, okay? It's a double cap now for Eva, but that's no fun.
But the Panthers! Oh my gosh, this is too good. Yinzi again, however, getting the short end of the stick, or I should say the long end of the lance at this point, and he is not having fun here.
Meanwhile, Eva continue their lead with the double cap, and CSTG are focused on the middle. They're not spreading themselves too thin, and maybe Yinzi should be called over to help elsewhere, but honestly, who cares about what's
You are locked into legendary battle. They actually can't leave. They're tethered by lifeblood. They have to finish. Mings actually takes down Hunter there, so one down for CSTG. They're not able to stay on the map with two, but two down for Ava as well, so it is actually a scatter out there over the other points.
Yeah, CSTG were trying to push C as well, but by the blue circles on the minimap, you could tell that CSTG are taking L's on multiple fronts. Yinzi about to take one as well in this Panther 1v1. The finisher again! Border!
Border getting the BM in there straight to the chest as he grinds down and not piercing the heavens, but piercing the Yinzi. A high, beautiful job on the Welkin, spinning a finisher from the Welkin too. You love to see it.
Got his revenge.
Slamming him down.
Got his revenge for his teammate. But, guys, the objective, I don't want to be that guy, but does this really matter if you're losing the game? Eva are about to double the score. CSTG gotta push A or gotta push C.
Ava need one more. All of them look at CSTG. They're all on the bottom left, getting to respawn, really. Also, the fight we've been seeing between Border and the Yinzi in that. As we have Ken now chasing down and being disruptive over these points to make sure that CSTG on entry is already having trouble.
Ken is harassing anyone who even thinks about the middle of the map with this Welkin box. If you can dodge a Welkin, you can dodge a ball. And Ken finally gets locked down with the slam dunk from A-High.
Yeah, some of those are going to hurt. Welkin is eventually going to find that lockdown. of the overhead axe. Where can they deliver the damage now? We're getting close. Oh, coming up on 900 now for EVA. And they are about to double the score. Have already doubled the score, rather, a CSTG.
This is pretty GG, but you know what? We won. The viewers.
Yo, the viewers won hard.
We're entertained. I'm only looking at the stats between the two Panthers. I kind of almost want a solo stat of like who won the Panther matchup. I didn't want to write down all the kills, but Border and Yinzi are having such a fun time. Yinzi is even cracking a smile.
They gotta be lonely right now. They're not even near each other. This must feel so weird for them.
CSTG just remembered now to double cap. It's
yeah.
Kind of Jover unless you triple cap. But hey, friends of CSTG, if they could lose to anyone, it could be their brethren from China. This will be CSTG dropping to the lower bracket shortly. And EVA, hey, at least they put on a good show.
This is actually what we asked for, a fight in the center from the Panthers. Spotlight on as the last points tick up here. And Yinzi had all the chance in the world to cap that A and triple it for a second before seeing Border just on the other side of the fight path.
Oh, there's a Stego interrupting this one.
No!
Border,
Ban him.
You didn't actually take an L. They disrespected you, my king.
You see how much fun they're having right now. Awesome. Look at that finisher coming in. Boosh. Have not seen that one just yet. Very, very cool stuff. And it's just about to be over. 2 more points to tick in here, and that's all they need from one cap on the A. That was an extremely fun match to watch. Like Lemon said, EVA wins, but we win as the viewers.
We win.
We win as the viewers.
I wanted to
MVP, you
We should have
guys.
started this on Eye of Mizra because it's even more huge of a map than Krob's Sinkhole. Just the sandstorm comes in, 2 Panthers facing off. Make a movie, a montage about that. But yeah, EVA move on to the semifinals to face the winner of Celestial Being and DSG coming up next. CSTG, it's not the end of the road. They'll have to, though, endure the lower bracket.
Oh, I need a breather. This is getting way too fun for these teams. The pilots and the strikers are having a blast here at the Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational. And as well for 2 high-class teams to face off here, giving us such a great match and a beautiful Panther showing. We do see that EVA moves on, and they have been pretty dominant in all their matches. They are really one to watch now because they're going to make it to the uppers.
Yinzi and Border hugging and laughing about that Panther 1v1 at the end. That was the handshake I was looking forward to. Oh my god.
So awesome to see. Such camaraderie, so much respect as they take their rightful place here in front of the trophy and maybe even a few days just behind it to lift it high. It is going to be EVA with your win.
No Lumine, no Pinaka, just vibes, and 2 Panthers duking it out for the win, the loss, but ultimately a good time, which is what we wanted being here in Zhuhai City, China for our Mecha Break Global Invitational. China sends their best team forward to the semifinal, but who else will be joining them? Will it be North America or another Chinese team?
Like CSTG, CLGG was also a match that showed us things we haven't seen before on Cape Blanc Observatory, where we had our extractors disappearing from the map because the teams were so strong at denying each other extractors. So whenever we see these teams go into a map, we know different stuff can happen, and seeing EVA do things like that, having so much control over maps, it really means that we're going to get to push the maps to the limit.
And just, I like how resilient CSTG are. I mean, they went all the way to map 3 against CLGG yesterday.
Yeah.
They're just kind of accepting what was going to happen in this series and at least having fun in these 1v1s. Because I think winning my 1v1 in a Panther mirror, whatever mirror, like, I got my one. Like, I'm not the problem, says Yinzi on the other side. But there's going to be some problems to address if they want to stay alive in this tournament because, yeah, no more lives in the lower bracket.
No more lives. I'm excited. I hope we get the Panther interview, by the way. I also got to see who do you got on MVP. Who's your MVP?
Border.
Border? Not Ken.
No, I don't care about this Falcon. I care about the Panther. I care about the superior Alpha Panther, the Giga Panther. Give it to Border.
True. It was a Giga Panther. I don't know if Border doesn't. It'll be interesting to see if you can 1v1 yourself an MVP because he was also toward that point doing some objectives, so he did balance out what it was going to become. And props to the rest of the team. We're not really sure what you did throughout the game, but I'm sure it was amazing. All of you guys played really well.
Whoever won, Eva won. The rest of you did great. Got the points, did your job.
Your dots on the mini-map were fantastic.
Yeah, I'd be in the comms like, guys, we got a cabin. It's like, okay. But they're all just laughing and no one can hear each other because it's just Border saying, I'm finishing him, I'm finishing him.
Like, even to break that down a little bit, we did see Border actually be able to kind of fake out with cancels Yinzi's attack and primarily be hitting the lances like one after another. So watching from Border's perspective there, because you can get red and blue POV on the YouTube channel for Mecha Break, which is amazing. Thank you so much for providing that production to go and see it from a specific side. And now we see the specific stats on our screen.
You know what Mecha Break needs? Different finishers. Can you imagine fatality?
We got
and
finishers.
You just pull out, like, I don't know, the battery pack of, I don't know.
Oh my God. Falcons is the most egregious. You have this skinny guy who basically sticks his gun in your chest and then your head comes off.
Oh my
And he
God.
throws it. He's just like, yeah, bye.
What does Welkin do? Behead you or something?
Welkin has like a spin Hulk smash you into the ground because you stuck to the front of his axe.
You can't see
Very
Riv, but I'm
brutal.
sure you could visualize exactly
Oh,
what
I
he
did the
just
full
did.
move without the spin. My chair spins though, but I don't want to fall off. So that's huge from Hunter on the Stego, looking at 1 million damage of what they were able to fight. Same thing from me, Ming Ziming. Really good
Border
stuff.
versus Yinzi. I'm seeing 500,000 versus 300,000.
The Stego.
The Stego. You know what? That's the most logical answer.
It is true.
The fun answer would be Border, but the most the most correct answer would be Stego.
Stego, Hunter bringing that in at 3, 2, and 8 on the KDA. So looks like he was involved in just about every fight the team was having, as well as defensive plotting on those points. Objectives really help to bring up your MVP status. Welkins will know that because all we do is cap stuff and run away.
Yeah, I hope they ask him about that 1v1 and just how much fun was being had to versus how much were they trying to dial things
Was
back.
your team calling you back and you both were both denying it? I mean, at one point we saw, again, Border in the spawn of CSTG, which just, to me, is the funniest thing.
Yeah, meet me in the
He's
back
like, I'm not going to wait for you. I'm coming over, bro. I'm coming to your house.
I think Yinzi probably invite him up there. He's like, no,
Yeah.
there's going to be 2 people at the objectives. Meet me in the back alley. Like,
Oh.
Just such good parries, too, out of Yinzi. I feel like Border was always on the offensive and eventually broke through those defenses.
Look at that. Does the finisher on camera, too. Now from the side of Yinzi here, getting the few and in-between times that he was really able to get Border low.
Yinzi seems like one of those people that are having a grand old time but won't smile or show it on their face.
Yeah.
Like, this is the best day in Yinzi's life, and you just won't be able to see it. He does crack a smile near the end of the match, and maybe the factor could be that CSTG were losing that map, so, you know, he was probably going to hear it later, but still fun.
I think, so looking at this, I think Yinzi becomes a little telegraphed with the jumps. As soon as you see Yinzi jump, you'll see a dash coming out of Border. I crow on that one because Border didn't dash, but it was happening. This time, Yinzi gets the catch. You see that finisher from the front side where he just jams the lance down into the pilot area of the striker. Oh, Border.
There's definitely a moment where CSTG double capped and maybe even took a lead.
Yeah.
So I was like, guys, are we capping? Literally and metaphorically, what is going on? I thought maybe Evo were being a little too charitable at some points, but they closed it out in the end.
Bring the fight to the middle. We got our gladiator battle here towards the end as well, but then Stego had to put his hand in the pie and mess everything up.
That's why he got MVP, I guess.
That's true. That's true. The extra bit of damage.
Most unhonorable MVP, but still was the one who was anchoring the middle of the map and forced everyone to the outskirts. So respect to the Stego, respect to Hunter on that MVP.
Really awesome stuff from them and a very fun match. You can see just what the mood, the electricity is like here in the venue, on the main stage. The people around as well, because they're still practicing just outside here. You hear the cheers, the screams as they're watching the games between scrims too. So it is all Mecha Break all the time here at the Pre-Launch Global Invitational, and we're only going to get more.
As much as there's thousands of won on the line, we also have an interview, so let's tune into that first.
Welcome to the post-match interview. We are joined by the winner, UR from EVA. Please introduce yourself. Hi everyone, I'm UR. So this match is very fun, and we had fun watching it. You performed very well. Did you communicate? What do you want to say to your opponents, your good friends? Yeah, this is very fun. I hope I can have another opportunity to play with them. Of course, we want to see it one more time. The second question, compared to yesterday, we have roster change. Xiaomai was on. Did you have any differences between today and yesterday? Well, he is Hurricane main, and if he's on, we will be playing more defensively. Yeah. And coming to your Vulcan, I've seen your videos, you've played very well. Do you have any tips for Vulcan? I think playing Vulcan, you have to collaborate with your teammates. You don't want to play too aggressively because you want to keep yourself alive. Yeah. So we can see map 2. Coming to the ban pick, you ban all the supporters. What do you think? Yeah, we think we want to fight with each other, so we just ban the supporter strikers. The last question is that I heard you guys talked very happily. Yeah, because we're looking for Falcon. So, what do you think, your Falcon? We know each other for a very long time. He's very good at Falcon and other things very well. Also Aquila. And I'll be looking forward to your following matchups. Thank you for your interview.
那我们的下一场比赛是由 CB 战队对阵 DSG 战队，他们又会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
はい、おはワールドの小丸7でございます。
I'm DJ Knight with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Ancilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TIE 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、龍炎を使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのラウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居，我是老李，我是来自斗鱼的39，
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜， 我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane Main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Elimination.
題はまあステーゴ。
ナルカミですね。ナルカミが一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして。
ヒーラーですかね。
我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔。
赤霄。
这
种。
I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで、なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。其实我挺期待跟影子他们交手的，因为我平时挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军，
目标夺冠吧。虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
ひねり潰す。
絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。
我必拿下你。尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城墙。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final two teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only one unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans one striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス。絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
挺好，感觉稳了，只想跟阿努比斯打。希望我们队伍能在这次比赛夺得冠军。
そうですね。うちのチームメンバー結構連携がうまいことできてたんで、それは良かったんですけど、ちょっと自分の実力不足で、最後はちょっと負けちゃったんで、けど熱い試合ができたら良かったと思います。回戦の環境があるので、よりフェアな戦いができたのかなと思いますね。お互いの実力差がはっきり分かった気がして、良かったと思います。一度負けてしまったんで、敗者復活戦は絶対に勝ちたいと思ってます。ここでもう負けるわけにはいかないので、次は必ず勝ちたいと思います。
やっぱ一番良かったことは、こうやって万全の状態で戦える場所を提供してくださったことだと思ってます。食事だったりとか、そのホテルだったりとか、それ含めてもうメカブレイクっていうゲームに本当に集中できる環境を作ってくれた。それがもう俺にとってはもう一番嬉しいことで。
场地包括于我们所住的公寓很不错的。目前我们在那边吃了有4顿吧，餐餐不一样，每餐都有新感觉，每餐都有新体验。
Welcome back to the Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational. We are here for one more match before we turn it over for the next 4 games of the day. That's right, we still got 5 left. Absolute action coming at you, just like a Panther v Panther matchup. But this one's going to be huge. Celestial Being versus Disguised.
It's gonna be a fun match.
It'll be a fun match.
It'll be fun. I don't know about close, but fun.
That's true.
And we've had fun but not close matches. We actually just casted one. So I'm hoping to see what DSG have up their sleeve, because there are a bunch of professional gamers from other games that have been invited to check out Mecha Break to see how their mechanical skill can transfer to such a high mobile, I don't know, crazy game that is Mecha Break. And they're going up against Celestial Being, which is a top dog.
Celestial Being gave us one of our most exciting games yesterday versus ExtraTurn, down to the last few percent on the payload of Palm Bay Harbor, as well as the other maps. We got one of our best of 3 series to go all the way between ExtraTurn and Celestial Being, but Disguised was able to take their series in 2. So feeling confident, because really no pressure there is on them. They're here to play, they're here to learn, but they're also here to have fun.
And I'm wondering, are we going to see North America or yet another Chinese team in our second semifinal?
It's true.
I would rank Celestial probably number 2 behind EVA. And they're going to be showing up here to maybe surprise us. And we'll see if DSG can take any, punches to their armor. Will we see any cracks in that fluid armor of Celestial Being?
Veda on that Inferno, on a lot of things being so good for them. The rest of the team as well. You see Tuobi flying around on that Welkin sometimes. Here they are as they enter the hangar to get ready to pilot their strikers.
I'm excited to see Celestial Being. And these are just like my mental power rankings of EVA, then Celestial Being. Then there's also Anubis and Lunar Break on the Japanese side. But Celestial Being, this needs to be a perfect and flawless win for me, or I'm going to start having some doubts.
I like that. It is. They need to come up, they need to show up, and they need to just take down DSG if that's going to be the case, which is where I think DSG, but DSG could make a dent there, you know, if we see Celestial being trying one strat too hard, not being able to identify what might be the perfect chaos of DSG. Hey, it could work.
Hey,
they are.
DSG surprised me yesterday because when we saw the scrims between them and Team Liquid were the ones winning the scrims. But then in the official match, we watched that. It was not pretty, but in the official match, that's what matters. DSG won against Team Liquid 2-0, and I don't really find that to be a close series. So I feel like I'm underrating where DSG are at.
Maybe they've made that the problem for everybody. They're like, hey guys, we actually got like 400 hours back home, and we just didn't play when we got here. Oh, there's issue, we're tired. No, we'll see what they got though. They did have good coordination from what we saw in teamwork, but they were all together, and it's kind of hard to stop a ball of 6. A few things on Eye of Mizro where they were kind of capping with the Tricera, but it still worked, no cap, so you're good there. There's a few of those things that they know they can fix. So already stronger coming into day 2 is going to be 100% possibility for DSG. Is it the strength of Celestial being, though? Maybe they haven't reached Celestial just yet.
For sure, and for a lot of the players at this tournament, this is their first esport. But after just casting the players from DSG for over a decade, they have such a wealth of experience. This is not their first rodeo when it comes to international lands, it comes to tense matches, in terms of going up against an opponent that is just head and shoulders above you. So this is a team that is going in with really nothing to lose. They're still in the upper bracket,
Absolutely.
So there's a lot to learn from this match.
We'll see the rosters as well, a bit of their stats from yesterday here before we get into the game. Zero Zenin having a pretty great game yesterday as well. I believe Ann picking up one of our MVPs, if I remember correctly. And we see your DSG squad. Sam was actually popping off yesterday. Not like actually, like surprisingly, like Sam's coming up on the kill feed over and over and over. So they have an idea of how to put down the pain and get their opponents to be looking at those death timers.
Same thing with Hydron. He was on the Aquila through most of that time.
That was effective.
And he is a sniper in other games too, so to find a striker that just kind of suits his play style, I think is awesome. And just, these are also players that have competed together, either on the same team or amongst different teams. They've known each other for such a long time, so chemistry in a game like Mecha Break that requires so much coordination, I think DSG have a lot of potential in their future with more hours under their belt. But you're still going up against Celestial being the #2 team from China, one of the most stacked regions that we have here. And I'm looking forward to just a lot of the kind of powerhouses. We have Vita on the Sky Raider, Zero on the Hurricane on Palm Bay if we go there, IHD on the Falcon. I don't think you can really ban against Celestial being.
No, I don't think you can either. Their pools are going to be way too big. Plus, I think they can just trade off strikers if they don't feel comfortable on something. I think it's going to be up to DSG as we see their stats to be able to play without some of the fundamentals. If a Welkin is taken out, are they going to be okay, right? These base strikers you almost need and tank strategies. And that might be something that is a crux for DSG. As we go down the squad, see the boys ready to get in action.
That was just false earlier. My Canadian GOAT, Sam, who's been on the rise in his esports career, young and still full of talent, and someone who's already ready to take a nap, I guess. But these are players that do the heavy lifting in and out of game. Hydron, good vibes across the board, and you just need to go into this like you're ready to learn no matter what the result is.
Getting the comm set.
And that's Juby earlier, who is playing a lot of the supportive strikers, Lumine, and he's also designating the strikers that he thinks would match his other teammates best. And Dante, who's been a leader in tank roles in other games, is probably the most flexible player on this roster. He's learning Eliseness, he's learning Inferno. So DSG, I think, have made a lot of improvements in such a short amount of time.
And they're picking the right ones to go for, too. As we said, Inferno coming into this tournament wasn't really thought of too much. Now in the mix, but Hurricane also pushing Inferno aside in some of these maps that we're seeing, and even more so on some more that we've heard from today. It'd be interesting to see if Hurricane does make an appearance.
This is such a stacked roster. They still went the distance. It kind of surprising map 3 against ExtraTurn, as this is China's #2 team, and to not take a clean first match kind of maybe raises some questions of, was that just an off day, or is the talent that's at Mecha Break just that good?
Right. Just from patch to patch, may have not seen these teams in quite a while, and now as we meet and the meta somewhat changes, we saw Graceland Sky City, Tricera being locked out, throwing teams for a loop already on this first few matches today. So still, I think we have a lot to see within the depth of striker pools and how they are banned out, because we had a Lumine and a Panaka the other time, which leaves just about everything to be able to fight, and it was an all-out brawl because teams can choose what they want to get there.
For sure. I think DSG don't have a wealth of a striker pool compared to the other
it's
teams,
the kiddie
so
pool.
I'm genuinely worried how this match is going to go, because DSG faced another North American team with pretty much the same experience in this game, maybe minus a few players from DSG or from Team Liquid that were in the open beta or the alpha, but now this is a playing field that is very heavily tilted in favor of Celestial Being, but we'll see what kind of DSG have learned from maybe the footage that CB have put out already.
Inferno. Yeah, I would expect that from CB. Do we get a Stego over here?
Starting out on Eye of Mizra, so...
Oh.
Dante was the one who played Inferno yesterday. Narukami, DSG did not touch this at all, and I don't know if Narukami was brought out too much from CB yesterday. They very much prefer the Aquila, if not just straight up Skyrider and Falcons. Yeah, Manbu played the Aquila on Crab Sinkhole for Team CB.
Right, yeah,
so
that's what I was thinking.
kind of a throwaway ban there for DSG.
Ooh, Hydron is on the Aquila, but what? That's going to be a fight for air superiority right away. If Mambu and Hydron are doing battle, we're going to have to see who has the upper hand there. The rest of the battle's on the ground. The Eliseness there. It is going to be on the other side for Veda and Dante as well, so it looks like we've got a pretty equal matchup going into this one.
You know what's funny about DSG? They played Eye of Mizra yesterday, and you criticized them quite fairly.
Okay.
But maybe some kind of meta reinvention here
I can't wait.
of the Tricera carrying the key.
Yes, okay. If they do it again, they do it again. The one thing I want to see from DSG is if they cap the key at A, you must go out the window. Don't go out the door. That is a win condition right now from me for DSG. Let's see what we got here on Eye of Mizra. The Storm just off on your left. Ready to come in, Lemon. That is going to cause problems for our Lumines.
I swear I don't fit in that window. And Riv keeps yelling at me,
Go through
and
the
I
window.
swear I don't fit. And I also get lost through the tunnels. So just finding yourself on this map through, even without the sandstorm, it is so open, limited on cover. So look out for like snipers like Hydron, snipers like Manbu to really challenge each other at a distance.
The last shot of your squads before they get in the game. Remember, you can see POVs from each team on the Mecha Break YouTube if you want to watch from CB or Disguised particularly. This is what it'll look like. But we're going to go ahead and break into some solo views and some pips as we show you the entire map of Eye of Mizra right now, focusing on the Aquilas as they take Sky priority.
And this is a full mirror matchup as a reminder. Stego, Aquila,
Yeah.
Lumine, Welkin, Eliseness, Tricera. So those ultra heavies wanting to stack up, but keep in mind, those Aquilas need some space to operate. And that's
Ooh.
Hydron hitting some fantastic shots against his mirror Aquila matchup of Manbu.
Very quick, actually, on the aim there from Hydron. Nicely hitting some damage. A beautiful engage here by the Eliseness coming in from DSG. Or Veda, rather, sorry, from CB.
CB just collapsing on DSG's forces, removing false early. And there's quite some time to set the tone, but every reminder, every kill extends your respawn. So this is CB setting themselves up for success in the long term.
4 down for DSG. The ace is imminent as they are trying to find safety, find solace somewhere in Eye of Mizra. And right now it's just going to be inside a bit of the Stego. Oh, man.
Just the full disrespect, the triple kill from Mambu, and the immediate key grab. Celestial Being want to make this a Luna Break type of speed run that we saw yesterday. We need a stat of like maybe how quick a match can go, but DSG still have a chance on respawn to try and kill this key carrier. It all depends if they can reach him though.
Tuobi MVP, early call, already on the caps. And look, it's DSG. They spawn and they're going towards the key when they really need to be setting up between the key and the next point for the transition of CB. You don't want to be chasing, and already Veda is making it a double kill problem.
Yeah, just the down smash, something that Dante could not parry against, and those little mechanics still things that DSG are learning about, and DSG haven't claimed a single kill. And Speedily is trying to keep up with this spin.
Veda is just a Tricera hat right now, staying on top of it the whole time, shooting down above the shields. It still damages Tricera, and he cannot aim that high. So you see that fizzle out a little bit, but CB is already grouped and moving for the next point.
All right, one key down, more to go. B about to spawn, and it's pretty much in the middle of the map. And you can see by the blue dots in your mini-map, it's all real estate for Celestial Being. But hey, DSG have some good focus fire into Vita, who's trying to escape, but will be unarmored as that Elisinus, and is going to play that life. You can wait for the alarms to go off before trying to re-armor as Elisinus.
What a find. Instantly goes for the attack and says, goodbye, I'm going to go cap a key. Thank you very much. They're going to have that shield to bring back up too. And they give it again to Tuobi. Remember, Welkin with at least a second fast boost speed to get out of here. And Lume is actually going to have that. You see the ring around Lumine saying that Ann does have the key, but still in the fight with the team. They're going into aggro mode.
And I like the Welkin box from Celestial Being to make sure no melees from DSG could come and disrupt the key capture. And Vita gets after False. Dante skirmishes against Vita, gets him actually low, and Dia armors the Elisinus. Now that cooldown is so long, and Dante is trying to escape, can't hit the shot, and there's a lot of teamwork from Celestial Being to try and team wipe DSG.
There it is, Mambu, the first one. DSG gets their first kill of the match. We're 70-1. I was going to think that might be a goose egg all the way home if one more cap comes through, but they stave it off, and now they have to figure out the fight in the middle of the field. They're going to get done up here before the storm even rolls in.
Celestial Being, they're already set up at C, and DSG can't let this window go by. They're down 2 members and they still have to regroup. Celestial Being could just steal this away, and Dante's very busy, and he's taking a risk taking this duel because he does not want to be staggered from the rest of his team. But a huge win from Dante, maybe setting up DSG for a chance to contest this key.
That was a beautiful turnaround on the quick attack. Now Hydron, the Aquila, is going for one. Hydron tries to descend, but he actually just floats down and makes it an easier shot. He could have ascended or descended with the ult. And that is just prime shooting coming in from Mambu.
Wow, Hydron just couldn't steady his shot. He never even fired back at Mambu, and this is relentless. The commander in disguise, just the man. Celestial Being 1 key away from pretty much securing this map, and DSG can't even set up their ultra heavies. They're getting poked at a distance from all angles.
Just getting Juby back. 4 are down right now. 3 as Juby comes up. It's going to be tough for them to be on the key. The shield goes in. You can see Tuobi once again. No, Lumine and capping it just from the side. And they should be able to run this.
Yeah, Dante. He thought he could just try to stealth through the storm, and this is just going to cause even more chaos because it takes a lot of experience to fight through this storm, to know who's an ally, to know who's an enemy. To communicate that, that's a level that DSG probably not practice at. 100-2 will end map number 1 in favor of Celestial Being. GG.
All right, who died on CB? What incredible teamwork, incredible play. Props to the Lumine. We might get the MVP there, I think, healing, capping, and extracting. That is huge objective and map control overall. The macro from the Lumine, I think we just won the game.
I know a lot of fun tips that people were giving to the players of DSG, especially someone like Dante who's been playing the Elisinus. Elisinus has that shield, and you have to learn how to parry with it. That's that next level. And the best thing you could do is actually go in game and face expert bots, which sounds silly, but the bots in this game are insane, and it's a great way to practice those high-level mechanics. But you know what can't be parried? Like a down smash. Once you're able to jump and then strike down, that's how Dante's parries were being broken, and that way he had to learn that the hard way.
It is tough because if you're doing it right, it seems like your opponent never leaves you. But if you're moving correctly, your opponent can gas themselves very quick trying to jump and get down. It's just CB has the idea. They're almost reading the next movement, knowing you're going to try to dash out. And like I said, actually, Hydron could have ult descended there to get out of that keyless shot range and get over, but it was a slow descent. You're kind of just shooting ducks at a carnival at that point.
You're just trying to hope to exchange any kind of damage, but this is not like any game Hydron has ever played.
It's true.
Because he is an extremely mechanical player, one of the best I've ever watched, and this is a game that I think he could be one of the best players at, but mobility adds a layer. The pace of the game is something unlike Hydron has ever played. So to add that mechanic in is such a learning curve, so aim alone is not enough to be the best player at Mecha Break.
It's true. It is true. We saw after the move, the way to make your aim feel like it's always on somebody, right? Don't let them hide. Don't allow any reprieve in that situation. And Celestial Being did just that. I can't wait to see the stats on this one. I am going to call the Lumi MVP. What do you got? Illuminate for me. Illuminate for you.
It was kind of a team effort. It's hard. Do I give it to the Aquila? Like, that's tough. I don't know. Okay, I'll just say whatever you say.
Illuminate.
I'm a bandwagon.
We'll have to see if Anne gets the MVP on this one. I love the fact that we're actually seeing Anne as well. You're switching. When Illuminate has green box, it's healing. When you see the red kind of outline of the box, that's aggression mode. That's aggro for Illuminate, and that can double up on the damage if they go to enhance themselves. But also, you're putting a dot, direct damage dot onto people, which is super annoying for capturing things because you're like, I'm not near the fight, but you have this little drone on you, basically poking you with little thousands of paper cuts to take you down. There's Anne on top. Merit points for this one. Repair, actually, I'm gonna say it's kind of low for Illuminate. The damage was being done here. I love that.
Yeah, Toby, I thought he duked it out very well against, was it Dante on the Elisinus?
Yeah.
I think Vita was in that picture too. I really liked how Vita played his life. I think in terms of Elisinus, if you want to learn how to play Elisinus, I would watch Vita all day. Maybe that's going to be my MVP. And I got to commend the effort from Dante to go for these 1v1s when his team was down. It takes kind of a very confident player to take that level of risk. Because if you can try to even that playing field, that was going to be DSG's only chance to try to come back.
And we saw a good amount of those fights. Dante was kind of bringing the attention down into the pits, not allowing Celestial Being's team to fully help each other in those fights. We saw Dante winning a few, and it was a pivotal point for them to have. And the kills actually come from Hydron and Dante on that high ground when they're fighting. And Elisinus, the Veda, evades every one of our MVP selections, and it's gonna be the Elisinus. Wow.
He gets MVP for gifting a kill to DSG. You were wondering who are the two people from Celestial Being
Kindness
that died.
kills.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, kill him with kindness. Vita, though, kills him with his lance. He is a deadly Elisinus on the field. And I don't think DSG can really target ban because that would hurt Dante, and that's one of Dante's best strikers. So I think DSG may just have to accept the mirror.
To explain somebody getting the MVP over someone that was capping objectives and also participating in fights is pretty incredible. Veda have to have done so much in this game with the assists that we're seeing here, the initiations that actually brought forward kills like this one on the false. You can't be understated how much Veda did in this, even though we were watching the caps.
Just the down smash. Dante putting a good effort. You can tell that he's trained a lot on the timings of the parries because you have to do it. You have to anticipate when that dash comes in because strikers are so lightning fast in this game. You have to constantly be anticipating your enemy's movement, and Dante's parries were pretty solid considering this is the #2 team from China, and this is GSG who don't have the same column of hours in this game that they do.
Right. few shots from Mambu, just being absolutely relentless. And I think we're going to see that coming into the second map as well. Celestial Being is not a team to let up. We saw that in their extra turn match where they almost lost Palm Bay Harbor, but it was not to be. They brought it back with just a few % left. So they, no matter what the moment, no matter what the time, Celestial Being is always gunning for that win. They are hungry.
Yeah, DSG's playstyle yesterday, the plan A that worked was to walk as a human death ball. And will they be peeled apart though on Graceland Sky City? This could be where the first domino falls, the whole structure comes down. This could be such an unforgiving map.
Try Sarah Ban. Try Sarah Ban.
But then what does Speedily play?
Is something
else.
Not giving giving the elevation play to the team. It was so cool earlier to see. All right. Thinking we might see that Aquila, maybe a Tricera. Ooh, quickly Elisinus from Disguise. They instantly say, Veda, that was too insane.
Dante does have an Inferno in his back pocket, so after respecting the Vita 1v1, tried to deny that from him. I understand it.
There it is.
All right, no Stego.
I'm so happy. I am so happy.
Stego was Sam's pick last game, and Stego from Zero. So what's going to be the alternative? Zero's going to go to the Hurricane, and Sam is thinking about what the backup plan is after getting target banned.
Ooh.
Dante, I'm expecting the Inferno unless he wants to give that to Sam.
Falcon.
Falcon, I saw him practice this. This is a very, very tough striker to master for the mobility alone, and you haven't even started considering the abilities that this striker has.
Hitting the right priority, being able to focus with the team, and now Sam actually receives more of the communication role with him being in the air on Falcon, letting people know what could be the possible focus and where they might go with a few of those pings off his mouse. Dante here chatting with the team, selecting what the last one might be. They don't have Welkin. Oh yeah, they do. Sorry, False is on Welkin. But it's Inferno. I like that pick for even when the Tricera is able to set up, they can get that damage in there. But you're right, Hurricane over there on the left side.
Yeah, these are all strikers that DSG have played in their previous series, but this will be a first-time Falcon for Sam.
Yep.
So I'm concerned, but sometimes it can just be about distracting, so someone like Dante or Hydron can get all the kills. And maybe you don't have to be the perfect Falcon, but you have to be an annoying one.
So we have not yet seen Celestial Being here in fight form on Graceland Sky City. Your elimination map, 6 eliminations could go to all 3 maps on this one as you change. Each time you win a round, you go to a different formation of Graceland Sky City that changes the terrain.
Yeah, and the winner of this goes up against Eva in the semifinal. Celestial Being could be the second team from China to continue in that upper bracket, unless DSG want to attempt to come back. But that first kill, this first blood, who is what could dictate this first round.
Looks like we're getting down to the floor. DSG said, yeah, they have elevation, but let's make them come down. There's too much cover down here. They have the umbrella of the entire map, so CB has to follow suit.
Yeah, there was a Welkin box, and it almost hurt DSG. It was there on Welkin box, and Sam is the first to fall, so that Falcon can be quite squished. You need to maximize that mobility to try and evade that, and when it rains, it pours. Celestial Being now take out False.
Whoa. Tricera all the way to the side of the map. Quite split now as Hydron trying to get away. The shots are coming in. 3, 4 connecting. Look at the damage is repetitive right now from Mambu.
And Speedily is so tunneled on dealing with Vita that I don't know if you noticed there's a sniper just gunning you down, but this is a team effort from Celestial Being to rain down on DSG's parade.
Me, my guy, Mambu just feels invisible up there. Nobody can see him. Invisible and invincible. He is feeling real powerful right now. And Vita really just looking to put some pressure on somewhere after they get the shields out, protecting the Hurricane real fast.
And you do respawn in this game mode now, so DSG have managed to find some breathing room to survive, but CB are 2 kills away from taking round 1 in this best of 3 map. Vita Oh, he's circling, and False is getting collapsed on, and CB are tearing him apart. 1 kill away for Celestial Being.
I saw False's health bar, and it just
The
seems
finisher?
like they know. Oh, he does go for the Welkin finisher, the spin and slam. Vita now going for the next target, looking to set it up as Welkin going to get out of that feature, and then right back into the cinema.
DSG probably have never even seen that before, so they're like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Hey, DSG got a kill, though.
Let's go.
Wait, Mambu's down. Wonder if that was a Hydron snipe. Either
Ooh.
way, that is all she wrote for round number 1, 6-1.
6-1, very fast. We saw the Welkin and the Eliseness just absolutely running ham on the side of DSG. And now it is going to be a little bit of elevation, but do they go right back to the ground game? No, we fight on the pillar.
There's no Stego, so less fortification for
no.
Celestial Being. But hey, DSG did their homework. They know this is a power position, and False is all up in their business with Speedily, with the Welkin boxes, but CB are just poking and prodding.
The Triceras are stacked on top of each other. I repeat, the Triceras are piggybacking. What is going on up here? A few kills going over to DSG. 2 kills, 3 kills now. A slam to the ground. 2-0 going ham on Falls.
Whoever the bottom Tricera is also getting help from getting protected from above, technically. Was not expecting to see a Tricera hat in our tournament, but okay.
3 down for DSG, looking for a respawn now in Speedily. Another one falls. They are just dropping off the map, but not literally falling inside its bounds, but still down and out. Dante gets chased out. Air superiority for Celestial Being and map superiority. Graceland Sky City is a W for Celestial Being.
And they move on to the semi-final to face Eva. So number 1 and number 2 from China. And this is going to be so insane of a day tomorrow. Don't worry, we still have a whole lower bracket. If you thought this was exciting, well, hold on to your horses, because we're going to be sending some teams home very shortly. But don't worry about DSG. They got a whole lower bracket to wait for.
Feeling good. It's all right. Now they actually have gone up against a team that will fully show them what gaps might be able to be helped there. We did see, and you kind of predicted it, that there's a striker pool there, albeit small for DSG, but we saw them on that Graceland Sky City really pondering what to pick after they got banned out on Sam Stego.
Yeah, and to figure out how to maximize the value of some of these strikers, like Sam finding out the hard way how weak Falcon can be if you even take a moment to stand still and look. You constantly have to be in 360, loop-de-loops. I don't know, I'd be throwing up all the time. I cannot play Falcon. Mad respect to Sam and anyone who could do that.
You gotta move. Like electricity is going through your body the whole time when you're playing Falcon. Beautifully done by Celestial Being, one of your top teams at the tournament, and they don't falter. They show us why that's happening. And you said, we better see that kind of gameplay from them here. Even though DSG could have thrown a wrench in the works, it's just not strong enough to get Celestial Being away from their fundamental gameplay and overall understanding of each of the fights.
I'd like to see like maybe a 1v1 between Hydron and Manbu with maybe a few more hours in.
Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be so cool to have a 1v1 tournament. I don't know. We're just throwing out ideas out to Mecha Break to get this done.
Let's go.
Shout out to DSG, shout out to Team Liquid for putting banners on these teams, content creators, professional players from other games to check out and to really be humbled by how difficult this game is. Like, holy cow.
It is true. It is true. I think the content creators are doing a great job of figuring out kind of their own personal preferences in their plays and still showing us some amazing things when you have 5 players on another team that know the min-max of everything. It's kind of overwhelming to be able to put that work even into position. And you can see how much growth there can be in Mecha Break between teams, between the way these strategies run and what bans do to the meta, because that affects, even when we get to the best of 5s, the whole map. What are you going to be playing?
Yeah. I know my MVP is going to be the man, the myth, the legend, Manbu.
Manbu?
On the Aquila.
I do like Manbu.
It felt like pretty easy to lay back horizontally and just put pot shots on everyone because, you know, DSG were trying to deal with the ground game, try to walk before they run. but that Aquila went so uncontested. I'm looking forward to seeing those numbers.
And we had a different play style from the Stego being banned. It's like, cool, we're not going to get that elevation play. No, we did. We got more elevation play, I would say. And the Triceras sitting on each other, but also they really weren't getting pushed off as much either. The Stego keeps everybody there, but the Triceras would stay. Everybody's trying to fly around, and it's actually harder to get up on the top. So while it was a little diffused, not having the Stego, you still got a bit of the same gameplay, which was very interesting.
Oh, bad respect to Hydron's damage, though, at the 500,000 mark. But Manbu does diff him around 140 more than Hydron. So relatively close if you consider Manbu probably has triple-digit, maybe even 4-digit hours into this game.
Yeah.
And DSG were very quick to improve and adapt. I mean, they upset Team Liquid yesterday, so I still have a lot of respect for DSG to come here because Mecha Break is a game that does take some mechanical skill, but I almost compare it to like an FPS and a fighting game put together.
Yeah, you have to almost understand what you want to do in each engagement, and if something hits you, you need to be able to adapt. If a Panther bus comes and hits you and slaps you outside of the capture point, what do you do instantly? Are you fighting the Panther or are you disengaging? You don't always fight everything that comes at you. It's a decision you have to make, and the right one being made at every turn. Celestial Being makes these games look so efficient and so easy as they capitalize on all of those advantages.
I was actually quite surprised that Hydron was our #1 statistical player, and
yeah.
I guess we're gonna track that because we have 4 days of this tournament, and this is only day 2. Welkin MVP Toby knows how to throw it down.
Welkin ain't nothing to mess with. That's the voice line, I'm sorry.
2 double kills, by the way? Wow.
MVP for Welkin. 2 double kills is huge. That means I think air superiority was being taken. We saw a lot of diving in as well as Tuobi would box. You'd have somebody right there with them to finish the kills. So that is huge in being able to get both melees in there. And it was just the axe that was solidifying the W.
So I'm looking at the direct damage, and it's nothing to write home about because it's more about finishing off the kills, as you said, of his team.
That's like 2 Stegos if you add it up.
Yeah, because DSG were so focused on the ground game.
Yeah.
Because then once they won that, then they could address the snipers, but they could never get through Toby. And that was the problem. Here are the highlights of the quickest Graceland Sky City, but one that was not flawless. Like, DSG did get some kills.
Yeah. They definitely scratched the armor on the side of Celestial Being. Slam down. Oh, Vita, Manbu, absolutely punishing damage here. And this is one of the big wins, is you can stay in the air so long with Aquila. That's why we talk about air superiority. So not having the Inferno or Hurricane to blast out there onto the top side as much damage as they wanted to, Aquila is just saying, thank you, pot shot, pot shot. And we saw Manbu doing that almost the entire game. A great game from Celestial Being as they move on through the upper bracket.
Didn't even consider that because DSG went for an Elysinus ban that it forced 0 to the Hurricane, but there was just so much frag power from CB. We didn't get to kind of see really the strategy develop, and because kind of another layer that I didn't think about is GSG having kind of these throwaway bans didn't really force CB to reveal too many of their cards going into the semifinal.
That's true. We did that one game felt like it left everything up, but we'll see what is left up to the interview as we hear from the players.
Welcome to the post-match interview. We are joined by the winner, An from CB. Hello everyone, I'm the supporter of CB Annuan. You guys performed very well today, and what do you rate your performances? I think we rate 10 out of 10, except Manbu. Why? Why is that? Manbu died secretly. We wanted to win flawlessly, but we wanted to perform better than yesterday, but Manbu was dying. And what do you think? Who's the best player of today's matchup? I won't say particularly who performed the best, but I think is our teamwork lead us to the victory. Yeah, you won smoothly. But in today's game, in map 1 Eye of Mizra, you win this very smoothly. How do you win this? In Eye of Mizra, in the first half, we need very good teamwork to win the first half. So our 6 people was gathering together and push forward, so we can win that smoothly. Yeah, so it's very good teamwork from your team. We have many pilots in this game, and they will start to play supporter strikers. And what do you think? How can they improve their performances? Concerning to illuminate supporters, in every game, supporters is always the first target of the opponent team, so you have to make sure yourself to survive, and you have to pay attention to the skill and your mobility to improve your survival performances. And I think this is the standard for Luminate players. And I think you need to pay more attention on your teammates, on their performances, their health bars and their positions. As a supporter, you need to pay more attention to your whole team. Yeah.
We
need to look after our teams and pay attention to our combo. And thank you for your interview.
TRE 战队，他们将会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Quite ecstatic, quite happy. Happy that I won, and I'm quite looking forward to my next match as well. I have confidence that I'll do well. I'll meet you on the battlefield.
It's a really great feeling, like being a part of a team and being able to compete on a stage with one another. It's a very stressful environment offline compared to online, where you're not being filmed or have many eyes watching you. I do have confidence in the future competition of the game. We're going to be fixing all of our mistakes, and we're going to crush our next opponent.
Meeting everyone from the Mecha Break team, especially Perun and Axolotl, who is our team coach. Everyone's been very friendly and welcoming.
I think what I'm most satisfied with is just the general treatment from the staff. Everyone's very welcoming and kind and accommodating to us. Even though a lot of us don't really speak the same language, we're able to connect and get what we need for each other. It's something very special from the staff.
はい、おはワールドのショーマルセブンでございます。
I'm DJ Knight with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Encilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TIE 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、リュウエンを使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのバウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居。
我是老李，
我是来自斗鱼的39，
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜。
我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Play Luminate.
対はまあステーゴ。
ナルカミですね。
ナルカミが一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして。
ヒーラーですかね。
我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔。
赤霄。
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 赤霄这种。
I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで、なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。
其实我挺期待跟影子他们交手的，因为我平时也挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军，
目标夺冠吧。虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。
目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
ひねり潰す。
絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。
我必拿下你。
尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城墙。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final two teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows. No duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only one unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans one striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Eye of Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. If you're just joining us, I'm Jake. I'm here with Dia. And we're about to jump into some lower bracket elimination matches.
We are, and I mean, already the winner's bracket today has been very fun because we've seen a very high level of skill expression in Mecha Break. Now the stakes get raised even higher as these teams are now fighting for their tournament lives.
There's a lot of pressure, right? You know, yesterday, it was all fun and games. It was, you know, the upper bracket of a double elimination tournament. You can take a loss. You know, you still have another chance. This is that chance. This is that last chance. And so into these next 4 matches, all teams will be fighting for their lives. We're going to be sending 4 teams home today, starting to thin the herd. I mean, that's what it takes to crown an eventual champion here in Mecha Break.
I know. It's funny because we've had so many people here supporting each other. MDY been among the teams that have been extending invitations to others to scrim, and yet now they're on the verge of maybe being eliminated by one of those same teams, going up against TIE for our first match.
MDY, strong team out of China. See what they can deliver here with their pressure on. Players
对于 MDY 战
entering the
队，
stage.
昨天肯定是有一些遗憾的，但相信选
Wondering
手们可以
how
通
they're
过一个
feeling
晚
right
上
now,
的
just
调
like
整，在
gauging the
今天
player
的一些更好的
reactions.
发挥
I'm not
会
seeing
给
that much
自己
tension
今
on
天的
their
表现
faces.
留
This
下
seems
一
like
个
an
遗憾。
MDY
期
that,
待你们
despite
在
their
今
loss
天
against
赛场
Reject
上能有
yesterday,
更
are
好
still
的表现。
confident. Reject was a
再次
very,
欢迎
very
6位
strong
选手。
Japanese opponent,
接下
expected
来
to go
让我们
further in
有
the
请
tournament.
TIE 战
And
队登场。
right now, MDY have the chance to face up against Japan once again, as TIE will be taking the stage next to them.
TIE Clan looking to bring the heat here. See if they can also reverse their fortunes, right? All these teams, maybe they're feeling the pressure. They all took losses yesterday, though. So now this is about who can pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and come back stronger than yesterday, delivering a win. Love Rokoku, love that.
I'm going to say
excitement of the player photo. Big fan.
There's a pretty sharp difference between these two squads and how they got here, though, because even though they were both losses, MDY's was to Reject, TIE's was to Lunabrick. And those were very, very different stories in terms of how they played out, and I would argue that this is probably TIE's first chance to really play the game.
Yeah, Lunabrick was just monstrously powerful yesterday. They shut the game down. So this is a new shot for TIE. However, both teams, you know, they've had the chance to review, to look over the strategies from yesterday, make any adaptations. The meta, I feel like, has been shifting a little bit with teams, I think, better understanding how to use the band pick format. We've been seeing a bit more Panther than we saw yesterday. Like, very little was played, and then now it's starting to creep back up in popularity, I think, especially with the band pick teams starting to reach deeper into the strategy book.
And it's just like we were talking about with how Panther can be an answer as a pick striker against the death ball compositions that we're seeing really often. Another striker that we've seen enter the meta that we might not have expected coming into yesterday is Hurricane. Yeah. Hurricane's been very strong, specifically when we're going to the harbor and trying to push out the payloads. This is where we saw Hurricane become popularized, and now I'm even seeing teams out there start scrimming with it around Karib Sinkhole.
Yeah. You know, starting to learn, especially with, you know, people targeting these heavy tank strikers, the ultra heavies. with some bans. We've seen Stego banned a few times, which really shakes the game up, right? I think it takes away some of that clumped up, really defensive playstyle that might otherwise work on some maps. Well, if you ban out Stego, you're missing that crucial smoke that heals everybody's armor, makes it so powerful to group up and stack together. So, by attacking those strategies with the ban pick format, you can force your opponent off their footing and, showing that you're going to need that depth of strategy to go far in this tournament. You can't just be a one-trick pony here.
Yeah, and we've seen people really be pressured, especially Falcon players, in how they're going to switch things up. Some do choose to go to Sky Raider. I've seen others swap onto things like Elysnes that's a totally different play style, and it's been a mixed bag of results. The other thing that was really curious to me, we actually saw this just a couple of games ago, double support bans we've seen come out, and even single on some games has really pushed people out of their comfort zone in terms of whether you're going Panaka, Lumine, or just freeballing it.
Yeah, I mean, Lumine's been an extremely dominant choice throughout the tournament, just really super effective, pumping the repair, can kind of just be a little bit more flexible in terms of positioning, continuing to deliver heals from range, where Panaka, I think, is a little bit more limited in that regard. So when you ban one of those like crucial core heroes, as much as it's not the flashiest, it does force everyone else to adapt and to change their strategy, which is difficult when this is a high pressure scenario, right? These teams playing on stage. We heard it in one of the player interviews talking about, playing with cameras on you. It changes the dynamic for a lot of these.
It really does. And now it is your second day. I hesitate to say that that's enough time for you to fully adapt, but at least you've gotten some time. And like you said, maybe gotten a little bit of VOD review in, hopefully become a little bit more adapted as a player to the circumstances under which you're going to be performing.
Yeah, we're jumping in here to the bracket overview. Take a look at how far we've come and, how far we have to go. A lot of matches have already been played. So today we're getting into those lower bracket matches, seeing who's going to advance, who's going to stay alive. I mean, there's some tough opponents even waiting in the next round of the lower bracket. The easy matches are kind of behind you. There's a lot of fierce competitors in this tournament. Staying in that upper bracket, pretty valuable right now. The teams that have been able to secure those 2 back-to-back wins are certainly going to be feeling good. And man, that upper bracket final is shaping up to be something special, right? With basically the top team from China, the top team from Japan, going to be clashing there. I think that's a match to really for people to keep their eyes on, that first BO5 in the tournament. But right now, we're looking in that bottom left corner, thinking about who's going to survive, who's going to make it into those TBD slots. Team MDY, feeling confident, as you said. I think these players, they came out, they look relatively unfazed. However, it's hard to say, sometimes, like, are they unfazed or are they scatterbrained? Are they just kind of like out of sorts? I think that's what we're going to have to see into the match, can they bring it together here on the stage?
Yeah, their team play certainly wasn't able to match up to Rejects yesterday, and I will say, given the caliber of teams that we saw, I don't even think that I'd put Reject necessarily at the top of their region, since Luna Break has really come out. Anubis also in the conversation for best Japanese team at the tournament, and we'll get to find out who actually is tomorrow when those two teams go up against each other. But MDY are really going to be put to the test, and that, to say the very least. Thai, I'm very excited to see what they can bring to the table, because again, putting them up against Luna Break at the very start of the tournament also was a pretty rough showing for them, and I think they'd like to show a different side of themselves to the fans at home.
Yeah, for both these teams, nobody wants to go home first. Nobody wants to be in that first crop to be eliminated, but unfortunately, there's going to have to be 4 teams that fall there, so we'll have to see. We're going to be able to get into the MDY's map statistics. I mean, not so hot for either of these teams, frankly. No. Let's be honest. I think they both got 2-0. They both got, kind of blown out of the water yesterday. But as you said, that's just an opportunity to review, to adjust. Maybe there's other map types could be more comfortable for them.
I'm gonna say small win for MDY. At least they got a single round on Graceland Sky City. They might not have won the whole thing, but they got that single round, and boy did they start off the tournament well with some well-timed aggression. So coming into this, I'm at least looking at MDY and going, if the match is even, they've got some serious clutch genes. When it comes down to it, this team can get really aggressive and rely on their own mechanics to take them maybe that little bit further. Like you said, looking over at Thai's statistics, it's pretty natural that we're not seeing them be really crazy on any map. They've only played 2. They did lose both of them, and that's just how early tournament statistics are going to go, unfortunately.
It's just the reality of playing, really strong teams early on in the tournament. And so, like you said, I think these statistics are a bit of a write-off. Really, what we need to see now, this is the match that is going to allow these teams to show. But I like this, from Thai, having a little fun with it. I think that's key to performing on stage. You gotta be loose. You gotta be confident. They're looking good for the camera. Very handsome.
Oh yeah.
Very handsome. Very impressed.
Nice skin.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I got to get a skincare routine.
A lot of the Japanese players have been having a lot of fun with their intros as well. Saw the silly faces earlier.
I appreciate that, though. We're all here to check out Mecha Break. to see what the game's all about, to have some fun. You know, got to give a thanks to the developer, Amazing Season Games, for bringing us out here to Zhuhai, China to compete. And this is what I love to see. I love to see the guys up on stage, having a good time, making the most of it. And honestly, that makes me feel good for them, their chances in this match.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of ways to express personality in this game. And while we do see some players be more reserved in their presence on stage, in game, you can see that narrative completely reversed. Somebody who maybe appears a little bit more locked in.
These guys are locked in. These guys, they don't even know there's a camera.
A la MDY, perhaps, you know? They're really dialed in. In game, they can go wild.
I mean, that's what they need to be, bro. Focused. Depends, though, right? Like, you know, sometimes that focus, it can be too much. You can get, you know, people can be not talking enough, not communicating enough. There's one thing I felt in the last few days, you know, getting into this competitive Mecha Break scene, is that you need to be communicative. It's all about the team play, coordination, timings. That's the challenge. So team with a little bit more tension, maybe, just from the faces of MDY, the body language. They're focused. Will they be able to deliver under pressure in this match?
I mean, it's the truth across so many esports that communication is key, and one of the big factors in teams that are able to succeed under pressure and not is the kind of player that's able to go through that pressure and still speak through it, because there are a lot of players, especially high mechanic players, that choose to grind the ranked ladder, that are used to, in moments of high pressure, focusing in on themselves and not giving as much attention to their teammates, when really, you've said it multiple times throughout the day, this is a team game more than anything else.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's funny to look at those two teams in particular, because it feels like there's really a clash of mental approaches there, where TaiClan looks like they're relaxed, they're loose, they're having fun with it. MDY, it felt pretty serious, right?
Yeah.
Like everyone was very, you know, serious. They want to compete. They want to show what they can do here. But it's hard to say, you know. I think a lot of people would look at that and think, okay, you want to be super serious and focused, but there's something to be said for people just giving their best performance when they're enjoying themselves, when they're having a good time. They have that, you know, mutual trust and belief in one another, even when maybe the game doesn't go so well. So I'm kind of excited for this game. I think it's hard to call from a statistical perspective. We haven't seen enough from either of these teams to really know who's the favorite here. But I'm curious as we get towards that map selection. The random map can be kind of punishing, or you could take a high roll. You could get something you like. Both teams, I think, played the same maps in that first round.
Yeah, we are coming up on, because these were both so early, like you said, limited maps. They've really only played two the same, and they were also playing before we saw the big shakeups, the introductions of Panther, the introductions of Hurricane. These were things that they didn't really get to experience. MDY and Tai, as the first players on stage, were playing very conservative games, and all credit to them for doing so, because it's kind of what you have to do when you're entering into an unknown format, and the first games on stage of this entire title are showcased by you. There's a lot of pressure in that moment, and unfortunately for them, it has only gotten to higher pressure now that they're in the lower bracket. But from that, there will emerge a good news story. As much as we know we'll be saying goodbye to one of these teams, somebody's going to be getting a redemption round.
Yeah, and that's what they need here. I'm curious, which map we're going to roll first. I'd love to see something fresh for both of these teams. Maybe, take them to a new start. So the maps they haven't played would be Crab Sinkhole, Cape Blanc Observatory, and the Eye of Mizra, which are all three, I think, maybe the most dynamic maps in general in Mecha Break, where they played Graceland Sky City and Palm Bay, and I think those are, in some ways, the most static maps, with there being no particular objective other than eliminations on Graceland Sky City, and Palm Bay really focusing the fight on one central location around those payload objectives. So as we get into this map selection, I think this is going to be potentially a big moment for both these teams. They wait to see which map the system picks for them.
Especially if we do go out to something like Cape Blanc Observatory. I want to see Rokoku play Narukami. This is like the focus for this player on Tai. We know that Japanese players, especially Japanese Narukamis, have an extremely high ability on that particular striker, and we're going Cape Blanc Observatory, so maybe, just maybe, I get my wish.
Let's see what Team MDY, Team Tai, how they like to use this ban pick here. Meta's been shifting. A lot of teams have been taking out Inferno early. Team MDY, they're thinking about it, considering their options.
You get some pretty crazy value out of Inferno.
Okay,
when we're on Cape Blanc.
All right. So just not wanting to deal with that heavy melee disruptor. Diving into your backline can be, super annoying, can be difficult. Team Tai thinking it over themselves. This is Illuminate ban. They're thinking about it. Oh, trolling.
Okay, if they ban Falcon, they're picking Narukami.
Yeah, I mean, think about that with Elise's and potentially a Falcon out. Yeah, so Falcon. So it's going to be really hard to get on greedy backline snipers. Feels like Narukami could get a lot done here.
Yeah, being chased down by Falcon on this map is really, really rough. And I'm seeing Rikoku hover. Maybe not lock it in just yet, but the compositions are shaping up quite nicely. And looking over at the Luminays that will be run here as well, there will be a decent amount of support. What I'm also noticing is on the other side of this matchup for MDY, Mingyue considering the Panther. Also, a really good map to run Panther on is Cape Blanc.
Yeah, Panther and Aquila versus the Narukami Inferno. So, interesting to see. I think this will be a lot of pressure on Mingyue and Cuckoo to be able to deliver those early pickoffs, right? You know, Panther could pull somebody out of position. Aquila could finish them off with that snipe damage from range. However, the question is, will they be able to do that with Narukami's stealth being such a big factor? Could be hard to actually get on top of that sniper to catch them out. And Cive on the Inferno should give an edge to Team Tai in terms of the raw tank damage trade, if he can stay alive long enough to do it.
Yeah, the Inferno being pressured is going to be a big deal because there's not a lot of peel for Inferno given that Narukami's been selected, and it really will be our Inferno and Narukami together too much for somebody like Aquila to deal with. Cuckoo's going to have a lot of pressure on them to be putting the damage in the places where it matters most, because if you're sinking a bunch of damage into things like Welkin, Tricera, Stego, it's just not going to matter.
Team MDY versus Team Tai. This is their tournament lives on the line here. Best of 3 series. Lose a second map and you're going home empty-handed 0-2. Nobody wants to be in that position, so the pride is on the line here for both of these squads.
Taking a look at MDY and Tai. Like you said, tensions have got to be high coming into this. But the map already having begun. Watch Rikoku on the right-hand side of your screen, already setting up on the Narukami, unspotted as of yet, but ADSing onto Cuckoo, the focus for Narukami. If you can take a kill out of the skies, you have got a fantastic game ready in front of you.
Mingyue, aware of this flank, knows the pressure, and now diving onto the Narukami. Breaks a drone first, can't find the real one. Rikoku falling back, regrouping with the team. Mingyue thinks better of a chase into that dangerous scenario.
It may not be a Falcon, but Panther can be just as big of a problem for Narukami. Very squishy as the Narukami, and Panther can, if not one-shot, nearly one-shot Narukami. Seeing the box into the cap, though. This is looking pretty good. Not the cap actually going to come through for Feiju, but there's nothing to stop you from trying to get that again in 3 seconds when the box comes back up.
Yeah, Welkin's trading boxes on the cap. Both Welkins taking a lot of focus fire pressure from the other team. Feiju's going to go in for another attempt, but the Welkin mirror here, both dropping low. It's Team Tai committing everyone into the low ground. Will this work out for them, or they'll be able to start to take an advantage in this early trade? But already one goes down. Prize provides Shaman of Team MDY, so Team Tai up 1 in the engagement, but it's traded right back, so an even 5-on-5 for now.
Realistically, we are waiting until the second core at Extractor spawns. About to spawn in 10 seconds, and that's where we'll get to see teams split their attention. Maybe a little sneaky capture by Narukami. Feiju going to try and dismantle this now. Inferno should cause problems, but no! That's the first capture by MDY, and in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, and I mean, Team MDY, they found 3 pickoffs on Team Tai, so it's just too little too late. Now Panther chasing one more, would love to get a stagger onto Lumine. Lumine, though, seems to have dodged away for the moment. Opportunity for a quick cap. Welkins trading boxes, trading the gas here. No one able to capture this objective for now, but that early cap is pretty significant strategically. Team Tai still feels like reeling from that team wipe, and now it's snowballing even worse. Another pickoff. They're continuing to put the pressure on. Welkin, high armor, could really pour on the advantage.
Cuckoo actually getting the first pick is really good for MDY, just because it gives them a numbers advantage. Still no cap coming through, likely to be interrupted. Here I thought I was going to say that again and just watch Feiju do it in their faces.
And when he gets the box up, though, I think this is very possible. They're keeping the damage pressure on and denying that cap from long range. But, oh, they do damage burn through that enemy Welkin box, so no cap yet coming in for MDY. They're in full control of this area, but they can't quite get the capture with the damage coming in on them.
6v6 again. We've got yet another elimination onto Team Tai. So MDY numbers advantage once again with Stego Shield and box available. That box does get popped a little too late, but it's not going to be early enough for this capture to be stopped. Fortunately enough, because 2 core extractors were available, we do get that traded, so Tai keep themselves in the conversation. It is 2-1, not out of control by any means.
Yeah, Team Tai are probably going to be pretty happy to grab an objective with multiple players down. They need to get out, though. They need to take the reset. Mingwei pushing for more on this Panther. Would love to get into it, a big engagement here. Get some value, but you got to be careful on the Panther. It can be easy to overextend, easy to get too deep into the enemy team where you're not able to escape and fight another day. So Team Tai stabilizing decently well here. Mingwei gonna head through these Core 8 crystals, re-up on the armor.
And a lot of it is happening off screen, but Rokoku's been taken down a couple of times. And on the Narukami, that's something that you can't afford to be suffering at this point in the game. Now, with Feiju down, that's going to mean we've got no Welkin for a little while. Maybe an opportunity to claim some points back for Team Tai.
Mingwei dives into the thick of it, though, gets heavily pressured, has to run for the hills right now. Team Tai dominating from the top of this hill, putting a ton of pressure downrange. But MDY are continuing to fight back. They're not giving up anything from tree. Kuku's Aquila continuing to keep the pressure on. And some players are dropping low for Team Tai, so it seems that the spam pressure from MDY is looking pretty solid for now, trying to deny the cap. But the cap is able to come in. Team Tai, with that Welkin box, able to secure another capture, even in this game up 2-2.
Civ A not quite landing long-range shots either, so Kuku not going to be shut down. And with the real trade on the extractors there, it does seem like these teams are at least dialed in enough to not let anybody get away with free objectives. Outside of that very first one that was taken by MDY, core extractors have largely been traded 1-for-1 as soon as 2 become available.
This is a moment for MDY to rotate around the map. Mingwei setting up a very wide flank. He may not be spotted here. Using that mobility from Panther, coming in over the top, see if he can pull somebody out of position. Being a distractor. Tai has a couple players with relatively low HP. They've got to be careful. MDY starting to put the pressure on, but Feiju very low, has to be careful.
Gonna go in and commit onto Akamane, even using the box right now. Spin not quite going to hit, however. Akamane will manage to stay alive on the low ground. Feiju gonna disengage, but that is his prize, and Kuku go down. Kuku on the Aquila, no longer in play as Tai trade 1-for-1. I'd say that Aquila is well worth it.
Feiju going for the box and the cap on the objective. No, just barely stopped in the last second. Feiju would have loved to grab that cap for the squad, but now sees an opportunity to turn for a kill. Very low mech on the side of Tai, being bursted down, and so Team MDY up 2 here. One just respawned for Team Tai, but big tempo lead here for MDY. They look to potentially clean this fight up. Feiju got to be careful, though, under pressure himself.
Huge kills, and maybe another one for Mingwei. This should be a very clean finish onto John. Taking out Lumine would be massive, but Lumine is just so mobile, using the energy economy to constantly stay away from Mingwei. Big threat on the Panther, and it'll mean that in this time, Tai lose Akamane, and MDY, still at a numbers disadvantage, are going to resolve that in 4 seconds as they get a respawn on Feiju.
Kuku sniping in from the high ground here on Aquila. Has a few targets with no armor. Opportunity to burst kills. But MDY has dropped a couple players themselves. Mingwei finally does shut down the enemy Inferno. So it's an even trade with low numbers. Big opportunity for both teams to potentially secure a key advantage here in Cape Blanc Observatory.
This time it's not traded 1-for-1, so we are back to just having one core extractor left. Remember, we saw this yesterday. If one's left up for long enough, they will disappear, but that doesn't seem to be a problem when Feiju's in the lobby.
Grab.
Very objective-minded.
Yeah, he's been very focused attempting these objectives all game long, and it's really starting to pay off. The Stego fighting in the gas, but quite low, definitely vulnerable, and is going to get picked off with the help of Jamran. Now MDY, +1 power play, enemy Stego down. There's a real window to continue to push the advantage. Narukami sniping from range, though, a real thorn in the side of MDY right now. But Feiju is just charging in here onto the enemy Tricera, and there's no Stego to help defend this Tricera. Opportunity here for MDY. They want to keep the pressure on. They want to keep staggering these respawns to take a decisive lead here in the map. Some objectives coming up very, very soon, so a kill at this moment would be devastating.
We may not be able to hear the comms, but just watching how Feiju is playing, I can imagine how they sound. This is a Welkin that is calming, and staying in control of the map and of his teammates as well. Keeping MDY all on the same page, something that they were unable to do in the later stages up against Reject yesterday. Now we're seeing that big comeback, playstyle adaptation, and Akamane getting trapped inside his own Welkin box is going to encounter a few issues. Now starting to trade back, keeping this Corite Extractor from being captured. But we've got 2 available once again, with MDY back in the lead. Can Tai even things up?
2 big pickoffs, damage being poured in. Tai really struggling to stay alive at this moment. Feiju, low HP, but continuing to fight aggressively. Extractor dismantled as well in the chaos for MDY. These pickoffs are really starting to bite Tai right now. Struggling to stay alive, contest objectives. Mingwei wants to find even more cleanups. Charging forward onto a low enemy Lumine, and the Lumine is exactly the player you want to stay alive, but no, can't escape with the help of Kuku sniping it down, and Feiju, we've seen how aggressive he's been previously. Looking forward, but staying objective-minded here. Clears an Arakami drone. Looking for his next target.
When you've got Panther and Aquila on you, there's just not a lot you can do. Akamane kiting back along with Rokoku, very low and with no source of healing in the area. It's going to give plenty of room over to MDY, with Welkin fully disengaging and now going down as Akamane shows up in the kill feed. It is 6-3, and MDY have taken a significant lead in this game.
Yeah, Team Thai Clan are getting routed at this moment. I mean, so many low players, the last 2 alive, struggling, 3 alive, 1 almost being picked off. And MDY are just bloodthirsty right now. They know they have a huge player advantage. They can continue to push the tempo. Lumine dashing out of trouble. Very hard to pick off, but the rest of the squad is just unable to fight. Objectives are essentially free right now for MDY as they're headed over to attempt this cap with Jamren.
And that's worth 2 points. This is completely uncontested. That's going to be the first round win for MDY. Taking control in the mid-game of Cape Blanc. This looked really close between they and Tai, but once those picks started getting rolling, once we got Cuckoo and Mingyue on the same page, these picks were very forthcoming.
Yeah, I felt like the trades were pretty decisively going the way of MDY in a lot of those big contested fights, which I think bodes well for them. That's kind of like the key factor in a lot of these games is who can win those main group fights more dominantly, who can, secure the kills that allow you to transition to the objective. So Thai Clan, back to the drawing board now. It's their opportunity to pick a map. Curious to see where they take us, where they feel most confident here with. This is their tournament life on the line, right? This is your last chance to fight back and to secure a map win here at the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational.
I'm curious, because I know that Tai have a Falcon player, whether knowing that that's not going to be a ban in the next map, whether they choose to go to something maybe a little bit more wide open, like Eye of Mizra, that could be good. Krob Sinkle as well, I keep alternating between those, is going to be another good option, especially if you're somebody who feels like, or a team that feels like you can spread out and actually take a win up against MDY.
This is the point, right, in the tournament where you gotta stick to your guns, I think, and go with players' comfort, what they feel most confident on. With your tournament life on the line, you gotta just take us to what you're most confident showing on, where you can bring it out. And Team Thai Clan, I mean, they were having a lot of fun. They were laughing, enjoying themselves in the pregame, but it was MDY with the focus, the intensity, that so far have a pretty clear advantage here in the series, up 1-0. And this is a best of 3, so not many chances to bring it back here for Thai Clan. In fact, just 1.
And I'm going to throw this out there while we're thinking about what Tai will end up doing in the next round. No matter what map they pick, I think you're banning Panther, because I watched a Lumine get 0 value for about 60 seconds because Panther just doesn't let you rest, doesn't let you heal your teammates.
Yeah, and all that pressure from the Panther, the rest of the team is capitalizing. They're continuing to pour the damage on. They need those heals, but maybe you can't quite get that done under pressure. So Panther, has been a striker that was really, I think, unpopular. We talked about going into the tournament. Some of these strikers, people think, oh, maybe that doesn't work. There's no way to make that strategy viable. But, I think thanks to some of the top teams really showing, there's another way to play. There's another way to approach the game. And they've been looking pretty solid on it. So I'm curious to see if that Panther ban does come out. I think that's a good call out. It could be something that Thai Clan can use to just stabilize the game, right? The pressure that Panther puts on you can be overwhelming.
Yeah, and Panther is deceptively, despite how squishy the actual striker is, got a lot of survivability. Even inside of a Welkin box, if you do manage to land that, you're trying to peel for your Lumine, you're not necessarily going to take Panther out every time. It can feel almost like taking out a Tricera, but a Tricera that somehow moves at light speed.
Yeah, the mobility for Panther, I think it really is the key for those top pilots. They're able to get the most out of that kit, hitting you from the flanks, from being annoying, but you can't quite turn and catch them and punish them. And that's a challenge playing against the top Panther. And Mingyue looked great on it in this map. I wonder if that's going to be something they're going to be able to continue to leverage. I think it's also quite map specific. Some maps I feel Panther not as effective. Others looks great. Yeah. So I'm curious to see where we're going to go next. Thai Clan is there. Ball's in their court. Where would you take us map wise if it were you?
I think I'd probably go Eye of Mizra, just because assuming that the Panther ban is going to come through or the Aquila ban is going to come through, both of which are pretty good possibilities, you can get good value with the other on that map and not worry too much. That's at least what I'm thinking. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call. Maybe take us to like something like, could go for like a Palm Bay and just simplify the game a lot and make it really focused on just like one main group. What I'm worried about though is actually the Aquila. I mean, it was essentially Team Thai Clan. They were like, you know what, you can have the Aquila. We're gonna have the Narukami.
Yeah.
We just believe we can win that matchup. But it really went against them on maybe one of the better sniper maps in the game.
Yeah.
Right? On Cape Blanc Observatory, where it's just very wide open. There's all those big hilltops where the snipers can really start to poke away at you. and I feel that Aquila was decisively stronger in that last match. And so I wonder, will Narukami continue to be the pick for Thai Clan, or will that end up being a liability for them?
You know, I was talking to some of the players about this earlier as well, because I feel that there is a large difference between Aquila and Narukami in the sense of how they're meant to be played. I think Narukami has to be a little bit more flexible and does have to group in with the team quite a bit more than Aquila does, where you always want to be quite far away. And some of the players were speaking about that very same, I guess, emotion feeling about the striker, and yet also acknowledging that Aquila is simply much more consistent. So Rikoku picking this, while I do love that we saw it because I want to see some Narukami one-tricks out here, I think has to go back to the drawing board and go, well, this may have been my pick. It may have even worked kind of well, but it's just not as good as an Aquila right now.
Feiju, big performance in that last map, but wow, look at that damage stat from DJ Catlink. 3 million damage on the Stego, and the counterpart Gyan is only over 1 million. That's a ridiculous damage cap for the Stego, and I think that is potentially a real strong sign here for MDY that they're dominating in those main group tank trades so effectively. I think you got to give a lot of credit to DJ Catlink's Stego. I mean, a damage difference like that is really challenging to overcome no matter what map we go to.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at this, no surprise.
Yeah.
We've all played with Riv. We know what happens when a Welkin boxes and caps the objective. That Welkin walks away with MVP.
Yeah, and Feiju, I think, was willing to put his life on the line in a lot of circumstances in that last match. Willing, even when he's low, you know, he's willing to go for plays, willing to put a lot of pressure on the enemy and play that objective when he knows his team has the edge. So props to Feiju, doing his job in the team, understanding his role here as we take a look at some of the highlights.
And these highlights, honestly, going to be featuring a lot of Feiju because of that. It's he and Mingyue that were really putting pressure as melees onto the other strikers, and it's a big deal when you're able to play a melee striker so effectively because of the panic that it instills in others, especially when it's somebody like Welkin, who not only has the stagger inherent on melee attacks, but the ability to flash you as well and disorient the heck out of anyone in his face. It was a really good game, played by both Feiju and Mingyue. I'd extend that to the whole of MDY, even though we were very much focusing on the melee players.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if we can get some more of that Stego cam. I want to see what DJ Catlink is pulling to triple the damage of the enemy Stego. I mean, that's one of the biggest gaps I've seen on Stego the entire tournament, so it's going to be a really tough spot for Thai Clan if they can't figure out how to win that main group trade. We are going to Palm Bay Harbor, so it is a double down on the main group, right? We've seen a lot of teams go for these like ultra heavy drafts here with 4 ultra heavies. We've seen, you know, Hurricane, Stego, Tricera, Welkin as well, just fully stacked up and playing the objective. And honestly, if MDY, if they're winning the Stego trade like that, I feel like they're going to feel really good going to this map.
Yeah, I don't think Palm Bay Harbor solves a lot of your problems. However, the really good news is that for Team Thai, they're playing on red side, and red side does have, as we've seen during this tournament, the definitive advantage at the start of the match, being able to jump up onto ultimate high ground and access that before the blue side can. So maybe that's the advantage that they're relying on to win this game. Nice Panther ban. I think we saw that coming.
They were thinking about the Stego ban. Honestly, I think they should have banned Stego based on, after seeing the stats, the gap was so ridiculous in the last map. I feel like maybe they needed to ban Stego. But the Hurricane ban does kind of open up a slot in the sort of meta draft we've seen develop on Palm Bay with the ultra heavy style. So without the Hurricane, I mean, you have maybe a little bit more option to play something aggressive, something fast paced.
Yeah, Rikoku picking up a Lisnes here. I was wondering what was going to happen to that former Narukami. Not going to go with it this time, and instead double down on the melees, maybe being able to match what you saw from Mingyue last game, who this time is also going to be playing a Lisnes. So just a harsh skill check between Rikoku and Mingyue.
Have to see who can come out on top. Cive also going for the Inferno here. We've seen, I think, Inferno potentially struggle on this map due to just how close quarters it is and how difficult it is to stay alive on some of these strikers with less survivability. So I'm curious to see if Cive can stay alive and actually put the damage down on this map. There won't be a Panther chasing him around, which does help.
I'm also noticing that there is no Falcon for Team Thai, but there is an Aquila on the other side for MDY. Having a Aquila that isn't going to be hounded by a flyer puts a lot of pressure on your Lisnes to do that job, and it's a job that Lisnes does only half as well.
Yeah, definitely lacks some of the mobility to get at an Aquila playing up in the skybox. It's Team Thai, they're going to have to show us what they prepared here. Their tournament life is on the line here on this map of Palm Bay Harbor.
did not think Cuckoo played poorly on Aquila, so...
Yeah, Cuckoo was a real shooter in the last map.
I would call this a gamble. I would call this a gamble. You're saying you're not going to get nearly as much value off the point as we're going to get on it, and I don't know if that's true. Now, I will say, to their credit, some of the most damage in the game can come from Inferno, and TIE have at least chosen to pick that up. So in close quarters, especially indoors on point B of Palm Bay, this could be where you really pull ahead.
Definitely have my eyes on the Stego battle here. Main tank trades, I think, are going to be pretty impactful on Palm Bay. You've got to be able to win this main group fight. You've got to be able to capture these key objectives. Teams splitting up. High ground being taken right now for Team MDY. Team TIE electing in the red here, electing to play the low ground, play near the point, but that gives a lot of space for Team MDY to work with. So they start to flank, take the different angles, and Feiju, he's just pumping damage in from the high ground.
I dare say, given what we've seen so far, this play from Team TIE is a mistake. Moving down into the low ground like this, we've seen how it can be outplayed, outmaneuvered. And Feiju already putting a lot of pressure in, does get boxed in, maybe taken down for a little bit of over-aggression, but gets some heals in time, and continues to dip and dive around the rest of TIE. No kills on either side, but with MDY having the high ground and plenty of ability to rain down fire, I'm seeing those Stego damage numbers tick up.
Yeah, the point's about to open very soon. MDY has dropped to the low ground. They've continued to pour on the pressure. Team TIE are going to make their move towards the point, but they've got to get on it. They've got to contest it, and Tricera is just eating good right now, pumping damage into anyone who dares enter and contest. Feiju dropping a box as well to disrupt. Mingyue in on the Ulysses, diving in, disrupting, making it very, very difficult for Team TIE to walk up. The point's still under pressure, though. Team TIE, they have no opportunity to back up. They've got to stay in this engagement. Stego's pumping damage on one another. TIE Clan players dropping very, very low. But MDY, they're still under contest here. This is not easy by any means. Feijue is getting a ton of pressure every time he goes in for a play.
Getting pretty low on TIE, though, and that's going to be our first elimination. Unfortunately, Prize goes down, and that is on the Tricera, so not going to have the ability to trade anything back, and you're losing a lot of tank ability. MDY should be able to cap this point, no problem now, and then start moving their payload on forward.
And Feiju is just really pushing the limit on this Welkin, getting so aggressive, at times dropping low, but so far it hasn't been an overextension. He's been taking a ton of attention, making space and time for the rest of his allies.
Airdrop armor kit for Mingyue. That's going to put that back on cooldown, so maybe extending the life of an Elisin's in the long run. Since you knew you've got to reset, start burning some of those 3 minutes away. I'm going to draw your attention as well to the fact that we have seen lasers fly across the sky. You may not be seeing Cuckoo on screen, but make no mistake, Cuckoo is contributing heavily to a lot of these fights. Another laser from off screen. Nice parry, however, out of Prize, as they do re-enter the fight.
Mingyue really risking his life here. Continuing to fight. Feiju trying to roll that enemy cart back. Has he finally gone too far? Seems like he's able to have just an energy to get out of this scenario. Still tanking with the armor, still pumping damage, and the advantage has really started to compound here for Team MDY. They're continuing to harass their opponent's cart position while capturing their own. Really expanding the lead here.
And given how well the healing is going for MDY, there's no problem with Feiju taking this more aggressive position, because every bit of pressure you put back on their cart means that they're not able to invest in yours. 32 to 16%, double the progress for MDY, and point B is about to come into play. Something that MDY already have priority on, and indoors should be able to dominate.
Yeah, they're really happy to play this position. Point's about to open, and TIE Clan aren't really in a position to be ready to contest. Feiju taking the aggression to the opponents. TIE going over the top, though. They're going to make a desperate last-second contest. Going to try to dive through and continue the objective on the point. So they're going to go for this, attempting it with all of their resources.
Mingyue going to be popped into Baby Elisin's pretty soon. And there's so many shields, so much utility being dumped on the point that I have to agree. Spin to win seems like the pet play, and Feiju is going to get a lot of damage out of this. Nobody on TIE going down just yet, although Akamain is setting at around half HP right now. You're expecting to see things like Lumine dump their haze all over this point, keeping everyone alive, but even that may not be enough, as the pressure is pushing TIE back off the point. There aren't a lot of eliminations going down, but with just the single one that MDY were able to accomplish, they've now got the point, they've got their payload accelerated, and it's back to the drawing board for Team TIE.
Yeah, and it's starting to look like a potential cleanup here. TIE Clan have dropped 3 members. The last 3 desperately trying to escape, trying to get out of this, but Akamain so low. Feiju on top of him, gets the cleanup with the help of Jamran, and only 3 players alive for TIE Clan. They're struggling. Can't even continue their own objective progress here. Potentially some reverse cap going in.
It's
and
going.
The expansion is, the lead is getting really out of control here for Team MDY. They're capturing both carts at once, turning this lead into something that it's getting insurmountable here. TaiClan, their tournament life flashes before their eyes right now.
Yeah, you know the game is getting out of hand when your cart is getting reversed, and when there's a stego on it. I think at this point, you let that go and you start getting aggressive on MDY. Start committing to their cart. See if you can make a numbers advantage turn into something even greater. Feiju, though, continuing to slam. I keep hearing in my head, come on and slam and welcome to the jam whenever Feiju's on my screen.
Look at him go. Big slams on Cive, who's getting just crushed. This Inferno struggling to deal the damage under tons of pressure from the Welkin. And Feiju has been just a thorn in the side of TaiClan all game long.
And back on over, Feiju incredibly survivable and great coordination with the Lumine just to make sure that Feiju is being able to be so aggressive. You'll see that a lot of times with Panaka, who can provide so much more tankiness, but this is a big play. That is 2 kills picked up by Xian onto MDY, and maybe, just maybe, the chance for Tai to get back into this thing.
Mingyue fighting it out in the Elise Nest, diving in, would love to continue this aggression, make some trades back the way of MDY. Their 2 next spawners are coming up very, very soon. They do have a massive lead here on the payload. DJ Catlink, though, under pressure, lacking a ton of support, is going to have to fall back, unable to continue this objective. And the next capture point is about to open. This is a crucial moment in the fight. DJ Catlink pops the smoke, though. Should be enough to stabilize just a little bit here as he regroups with his Tricera on the point.
And despite those 2 kills that were so sudden, so well done by Tai, they're not able to capitalize on the momentum that gave them. We're still seeing MDY push their own cart. Nobody is playing on Tai's. Nobody's able to accelerate that, and rightly so, because you had a point to capture just now available. Point C has become the focus, and Civ A is getting a lot of really good value out of Inferno. Feiju's going to go down, and this is again the chance for Tai to turn around Palm Bay Harbor.
They need to make it happen right here, right now. Tournament life on the line. They're pressuring the cap. It's very, very close, but Mingyue find 2 picks of their own. TaiClan staggered, stumbling here at the finish line. The Elise's second life keeps them in this engagement. MDY, their next spawner, coming up very, very soon. Massive pressure on Tricera, extremely low. Mingyue, with the help of DJ Catlink, gets that cleanup, and this may be too little, too late for TaiClan. Facing elimination, Mingyue wants to hammer in that final nail in the coffin. Another pickoff onto Civ A. The Inferno put big damage in that fight, but wasn't able to escape.
75-48, and Tai with no pressure, no presence on either objective. MDY continue to rocket on ahead, and this is one of the further games, one of the best games that MDY could have wished for, but it's the one that Tai opted into.
Feiju, he's been aggressive all game long, really keeping the pressure on Gian, and this Stego is unable to really get in and make that AoE contribution to the team fight that he would like. Under pressure from the Welkin, potentially a scary place to be as this Battle Axe is hitting through the fluid armor, starting to chip at that core HP. Gian needs some support from the squad here. He's trying to take this out in a 1v1, but I think it's slowly going against him, especially now with the enemy Lumine coming in, gassing Gian. He's forced to just full back, full retreat, but so low on the main HP bar. Akamane, though, finds DJ Catlink in between, so MDY splitting maybe a little bit too much here. They are able to get rather the cleanup onto Gian.
I'm loving what we see out of LDQ UQ though. On Lumine, much like I'd say of Cuckoo this round, off-screen most of the time, contributing some of the most to the team, keeping everyone, especially Feiju, alive, safe, and contributing a lot of damage as well. We're seeing a very active form of Lumine come out because MDY have so much wiggle room to work with. Now, I will say, MDY's payload is starting to get reversed. We've seen a small win from Tai, and they're going to have to commit, I say, MDY back onto this point to get themselves moving again.
DJ Catlink finds one, and the second member, a third member now of TaiClan are falling. Akamane trying to hold on to this, but fluid armor dropping low under massive pressure. Civ A trying to deal the damage, but the tanks, they're nowhere to be seen. MDY desperately trying to keep DJ Catlink alive. At least they do find the Stego pickoff, but now 5 members of TaiClan down, 1 single member, Gian, trying to fight this out on the Stego, but 5v1, surely this is too much, even for the Stego.
Yeah, Stego's real job is to stall right now, and that at least they're able to do partially with the jamming haze, but there's not much else you can do at this point as Gian will end up going down. They've traded out one for DJ Catlink, who's just now respawned, and MDY will be coasting their way into the finish line shortly. It's a matter of taking out the tanks in their way, continuing the stagger, keeping TIE at a disadvantage, as MDY have done so well this whole map.
TIE though, they have capped the enemy cart. They're starting to roll it backwards. They're keeping this at least possible, making it interesting, acquitting themselves well here.
Feiju's down.
As they fight it out. Cive finds Feiju.
Is it happening?
Hold on. And with the cart control, with that Tricera, things are getting sketchy here for MDY. They thought they had it in the bag, maybe overconfident, let their cart cap go against them. And Akamane's starting to clean up here. Trades, though, going both ways. TIE have some very long respawns, and they have to be clean here. They must win decisively in this fight.
That is so much damage pumped out of an Inferno in so little time. Cuckoo still raining down a lot of damage themselves, keeping MDY at a health advantage when they eventually respawn. Cuckoo being focused, though, could be a problem. If Cuckoo goes down, watch the shot from Cive.
Under
this
pressure.
Could change everything.
Cuckoo's
Cuckoo's down.
Bursted. And the cart continuing to roll backwards. Hold on. This is getting interesting. MDY have 2 members down. This is an opening for TIE Clan. They have to stay alive, though. Hold on. Gyan, he's the one holding down that objective. Crucial player to stay alive. Mingyue pumping in damage from above, continuing the pressure on, slamming it down with this Elise Nest. But TIE Clan are resisting. They're holding on here. With their backs against the wall, they found some kind of purchase here in the series.
That's 2.
Uh-oh, though. Starting to tilt against them now. MDY found the pickoffs.
And with John down, that means no Stego for the side of TIE. No stall on the payload. And MDY should be able to turn this around once more. TIE made this very close, but now, with 4 people down, it's just Akamane and John left to try and disrupt, and I say that's just John now. Feiju even trading the favor back, reversing the enemy payload a little bit more, keeping MDY in the lead, and that's going to be 100 to barely 80 out of TIE, as TIE will unfortunately be eliminated as of this round.
You got to put some respect there on what TIE Clan were able to accomplish. They made that interesting. It looked really desperate for them at the start of Palm Bay Harbor, but they showed why they picked it. They continued to fight out well, even in the final moments when most teams, I think, would crumble under that kind of pressure. So props to TIE Clan for making this so interesting in the final moments of that match.
Yeah, I mean, great commitment out of them, and like you said, being mentally on the same page, being able to coordinate even in what was such a chaotic start to the map, a map that they selected. I think TIE managed to keep their heads on straight and had a really good strategic approach to this game. They weren't so focused on their payload. They kind of let that do its thing and managed to, in the final stretch, do quite a bit of work. I will say, not being able to address Cuckoo, though, a big compositional problem for them that ultimately bit them in the behind.
Yeah, Cuckoo was just pumping damage throughout all those team fights. Such a key member there for MDY. And this is goodbye now to the first team of the tournament. TIE Clan kind of have to send them home. I'll be remembering this match, though. They fought well. They fought proudly here. You know, especially with their backs against the wall and feeling like maybe the tournament's slipping out of your hands. I think a lot of teams would have crumbled and wouldn't have been able to put up such a big fight in those crucial last moments.
And I think with a performance like this, you can be very, very proud of what you showed here. TIE have worked very hard, and they managed to, as individual pilots and as a team, I think show what the peak of Mecha Break can look like, at least at this point. It is just the pre-launch invitational, of course, but seeing TIE and many other teams develop in such a short amount of time, I'm happy that we got to see TIE really play the game, because they played up against Luna Break yesterday, and this was a much better showing.
Yeah, Team MDY, though, they get the win. They progress. They maintain their tournament lives here. And both of these teams, as we said, you know, they had a tough first day, but it feels like MDY still has something to play for here, right? They're still a strong team, still keeping the hope alive here for Chinese teams in the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. TIE Clan, gonna have to bid them farewell. I'm curious, though, MVP-wise, what do you got in this match? It was so chaotic. I feel like it's really hard to call.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked Feiju's play, but I think that given the stats, it's probably going to be Cuckoo.
Cuckoo, yeah, I think that's a good call out. They kill it, getting a lot done. It's hard to say though, because on Palm Bay, I feel like, you know, you can also really give a lot of credit to those just like constantly pushing the objective, whether that's Tricera or Stego often, you know, setting up camp on cart. So I think this is hard to call. I'm probably leaning towards the tanks. The objective, I think, is really weighted in that MVP stat, but I think you're probably right that like Cuckoo had so much impact on this game. We didn't see him so much, but I really think he is being felt by the opponent. TIE Clan were really under pressure of that sniper.
Yeah, and if that last 2-3 minutes hadn't gone the way it did, if Tai hadn't been able to cap the point, I'd probably give it to LDQUQ, who was everywhere, on the point, off the point. I feel like just in terms of participation in every single part of the map, LDQUQ was crushing it.
Yeah, big element in the team is being able to stay alive and continue to just have that consistent pressure, consistent focus under all the enemy fire, to be able to stay alive and evade all of that is a key attribute there for MDY, something that propelled them partially at least to their success in this game. Statistically though, I feel like I'm just shocked by the Stego stat difference on map 1. Like we need to check on that. I mean, Gyan was under a ton of pressure. I feel like he was really being targeted by MDY. They were very aware of how important it is to keep that enemy Stego down. But I felt DJ Khaled was really profiting off of that, right? Able to deliver a lot of damage downrange, really having a lot of impact, winning crucially those capture points on Palm Bay, right? It feels like the payload push is important. It's something you got to consistently put the work in. But if you're winning those capture points, you're just getting catapulted so far ahead time after time.
And I think that while we're talking about it, I'd be comfortable giving Gyan the SVP. I know that's not something that we really talk about, but he opened up in the mid game a really good opportunity for Tai to retake the lead. Well, it didn't happen. Was also able to do it in the later stage of the game when we got to that 90% mark, stalling things out as the sole member left. It was a really, really good game out of Gyan. Right now, taking a look at the stats. Let's see what those Stego damage numbers look like, shall we?
Pretty monstrous. Almost another 3 million. So ridiculous game from DJ Catling, pumping huge damage. More than 500,000 direct damage. Taking 1.6 himself under a lot of pressure from the squad. So, that's LDQUQ there with over 1 million repair. That's a pretty massive repair game to drop 1 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, very, very active. LDQUQ, definitely a Luminae player to look at if you're interested in what the peak of playing this striker can look like. LDQUQ is one of the Luminaes that we have in this tournament that also alternates very frequently between the different forms that Luminae can have, going both offensive and defensive in terms of the healing and damage that Luminae can provide, when often I think we see a lot of Luminae simply because it's safer just staying in the healing form the whole time.
Yeah. I think that's a big difference in the top Luminaes, their ability to hit that extra little bit of damage that can make a difference. Mingyue.
Interesting. On Elise needs.
Okay. Pumping damage.
Did do a lot of damage. Did contribute a lot, like LDQUQ, to multiple stages of the game. So I can definitely see this as a valuable MVP.
Yeah, I think that the Cuckoo stat line I also noticed, you talked about Cuckoo as importance, having over 700,000 direct damage. That's damage once you've already broken the enemy shield, start doing that direct damage, and Cuckoo dominating that, showing that he's really focus firing the right targets. Those that, you think you can actually convert into a kill, you can actually get a big advantage off of that. Well, Cuckoo, he was really, I think, on point on the Aquila, continuing to put his pressure in the right spots there. There's a little bit too much for Tai Clan as they drop here in the series. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the match. It was a hotly contested Palm Bay, especially at the end. I mean, early on, I thought MDY, they came out to a really big lead. They were playing super aggressively, super confidently, and honestly, felt like for good reason, right? Like they were dominating in this early advantage part.
And the way that MDY were able to stagger the way that the game was played, keeping pressure really early on the enemy's objective, sitting on Tai's cart, made it that much more difficult for Tai to come back, because what should have happened compositionally is that Tai should have dominated at least point B, being able to sit inside, and while they had a really good push there, they weren't quite able to make it happen because they were always staggered in this first third of the round.
Yeah, not able to reset, not able to regroup, and I think you got to give credit to Feiju on the Welkin for just being so annoying, like always in the face of Tai Clan, not letting them regroup, not letting them set up, splitting them, punishing anybody who goes alone, sometimes with the help of LDQUQ. So very annoying to play against players like Mingyue, like Feiju, who just keep that pressure on you. They don't let you get the type of team fights you want.
Mingyue again, noticing, especially as the game continues, how much the Gauss cannons matter and contribute to Elisne's gameplay. You'll see a lot of people stall things out and wait till the very last second to go back into the airdrop armor. But you saw people like Mingyue really early popping that. You might play around in baby Elisnes for a while, but you want the Gauss cannons back as quickly as possible for the additional disruption.
Yeah, it's a great part of your overall damage, your overall threat on Elisnes. So I think there's a pretty high skill decision to be made there. Like, do you want to really push it on the extra lives, take your risk there, or do you just want to be consistent, pump that damage, maybe start the long cooldown again? So there's a lot of choices to be made, I think, when teams do draft the Elisnes. It's kind of one of the harder heroes, I think, to pin down.
Yeah.
As far as different strikers, different options for utility. At least this really is a bit of a jack of all trades, sometimes hunting down backline or sometimes just being in the main group, pumping big damage in the tank trade. And I think that flexibility really asks a lot of pilots who pick the striker, that making the right decision in each moment, how you should be piloting.
Yeah, you have to be so aware of your team's needs, and so a very well-deserved MVP. In fact, let's go ahead and jump into an interview with MDY.
Welcome to the post-match interview. We're joined with the winning team's Mingyue from MDY. Please introduce yourself. Hello everyone, I'm Mingyue from MDY. Congratulations on the win. And today's game is very close. How do you feel right now? Very happy. Yesterday we lost, but today we win back. It's critical for you to win this game and hope you to do better in the following round. The map 1 is very close, and in the last 3 minutes, you could find the opportunity and kill 3 of the opponents. How do you find this opportunity? I went to the back line, and my teammates called for 1, and I just went to that and got the win. I got the kill. Yes, I went to interrupt the opponent. In map 2, you banned Hurricane. How do you consider that? Because we don't really know how to counter this striker, so we just ban it. Yes, because he's very tanky and had a bit of damage. And we could see that you win in the first half in the map 2. In the Palm Bay Harbor, do you have any tips for pilots? We first fight, then before the point was activated, we just fight and win. Then it's easier for us to capture the points. Thank you for the interview.
好的，那下一场比赛是由 EMP 对阵 NGT 战队，他们又会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
我々のチームは今回優勝を目指して行っているので、絶対に今回勝たないといけないっていうことをベースとして考えていたので、とりあえず最初の一戦これが勝ったのは、流れ的にもすごいいいかなと私は思います。我々のチームはかなり強いメンバーで構成されているので、次も勝てるという自信は、とても強く持っています。我々のチームはかなりマンパワー重視で行っているので、そこでしっかり相手を倒しにいけたら我々が勝つんですが、どうしても構成負けしてしまうと負けてしまうんで、そういうゲームの人に対するメタ的なものを行ったりして、どんどん面白い試合を作れていけたらなと思っています。我々のチームはかなり人の強さっていうのが強いので、絶対負けないっていう自信はあるんですが、どうしてもやっぱり編成で負けてしまったりっていうのは可能性としてありえるので、我々はそのだけはもう従前に行って、いい試合を作れるように戦いたいなと思っています。
そうですね、僕らは普段家の中とかで暗い部屋とかで一人でゲームやるんで、みんなで一緒にやるってことはなくて、それがこの大会でオフラインでみんなで肩並べてやるっていうのはすごい新鮮でもあり楽しかったかなと思います。ちょっとオンラインの方が逆にやりやすくて、オンラインの方が結構やりやすくて楽しいし、すごい自分のパフォーマンスを最大限出せる環境だった感じですね。もうとてもめちゃくちゃあります。絶対に負けないと思います。僕がもう世界一のハリケーンプレイヤーなんで、次の試合正直ハリケーンをバンしないと僕たちには勝てないかなと思います。
今回、チャットで VC のチャットでとかでやり取りしてたシーザンスゲームの社員さんの方とかと一緒に実際に会うことができて、 メカブレイク以外のゲームも一緒に遊んだりして、みんなで仲良くできてすごく嬉しいです。
まだ2日しか経ってないです。そんなホテルの部屋がめちゃくちゃ広い。サプライズがすごく多くて、でプレゼントみたいなものをメカブレイクさんの方が用意してくれたりして、それ嬉しかったですね。めちゃめちゃ入った瞬間。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elisinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome everybody to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. We're here in beautiful Zhuhai, China, thanks to amazing CSUN Games, watching some of the foremost teams in Mecha Break compete for global fame.
It's been a great day so far, but if you're just tuning in now, be aware that we're starting to send teams home. We've just sent one, and we're about to jump into the second game of the lower bracket. The stakes continue to rise, and we're going to get some pretty exciting matchups.
Yeah, it's a double elimination tournament. So these are teams now today for the rest of the today. It's going to be teams on their last life. They've already taken a loss yesterday. They'll be fighting it out to continue on in the tournament. First off, we've got Team Empyrean from North America. One of the teams qualifying out of the community tournament, right? These are high-ranked players. These are experienced players. And yet they dropped their first round matchup yesterday. So they're on the bubble, but they're clearly very motivated fighting here to show what North American esports is capable of.
See their walkout now, see how prepared they're feeling. I do know that Empyrean were planning to play with a substitution today. No, have no fear, it is somebody that they've played quite a bit with before, but taking a look at the roster, it seems they may have been able to gather everyone instead of having to play with a sub, and they got that sick hand move that they do just before they sit down.
I love that they got a team hand move. I don't know if I've ever seen that in esports. I gotta pick that one up, gotta get my teams locked in on that. The other side, Team MGT, representing Japan, see if they can get a win here. They can stabilize their tournament fate here. I think both teams want it very bad. MGT scrimming all day. You were mentioning Dia. Thoroughly motivated. Want to continue to fight back. Make this an interesting match at the very least.
And they've been scrimming against teams that are in the winner's bracket as well.
Yeah.
Up against EVA today. Actually looked really, really good. Although NGT, I want to note, are going to have a preference towards maps that are likely a little bit more enclosed. So I'd expect us to maybe go back to Palm Bay Harbor.
Yeah, Palm Bay I think has been a favorite for a lot of teams that focus on the team play, that have that confidence in their communication. For Empyrean, I suspect maybe it's a little bit more of a focus on the individuality, maybe taking us to some of these wider range maps where the Aquilas can get busy maybe with something like an Elise disrupting the backline. Seems to be a strong suit for them. So curious to see this clash of styles, who ends up coming out on top. I think both squads, no one wants to go home this early, right? No one wants it. You come all the way out here for an international tournament, and to go 0-2 and to just be eliminated, that's a tragic way to go out. You want to watch at least some other teams go home first before you're eliminated from the tournament here. So lower bracket, last legs. See who's got it here.
I will say, it's going to happen to somebody. Like, you know,
it's got to.
The nice thing is that these teams have had and will continue to have, whether they're eliminated today or not, still the chance to continue to improve their game and prepare for future Mecha Break tournaments as they see fit, with so many people around here solving the game. But talking a little bit more about Empyrean, you're wondering what sort of map they'd pick. Yesterday, we were really heavily focused on the fact that they were running a Falcon player as their IGL. We've seen a couple of teams do this. People will alternate between Tricera, between Falcon, who ends up being the coordinator. I've seen some teams go with their Lumine, which is really cool. But this particular day, we're seeing a shift, and I don't see people swap very often. Luna Breaker may be a little bit more flexible, but in between yesterday and today, Empyrean have largely swapped from having their Falcon player call the shots to their Tricera player call the shots. Those are two very, very different styles.
Yeah, and I think the Tricera is a little more natural maybe, because you really are that core group of the team that, you know, wherever the objective is, that's where your Tricera is going to be leading the fight. So letting the team know what the timing is, when you're ready to commit. You know, you actually have that visual awareness of what your teammates are doing. Are they ready? Are they around me? Are we ready to take that engagement as a unit? And so I think this makes a lot of sense strategically, the way the meta is right now with how important those main tank groups are, to have the Tricera be a bit of a leader. It seems natural. I think Disguise are running the same thing with Speedily, making a lot of those important calls. So coming into this map, I think this random draw, both teams with two different styles, they're really hoping to kind of get the ball coming in their court. In a best of three, this random draw pretty impactful.
Yeah, for different reasons, I'd say we're probably looking at pretty close range maps, because both of these teams do rely on that strong core. Actually, speaking of, since I was just talking about Lumines being really strong callers, Nagata on NGT, a great example of a shot caller who's going to be on Lumine. Taking a look at the Empyrean roster, they've got a lot of people to look out for. Zach, actually a great support in his own right, and we were talking up Kaladin so much yesterday. I'm really excited to see Yariella, who I think has stepped up their game immensely in the scrims between yesterday and today.
Team NGT on the other side, see what they can do to potentially bring their tournament back into a decent spot here. A win would really put the wind in their sails, give them something to hope for, something to fight for. I think when teams, both teams, of course, went down 0-2. It was kind of a brutal day one for both of them. So now it's about who can bounce back better. Empyrean taking a look at some of their maps yesterday. They played Cape Blanc and Graceland Sky City. Both went against them, but that was an NA versus NA matchup. So now playing a team from a different region, it's always interesting, right? There's always different styles that develop across regions. So it's interesting to see who ends up being strategically on top, more in tune with the meta.
This is definitely where we'll see that develop, the inter-regional differences. NGT also, I'm going to flag them out here. We have a couple of people who at this tournament will choose to play with controller, maybe a mix. NGT, one main controller player and one hybrid between controller and mouse and keyboard. So I'm going to label them the hope of controller in Mecha Break here at this tournament.
I mean, I do feel like controller seems very viable in Mecha Break, right? Like, most of the mechanics are about team play, coordination. I think the input type actually isn't so significant in this game as it might be in other games. So there's real opportunity, I think, for people who play on console. He's committing to that. I mean, wow.
If you keep making that face, it's going to freeze like that.
Seriously, it could last forever. I love the Japanese teams. They're all having a good time with it. Coming out here representing.
Really
still
good.
Focused though. I like that they're still calm, still locked in.
Yeah. I mean, really good attitudes today from all of the teams, even those on the verge of elimination. We saw the two different sides of it from MDY just last game in their matchup, and Ty on the other side, definitely having a fun time. And MDY maybe a little bit more locked in. Seeing this once more as, oh yeah, that, I think I'd go so far as to call that a smolder.
I'm small. I'm not at a loss for words here. I got nothing. Team Empyrean, let's see what's going on over here. They're chilling. They're locked in. Still chatting, still getting those last ideas shared across the team here. Coming into an elimination match. Looking confident though, smiles around.
Team Empyrean very matter-of-fact in the way they talk about the game, which is interesting. A lot of teams will go, oh, I think this, I think this. whenever you talk to Empyrean, it's almost always about not something that they think, it's something that they're certain about. They've determined that this is the correct move. We are running Falcon. We are going to do this, maybe Tricera, IGL. Inferno is unequivocally better than Aquila. They didn't say that, but as an example, Empyrean do tend to talk in very matter-of-fact terms about the game. They do a lot of research behind the scenes to come up with exactly what their game plan is going to be, and that should translate into a lot of confidence on stage.
Yeah, they're definitely having fun with it there in the player cam, so
yeah.
Good sign for that team, because I think that they came here with high expectations. They qualified from a competitive tournament, so they want to really be here and represent what NA Esports is representing in Mecha Break. And so I think to be taking that loss yesterday, but still in high spirits, is actually really important for that squad in particular, right?
Yeah.
Like,
it was a difficult matchup for them. I mean, like you said, not just taking the loss, but even talking to the players from both Orca and Empyrean, they felt kind of bad that they were seated against each other simply because there is a lot of history between those two teams, and to put two teams from NA up against each other was difficult for both, not just on a competitive level, what are we going to do, but on an emotional level, going against the people that you've come up around.
Yeah, and you know, in games like Mecha Break, there's always such a strong community atmosphere, and so even in the competition, as it looks like our opening map is going to be Krab Sinkhole. I'm going to hold that thought as we go to the striker ban phase. Opportunity now, we talked about these teams having different styles. This is their moment to define what their style is and what it is not.
And we're banning Welkin, so maybe a bit harder to cap the points.
I mean, Krab Sinkhole Welkin is a real game changer in terms of giving you that opening to really put pressure on the point. Falcon ban clearly really being targeted on Ramen right now. So Team NGT, putting some respect on the name.
Ramen wasn't even phased by this. I think talking to him a little bit earlier in the day, he knows that people are going to ban Falcon against him. It is the striker that he plays day in and day out, so it should be a very easy flex onto the Sky Raider. I'd be surprised to see him go something else as he is considering. He's hovering. Yesterday, though, they were, again, unequivocal about the mistake that they had made yesterday. Putting Ramen Rook on the Narukami, they went, no, we're not doing that again. So I'm expecting Sky Raider.
Yeah, another flyer. Makes sense as a natural swap. However, no Aquila on this map would be a really interesting call. This is a... Am I seeing this right? Is there Stego? So Stego, Tricera. That's all they're going to run in terms of the front line. Then Inferno, Sky Raider, and Elise Ness. So a lot of damage available. And with the Welkin ban, it makes sense. You got a little bit more room to run those high damage options.
I mean, I wouldn't love going into a matchup where you just don't have an Aquila, but you could rely on your Sky Raider to maybe deal with it. Not as mobile as the Falcon, but with a player as experienced as Ramen Rook, I do think that you can go, well, we have a flyer who should be able to harass Aquila out of the sky and provide so much more utility to the team than Aquila will be able to when Aquila's constantly running.
I mean, that's going to be a key matchup here. I think if Aquila can flip the script and turn the pressure back the other way, that's going to be what they need for Team NGT. It's going to be a lot of pressure on this Aquila to continue to deliver picks, to win those fights and shrug off some of that flanking pressure from Ramen Rook's Sky Raider.
Empyrean and NGT. It's going to be a tight matchup, and we're already on board with our flyer, Ramen Rook, who's going to have to put pressure onto, of course, the Aquila, but also the rest of the map, using the utility, the jamming missiles especially, of the Sky Raider to make a big difference for the squad. Everyone else getting set up around point A, not quite unlocked yet, but should be in the next 10 seconds.
Yariella already getting struck in here, wanting to find some value in the sky, dueling over these high ground positions, protecting his team's flanks.
Nakako up here as well. This is looking like a pretty good spot for the Elisinese, though, and that is the problem when Elisinese is destroying your back line. Unfortunately, though, we talked about putting pressure onto the Aquila. I'm not seeing a whole lot of it. I'm seeing Nas putting on the pressure.
Yeah, pumping damage from the sky on Aquila. So valuable. And Empyrean down one. Not out of it just yet.
Nakako! Might be popped into baby Elisinese pretty soon, and commits for the slam. You knew that was coming. You've got airdrop armor available at any point. Trip going to go for the point cap right now. Not a bad move by any means. Always see if you can pull this off, just in case nobody's looking. But Magical Abyss going to be covering the point as well. Nas continuing to find kills, however, as Caladan is going to go down. Empyrean getting staggered, and they're going to lose this point at some stage very soon, especially as B and C become available and you can really spread pressure throughout the map. That's where I'm expecting, if anything, Empyrean to pull ahead, because that's when they can utilize the fact that they have the only flyer.
Yeah, both teams here committing everything on the middle point. Now with all 3 points open, this is a particularly crucial moment. Team NGT are coming up with the kills though. That's crucial here. Eventually that should lead to a cap, but so far they haven't been able to clean up a fight. They do still have a few low players, so it's really getting chaotic. Ramen, as you mentioned, taking that flyer, capping one of the flank points, and Empyrean are managing to fight this back despite losing a couple critical pickoffs early. Skyraider caps a point and gets right back into the fray. Both teams, though, with a side point cap. No major advantage just yet.
I want to see us hit with those jamming missiles sooner rather than later, especially once we get the jamming haze back up from Stego. It could be good. Magical Abyss, though, going down. That is so bad for the side of Empyrean, losing this huge source of damage. And Nas free firing from the side. Has had a fantastic performance on this Aquila. Makes sure that point B isn't being back capped, and it is a lead for NGT, largely made up of kills because the points are even.
Yeah, very, very even other than the kills. It still matters, but not that significant on this point. Both teams would love to get that middle capture controlled. Chaldean, though, does find Trip, and that's a critical pickoff. Nas here on the flank wants to come back into the engagement, and man, Inferno has been such a key damage dealer, really just pumping numbers so far in the map. And Empyrean, they know about it. They're trying to flip the pressure back the other way. Both teams only 5 strikers alive here. Pretty much everybody fighting over the center point.
Roshugi just trying his best he can to completely ignore the Elysnes. You'd like to just pretend that this doesn't exist, and especially when you've got this Aquila putting on as much pressure as they are, you can kind of afford to do that because Elysnes can't take care of every problem. You can only do one at a time.
Yeah, and Celia under a ton of pressure. Losing Stego would be a death blow right now, but NGT, they've dropped so many players. Empyrean, they're low, but they're managing to trade this pressure admirably well. Not dropping key players at this moment, but still unable to get the capture. I mean, without Welkin, it's so hard to secure these caps.
Still waiting for the haze to come back. Chaldean would love to get back on the point, but can't afford to do so. Yariella jumping up into the sky, trying to put some pressure on this Aquila. It's finally your turn to absorb the Elysnes. We'll see what ends up happening here, as it should be a pretty easy kill for Elysnes, especially once you get this close. Missing the dash attack, though. Nas gets to buy a little bit more space. Yariella doesn't have a transform available, so they are just going to go down. Nas outplaying the Elysnes.
Yeah, and these middle structures are all starting to go down with the amount of spam trade that has come through already in the game. Slight lead for NGT, but with 2 kills down, Empyrean struggling to fight this one back. Need to keep this presence alive. They can't afford to give up A with how hard it's been to capture the first time. There it goes. Oh, that's massive for NGT.
Given how hard it has been to capture that so far, I don't see this being an easy retake for Empyrean. They'd much rather focus around the outside, something that, to his credit, Ramen has been doing an excellent job of defending, but it's taken Skyraider away from other, I think, to some more important tasks, and that is going to be something that Empyrean likely disagree on, but unfortunately, having Skyraider constantly side-capping points, constantly monitoring these objectives, means that he's not actually in the sky, taking out people like Naz, pressuring people like Ryoguchi.
Yeah, and Nakao is just keeping some key players from Empyrean occupied on the C point. He can just attempt the cap, doesn't really necessarily need to get it done, but just being a distraction, I think, is doing enough here. Because elsewhere, NGT are winning, right? They've got 2 points cap. They don't really need to change this status quo. They just want to deny Empyrean from making that big concerted push they're hoping to get done. Nozomi pouring on the pressure on the Aquila. And Scylla on the low ground, flanked, pressured with the help of Inferno. It's a pickoff, and he's right back into the main engagement.
There's just not really a lot of ways that you can deal with this, and until we see that happen, it's going to be a slowly but surely winning battle for NGT, who don't have to worry about a recap in the center. It's a lot of damage being pumped through, and I could smell an Aquila MVP in the making if this doesn't get shut down soon.
Yeah, Nozomi is getting so much done. The decision not to mirror the Aquila looks pretty rough here on Crop Sinkhole. So far, Skyraider has been relatively quiet.
I guess the nice thing is that Empyrean know that you're not going to see that band again, which actually helps quite a bit when they're looking at the future of this series. It is a best of 3, and even if they do end up missing out on the win this map, they'll still get the chance to select the next one knowing that they've got Falcon back in their pocket.
Cow, see what he's able to get done here on the backline above this Tricera, pumping in damage from above, avoiding those adaptive shields. Still a lot of support coming in onto Tricera. Not so easy to burst down this heavily defensive, tanking striker.
There's a point that we can start monitoring, though. Once you hit above 700, if your opponent hasn't cracked the 500 mark, it's basically a done deal. In very few situations can you come back from that. And
once you get that 2-to-1 lead, right? Once you get to the point where you only need to hold a single point to win from there on out, that's a huge difference maker. So 2-to-1.
We're about to hit it.
Yeah, it's pretty much there. NGT passing that crucial 2/3 marker, and from here on out, they don't have to do anything crazy, but they're still winning. They're still dominant in the fights. That's how they got to this point already, and there's no reason to give Empyrean a free fight, right? At this point, you want to twist the knife on them, really assert your dominance for going deeper into the series.
Shugi doing a really good job of staying alive, something that actually has bitten Empyrean. As much as they've made this a pretty even fight when they're in it, the loss of the point and the loss of so many lives along the way has extended their respawn timers by so much. It takes so much more time for them to get back into things that you lose exponential amounts of pressure every time that somebody goes down. And people are going down on Empyrean. It is a continuing problem for them.
Yeah, the team fight pressure is immense. Nozomi on the flank, trying to capture this point, but getting pressured by Ramanuk, who's so low, though. It's very scary for Ramanuk to even hold off on this point. Really does not want to go down right now on the Sky Raider, being evasive, trying to juke away. Even has Luminate coming in here to support, but that means there's a real lack of assistance in the main group team fight, and NGT are pouncing. That's a 30-second respawn for Ancilla.
And such a good recognition by Nozomi to go, well, there are 2 people on me. That means there aren't 2 people elsewhere. You will notice that Empyrean are actually doing a really good job now of capturing these side points, but I fear, Jake, that it's a little too late.
Yeah, honestly, Team NGT, they don't actually need to flip one of these side points. As long as they hold on to A, this is a winning position for them. If at any point as well Empyrean stops defending a side point, it could be a spot for pressure. But hold on, the triple cap comes in for Empyrean. If they can defend this, this is a winnable scenario.
Now time to see NGT when the screws are put to them. What do they end up getting, Shu? Looks like Node B. Not really under a whole lot of pressure there, as it was basically solo capped. We've lost a member of Empyrean as well, remembering that lack of pressure that having a numbers disadvantage leads you to. We could see a recap on C, as I'd much prefer that from NGT than trying to recap A, that is the main focus of this lobby.
They do have that single point. Now the double cap on the outside, and NGT may have done enough here. Empyrean, they need to somehow re-secure that triple cap, but leaving mid is such a fraught proposition. Which way do you go? Roshigu defending here on Objective C, making it very difficult to recap. The rest of the squad here for NGT not far behind. They're splitting onto both side points, and they only really need to win one of these fights. So even if you're losing, if you lose well here on the side, if you just deny the cap flip, Roshigu continuing to put that damage down, making sure nobody can flip C. And here it goes. Feels like too little, too late here. Empyrean struggling to make something happen here. Points ticking up here for Team NGT.
Yeah, looking at the way that this was played, because it is a game that now has essentially happened in the past. This is a very good game out of Team NGT. They've controlled the space really well, and I will say, what a turnaround from the scrims that they've had today. It's a good thing that they've been focusing on things like Krob Sinkhole, because being able to spread out and take those fights up against teams like EVA that are in the winner's bracket, and taking that experience back down to the lower bracket, it pays off hugely here.
Yeah, they played incredibly well. You can see the excitement on their faces. It means a lot to them to get that map win. And for Empyrean, that's got to sting. Right now, they're 0-3 in maps in the tournament. They qualified here out of a community tournament. And frankly, I think Team NGT came here with lower expectations. They came here from a very strong region. We've seen some really strong Japanese teams. So they might have come here thinking, all right, look, there's some really scary teams. We're not sure we're going to be able to do well. So the fact that they're able to, like you said, take those scrims and actually deliver a win here against a North American squad, Empyrean is on the bubble, and I think the pressure is really going to start to mount on them now.
Yeah, I'd say so, but we got that release valve. Falcon's already been banned.
True.
And when I'm talking to Empyrean, that is basically their game plan, is to have their Falcon player unleashed. I think Sky Raider looked all right, but it took a little too long for Sky Raider to become a relevant force, and it's difficult to know whether that's because of the pick or whether it's because of a lack of scrimming on Krob Sinkhole.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I think Aquila really ran rampant on Krob Sinkhole. I feel like it's a map where Sniper just seems super powerful, really dominant. You can kind of, wrap all the way around that middle ring and continue to put damage down. And pick off any backliners that expose themselves. And I think the game plan just wasn't really there to deal with it. Maybe the Falcon would have been the answer, but with the ban, felt like maybe a sniper was necessary for Empyrean. They didn't have the draft, they didn't have the strategy for it. So they fall here on Crop Sinkhole. Thinking about where you go next, that Falcon, core part of your identity, what type of maps are you starting to look at if you're Empyrean?
I think it's difficult. I think you don't want to go to Palm Bay Harbor, and I may eat my words because they may very well lock it in. But Palm Bay Harbor, I'd definitely avoid if you're planning to play Falcon.
That'd be more natural for Team NGT, right? They like the group up. They were winning the group up trades there on that map.
Yeah, Graceland Sky City might be good. I think that a good Falcon can really turn the tides there. As much as we saw this become a war of attrition, you take a Stego ban there. Stego hasn't been banned yet. Take that out, maybe go to Graceland Sky City. I think you could pick up a win.
And Stego was, I think, a strength there for NGT. Their main group was fighting incredibly well around that. They were looking really strong, winning those main trades, which, I mean, part of that is the Aquila. Right? You got to give credit, I think, for the Aquila doing a little bit more poke pressure, and Skyraider maybe wasn't able to keep up in that department. Curious to see, though, we're thinking about MVPs as we look at the stats. I'm really curious to see, like, what kind of damage was Skyraider able to deal in that game. It helps us, I think, get a better analysis, because Skyraider and Aquila, they're doing such different things in the match, right? It's hard to compare them, so I think that data might give us a better sense of who's doing well. I feel like maybe Aquila was the MVP, though, in that last match.
Yeah, I think so.
Really, like, a lot of key pickoffs. And we saw, I mean, think about how long that first point took to cap. So many pickoffs came in, and it was really Team NGT getting the better of it. Took them a while for them to cap, but you got to think that manifested later into the match with those very long respawns that felt like it kind of broke the back for Team Empyrean.
I'd have to agree. It was a pretty low cap game, to be honest. Yeah. Most of the game was played out with 3 caps and just sticking that the whole time. And when you're not waiting objectives, or when those objectives maybe don't weight as heavily because not as many of them occurred, I think you've got to be giving it to the person that was collecting the most damage, likely the most kills in the game. And while it is just a guess, we'll call it a pretty educated guess because we saw what happened on the map.
Yeah, no Welkins, I think, really changes that Crop Sinkhole a ton. Yeah. We realize how important. We see a lot of the Welkins in this tournament really focused on capturing objectives, and I think that's just a very powerful, consistent playstyle. So when the Welkin ban comes in, I think it really does throw teams for a loop. It forces you to take a different approach, maybe a slower approach to the game. Let's take a look at the stats here.
Nice call. Pretty nice damage out of Nozomi. And when we're talking about direct damage, like you said just last round, snipers really get an advantage here with part of their damage piercing fluid armor. It's going to be true for Aquila and, of course, the Narukami that unfortunately wasn't in this match.
Yeah. The Aquila really pumped it out in that. I mean, 8-0 and 5. And Raumenbrook, despite getting, the most merit points for the team, not able to find any kills. Really, you think about across Empyrean, right? They're really just not able to find that many kills in this match.
Yeah, and I will say kind of a Skyraider problem as well, because Skyraider doesn't have the crucial mobility that Falcon has when downward spiraling to be able to stick on a target. But let's bring it back to Nozomi. We picked it right, and I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back for that. I'll give you a pat on the back as well, because while it may not have been very difficult to predict, it was cool to see.
Yeah, it was awesome to see the Aquila in that map really able to have free reign. I think that the 179 defense is actually pretty huge. So I think the Aquila was really aware of the possibility of those back caps denying them from very long range. It's a little special bit of utility that the Aquila brings, especially on Crop Sinkhole. So I think this is also, you got to think about potential target ban for Team Empyrean, right? They weren't running an Aquila of their own. Maybe it's not something they want to focus on. And so it's something you could think about banning out, taking out of the game with Nozomi having MVP on map 1. Maybe you just force them to bring out something different on map 2.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you're able to pick a map that maybe is a little bit closer range, if you have a Falcon to equalize the Aquila, there's a world where the Inferno pick actually works out, because that's what was traded out. It was Inferno in place of running something like an Aquila for Empyrean, and that wasn't really getting nearly as much value despite the incredibly high damage potential that we know something like Inferno has.
Yeah, and Ryoshigu on the other side on the Inferno was able to get a lot done, even just denying captures in contested locations, right? With that big area of effect laser skill. Really difficult to cap in front of that, especially with no Welkin, able to block that energy damage or drop the shield to secure a capture. So, I mean, the Welkin ban came in. Like, this is Empyrean chose this, and it is going to be Palm Bay. Okay. I'm worried about them here. Maybe with an Aquila ban, maybe that changes this game enough to let something like a Falcon have more impact. But I feel like you really need to take the Aquila out here. It was so devastating against you on map 1.
And it's really good on Palm Bay Harbor.
Yeah.
Again, even knowing that Falcon is going to be likely in play here, I still wouldn't want to take this chance. It's like, it may not be what I would have picked, but the team, you have to trust them to know best as well.
Yeah.
This squad does talk to each other quite a bit, but I'll also throw in there that they are one of those teams that tends to get quiet when things get difficult, and I'm hoping that that is not a problem for them moving into this next round.
Yeah, I mean, this is that moment when you need somebody to rise above the pressure. Let's take a look at the ban pick. Team NGT banning first. See who they're going to take out. Hovering the Inferno. Going to commit for it. Don't want to deal with that. And that, I mean, that signals to me they might want to play a heavier tanking style. Inferno, one of the few choices that can really break it. And Team Empyrean going to ban the Eliseness.
Not a terrible ban. I like saving the Stego if you go to Game 3 for Graceland Sky City, because that's probably where you're going, and Stego's such a potent ban there. I'm actually surprised the Team NGT didn't take it out now and just bet on themselves to have a really good Stego game. But, you know, it is what it is. Looking at the way that this is playing out right now, I'm noticing Sky Raider hovered for Ramen Rook. This is surprising given that Falcon is available, but maybe they feel they can get more value out of the jammer missiles on Palm Bay Harbor than Falcon might be able to.
They are running the ultra heavy quad tank here with the Hurricane in the lineup. Hurricane, Stego, Tricera, and Welkin. It's a monster stack here for the objective fight. And Ramen Rook on the Sky Raider, see what he's able to get done. Probably going to be all on his lonesome in a lot of these situations. And interesting, Team NGT are going to run the Panther and the Aquila. So a much lighter, more mobile composition. Empyrean going for the ultra heavy tank stack on the card. We've seen a lot of teams really have a lot of success on Palm Bay with this strategy. NGT, they got their work cut out for them picking it apart. It'll be very hard to win the heavy tank trades. They're going to need to find pickoffs. They're going to need Aquila and Panther to get the work in here.
I may not love Sky Raider, but I have a lack of love for picking Hurricane even more, or not picking Hurricane even more so. NGT not locking that in on this map. I think Hurricane has become, especially when you're running into a really heavy tank composition, it has become a pick or lose on Palm Bay Harbor.
Yeah, I think it's core to the meta right now with how durable it makes the rest of your tanking lineup, keeps everybody up, keeps them strong and difficult to push off. See if they're able to get something else done here. Team NGT, they're really believing in their pickoff here. With the Panther, with the Aquila, you know, if you can start to pick off something like the Lumine, takes the legs out from under that enemy composition, could be the game changer as Ramen Rook comes in for a quick bombardment run here, but an earlier priority to the high ground for Team NGT.
Jamming missiles do whiff a little bit. Nice move from Team NGT to get up onto the high ground, so maybe leveraging this Aquila a little bit more with the ultimate height that they're able to sustain for the first bit of the round. But Mingyue said it best just last game. Your best bet at winning a round like this on Palm Bay Harbor is to take the fight and win it before the point becomes capturable. And that's going to be a pretty tall order when you're fighting down onto the low ground with a Hurricane and a heavy tank comp.
Yeah, Empyrean trying to push the enemy cart even deeper into the spawn. I mean, you might as well, right?
Yeah.
The point's not open. There's not much to fight for. You can really tolerate all this spam, no problem. And they're trying to flip the map now, taking NGT's starting side.
This is cool. This is a cool strat. You don't see this all the time, but the reverse cap was interesting. Now, unfortunately, they are going to have to commit onto the low ground, and I'm not sure how comfortable Empyrean are going to be doing that.
Yeah, they're just letting the cap go. Sky Raider trying to stall a little bit, but not really much hope to deal with that heavy setup. It's going to give an early lead to Team NGT, but Empyrean just really valuing the high ground, thinking that, you know what, even if we lose an early advantage, if they just hold this high ground down, could get scary. However, man, Aquila is just raining down fire and fury from above.
And for a little while there, I want to point out Empyrean's payload was being pushed back as well. So even having lost the point, I will say this is still relatively close. Point B and point C is where things really start to become disparate, if anything. Trip putting in some good work on the Stego right now, but this map has become so much less of a death ball fest than it normally is. People are way more spread out on this iteration of Palm Bay Harbor.
Yeah, big damage coming in from Magical Abyss. Panther, though, pushing that Hurricane out of position. Team NGT struggling to stay on their cart, though. The pressure a bit overwhelming. That's Empyrean's advantage with the comp. They're able to win these ultra-heavy tank trades. And the Cow, though, needs to change things. Need to push people out of position. bring that distraction effect that Panther is so good at. Nozomi as well, pouring in damage from above. The first pick, though, goes the way of Empyrean. Looks like it could be a bloodbath. Both teams having many players dropping low. And Aquila just uncontested in the sky.
Magical Abyss does trade things back, though. With Sakupan going down, things are relatively even. Only 8 seconds left for NGT to get someone back into the fight. And that's where they can start to answer back. Cart's really even right now, though. And what I'm noticing is the NGT are getting pushed back. Empyrean have so much staying power with the Hurricane, with the heavy tank composition, that when the carts are even, it's pretty chill to just sit on top of both of them and get yourself a bigger advantage.
Aquila dumping damage from range, but they're not able to secure crucial kills. Point B going to be open very, very soon. Nakao's got to be careful. Diving into that tank setup is incredibly difficult. Welcome straight in, but Sakupan got caught, boxed, punished by Ramenrook.
It's pretty nice, and a really good mid-air Welcome Box can completely change the fate of your game, and it's certainly done so here with Point B available for capture and a numbers advantage for Empyrean. They got jamming missiles all over the point. This is exactly what you pick Sky Raider for, to make these point caps all the easier for you. Chaldean, however, sitting off point right now, is causing a bit of problems, but with Ancilla picking up kills, Chaldean making it all the easier, picking up an assist as well. You are seeing NGT melted off the face of Point B, and a nice capture goes to Empyrean.
Yeah, great setup by Empyrean. They know inside, that's where they're really powerful, where they're particularly strong. Yariella mixing it up here on the high ground. And Nakao, very low, has to back out, tries to stay alive, but struggling to do so under pressure from the Welkin.
Grounded for a second, but Welkin not going to be too worried about that. Using these Aquila drones so defensively as well is pretty rough, because normally you'd be using them maybe offensively onto something like a Sky Raider, trying to ground him and make that aerial difference all the greater. At the moment, Empyrean hard riding the cart right now. This is typically what happens as we move through from point B onto point C, and the carts become very far away. So a bit of a break, shall we say, in the action. Maybe a chance to get some picks once we emerge back into the open.
Yeah, momentary reprieve. Both teams trying to reset. Big high ground position, though, being set up for NGT. Harassing Empyrean heavily as they try and move out of that high ground, but they're looking so tanky, so challenging to evict from that card with the help of the Hurricane. The rest of the squad, though, hitting from the flank angles here. Team NGT, they want to break this setup right here, right now.
Nakako on the harass, actually almost gets a pick, but nice jamming missiles again onto the high ground position. Forces Hurricane to be the defensive setup for Empyrean. I'm watching Triceras, watching Stegos scramble for cover as these jamming missiles make their lives so much more difficult. And NGT lose position in a big way as Yariella commits onto the high ground, wants to finish him off, but can't actually commit onto taking out Rogushi.
Yeah, that Sky Raider, we're starting to really see why this was chosen for Team Empyrean. That AoE disruption, really powerful when it comes to the objective. Aggression coming into the Hurricane. Needs to survive. Sakupan getting in there, fighting aggressively in the mix, but now taking a ton of focus fire, struggling to stay alive. This point could be decisive for the game. The first pickoff, though, goes the way of Empyrean. They take down Ryoshigu.
Sakupan about to go down as well. That's 2 off for NGT. Empyrean having not lost a single player so far. Force Nakako to back off. And that is a lack of positioning, a lack of aggression that NGT can put out, and a point capped now by Empyrean, 76-66. This game is far from over, but Empyrean doing so much better than I would have anticipated when I expressed doubt over their Sky Raider pick. This is why they picked it. This is the secret sauce that they were not letting slip to anyone, even in scrims.
Yeah, it looks to be really solid here in the match, even getting a bit of cheeky back cap on their opponent's cart. Not wanting to overdo that, though. They have a huge advantage. They just need to win their own hold-on cart. Stego disrupting Fog, keeping everyone alive, getting that armor back for Empyrean. Antilia is low on the point, needs a lot of help to stay alive in the Tricera. That's the pickoff. So Team NGT fighting well in the open is where they're the strongest here in the final moments of the map.
Sakupan gets aggressive as well. She may be able to make the difference on Welkin. Needs to be able to box someone, isolate a target, and start taking Empyrean apart. They're about to get Antilla back into the fight, and Yariella ends up taking out Sakupan instead. With Welkin down now, you have so much less tankiness to commit to the Empyrean cart. Nice pick by Nakako, though, onto Chaldean.
Yeah, and they're able to start back up and getting cart control. Our Team NGT, so they're fighting back here on the brink, keeping Empyrean away from that desperately sought after third map Nagata. Key member here, Nagata rather. See if he can get it done on this Panther, pushing people off the cart one by one, denying the capture.
Oh,
with
that's
huge damage from Magical Abyss. 2 pickoffs. Team NGT.
Situations like that, that is why you pick up Inferno. And that is going to be the strat that takes Empyrean onto a victory, evening the series between them and NGT.
1-1 is the scoreline, and Empyrean, they stave off elimination for now, forcing a decisive Game 3. This does give, though, Team NGT the opportunity to set the tempo with a map pick.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I don't actually know where they go now, because I'd expected for the wide open to be something that maybe you felt a little bit more comfortable on with the Flyers. I'm not seeing NGT really want Flyers at all, and some of that may be because it's on Palm Bay Harbor, but I would have expected them, if they wanted to run them, to pull it out on Krob Sinkhole, and I didn't see any.
Yeah, I think the Aquila has been a strong point for them. Still available to be banned out, though, so maybe that's the strength now for Empyrean. Like, you can take us to a good sniper map, but we're going to take you off Aquila. I think that's still available. Should they want to go that way, they could like to attack maybe the Stego, but both teams have looked solid as far as the main group fight goes.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's necessarily like an obvious, easy map choice here for either squad. That being said, I hope it's an Aquila ban. I mean, I think that's been a real strong point for Team NGT. That maybe is Empyrean's hope with if they do want to bring a Falcon to deny one of the better, long-range damage dealers. Win or lose, it feels like that has been a great point for NGT in the series so far.
Just to throw this out there as well, Hurricane, big difference maker in there, retains the 100% win rate on Palm Bay Harbor in this tournament. And maybe you were doubting, maybe you were trying out something different, but whether NGT continue in this tournament or not, everyone can learn a lesson from watching Hurricane be passed up on Palm Bay Harbor and how difficult it is to deal with that.
Yeah, they just couldn't win those main group trades. I think the Sky Raider was also pretty sweet. Like, I would have doubted that coming in. I'm like, well, what's the Sky Raider going to do? But instead of playing the conventional style where he's like super aggressive, always harassing, I feel like he was playing more with the main group. Like, well, you're going to group up and take these crucial fights on the checkpoints. But that's exactly the moment. I'm going to hit you with this heavy AoE, the disruption, and really make it difficult for you to win that trade with the squad. So I actually thought that Sky Raider fit in really nicely on that map. It's an unconventional pick, but one that I was kind of impressed by, something I want to see more teams potentially look to.
Yeah, especially when you're expecting people to group up. The jamming missiles provided so much value, and an underrated thing as well, if you're hitting Luminae with jamming missiles, Luminae's not doing a whole lot of healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it may not be the thing that won it for them, realistically. It's jamming missiles on the Tricera and Stego, but it's a nice bonus.
I think the Sky Raider is actually just a really clutch pickup there. I mean, I think the Hurricane is also super impactful. I think it's like maybe more crucial realistically, but we've seen other teams run the Hurricane before. I think this is Empyrean following suit with what other strong teams have shown. But I think the Sky Raider is their unique twist on it. I kind of like it. I was like thinking, hey, maybe other teams should take a page out of their book. They let the Aquila roam free. They said, hey, you can snipe us all you want. We're going to just, stand tall, tolerate all that damage, and still win the crucial indoor fights, being able to close out the map there at the end, just knowing that they have the better raw tanking presence.
Hurricane really enabling that, too. Like, without Hurricane, if you take that out, I think that letting an Aquila roam free, that's going to destroy you. Like, and so when I'm looking at this, I actually think you could, as NGT, try and take us to Eye of Mizra, which is going to be a pretty good map for Flyers, is going to be a pretty good map for Falcons, so maybe that is a little off, but it also forces Empyrean to actually address the Aquila, because they have been gambling on not having to do that. They tried it on Krob Sinkhole, it didn't work out for them. Not focusing the Aquila on Palm Bay worked for them, and the real bonus is that on Eye of Mizra, you can't really run Hurricane because they're so immobile.
Yeah, and Magical Abyss, great performance there. Big damage on the Hurricane, really contributing well for the squad. Chaldean, I think, another honorable mention on the Stego, turreting really powerfully in that map. And honestly, thinking about going to the next map, I think wherever you go, you just have the option still to ban the Aquila. So whether it's a good Aquila map or not, we're going to have to see, does Nozomi have the flexibility to bring out another, maybe it is an Arcami, but it's not quite the same.
It's cool to see Magical Abyss flexing to the Hurricane here, because as we talked about sort of at the end of that match, I was like, this is why you run Inferno, is for the split emitter in that end game state, and being able to have that very same utility on something like Hurricane on their Inferno player,
yeah,
it's like the defensive flex of the same pick, the opposite side of the coin, the shield to the sword, and Magical Abyss did not look uncomfortable on this pick by any means.
And wow, that tanking, massive.
Yeah.
Tanking 2.5 million damage. I mean, that's Hurricane in a nutshell on Palm Bay.
Yeah, this
so
is
unkillable.
Absolutely wild. And like so good for being able to reinforce, sort of have that double Welkin box, if you will, with the area cover of damage, but then also the ability to redirect with the decoy drones. You're adding on top of that damage that you're doing passively by laying up drones on top of where you're fighting. Just do the little ticks over time, and then of course you got areas like that where you're able to just free fire into a crowd.
Yeah, we're able to take a look at some of the highlights here from Palm Bay. Empyrean earning their first win of the tournament, matching NGT 1-1. We're going to a decisive Game 3 up next. And both these teams now, this is the last map of the tournament for one of these squads. Somebody's going home here. As much as we don't want to say goodbye to any of these teams, they've been fierce competitors. They've been great to watch so far. Gotta think this is the moment, right? Pull out all the stops, bring your best strategy. And NGT, they have a little bit of an advantage here, I'd say, with the ability to pick map, right? Like, you get to decide where is this battle going to be fought. That's a decisive advantage, potentially. Maybe they could go for somewhere where this Panther could be successful. I mean, this looks strong for Nagata.
Yeah, I mean, I could see us going Cape Blanc if they want. I don't think that NGT want to do that, but again, that idea was based on me watching them scrim today. And when we saw them move over to Crop Sinkhole, even though the scrims weren't working in their favor, we saw the value that it brought them against a team that's in their own bracket. When you're scrimming somebody who is in the upper bracket, and you're maybe losing control of these wide open maps, does make sense that you'd get to take that advantage into Krob. However, we're going Graceland Sky City. And remember, Stego Ban's still available.
Yeah, I mean, attacking the main group of whether it's a Stego or Tricera with a ban here could be wild. It could really just throw Graceland Sky City into chaos. The question is, what do NGT want? Do they want to attack that main group, or do they just want to say, hey, you know what? We can win that trade. Let's punish you somewhere else. Really curious to see the ban pick. This is that last moment, really the last critical strategic decision for either of these squads.
You are going to be running an Aquila as well. I could see you taking out Tricera, maybe running a double support ban to make this map a little bit more punishing. But it's no surprise to see Empyrean take that out.
Yeah, you got to, I think. It would be just way too obvious a strength here on Graceland Sky City. Team NGT considering how they'll respond here. They've already banned the Falcon. Unavailable to eliminate that on this map. And it's going to be the Narukami ban.
I think that's a no ban.
Yeah, maybe they just feel like they want to keep the flexibility open here for both squads. But I have to feel this kind of favors Empyrean, right? Like, they haven't wanted to use the snipers really throughout the series, and it's been Team NGT who have relied on it. So for Team NGT, the question is, where do they adapt from here? How do they commit into this final map?
Magical Abyss moving back onto the Inferno, but because we're still running Stego Tricera, I'm watching for that Ramen Rook Falcon lock-in. Falcon separated from Sky Raider by their unique ability on this striker to focus down kills. Remember, with the downward spiral, you have so much more stickiness on a single target, and that's where really good Falcon players can separate themselves. But that will not go unanswered because Ryoshigu on the other side, very good Falcon player themselves, and is the player who actually I was watching some of the most closely today because they choose to play Falcon only on controller.
Yeah, interesting to see Falcon mirror here, Ryoshigu versus Ramen Rook. Two storied Falcon players in this tournament. But Nikao is going to go for the Eliseness, going to challenge the Inferno, so it's going to be really ball in NGT's court here. They've got to get aggressive with the disruption that Eliseness can offer. Feels like if you allow just a pure damage trade to go down, that should favor Inferno. However, this is Elimination, so Inferno can also be a liability. It can be a striker that can be targeted down by the opponents. Doesn't have much by the way of defense or survivability.
Not banning things like Stego and Tricera does push us into a map that's probably going to be longer because Graceland Sky City goes to 3 rounds and Stego Tricera have so much survivability. I'm anticipating that we end up going pretty long on this, and there should be quite a bit of stall. Neither of these teams have such a massive advantage over the other that I expect them to snowball.
Here we're on board with the Falcons, scouting out their opponent positions. Very defensive choice here. Team Empyrean holding back. playing the high ground, playing defensive. Just wanted to slow this game down quite a bit. Understandable, given that they're running the Inferno. They should feel really good about these long damage trades. However, they've got to get eliminations, and Team NGT aren't giving them any easy targets.
This is interesting, though. I don't know why Trip is so split up from the squad playing on the outside, but it's the perfect target for Ramen Rook to just dump damage into. Keeping the Stego honest. Roshugi being dealt with on the outside, focusing instead on keeping an entire team at bay. Isn't going to be getting nearly as much damage out of the Falcon, but this haze right now is exactly why we see Stego so often banned on this map. It is so hard to get anything done, especially on Falcon, who does rely on doing slow, consistent chip damage over time, when you can just say, well, I'm untargetable for a few seconds.
Yeah, he's pouring damage in from above, but no eliminations. Neither team wants to make the mistake here.
Yeah.
Right? They both want to play it slow. And Magical Abyss on the Inferno is going to be able to pump this damage trade. So Team NGT going to be struggling to actually break that high ground setup.
Seeing the defensive welcome boxes again. Ramen Rook taking a risk, moving into the center of the team. Can always be CC'd, and this is a sign of a Falcon that's getting a little bit antsy. Saw the box come in behind Ramen Rook. If he gets trapped in one of those, it could be a free kill given over to NGT.
And Yoshigu really starting to pump damage, just getting very confident here, fearlessly just slamming everything into that core setup for Team Empyrean. They do still have the smoke from that Stego, keeping them alive, keeping them healthy reasonably, but Team NGT are starting to get a little bit confident here, splitting up a bit, continuing to pump pressure from multiple angles. Empyrean don't have many places to retreat from here. They need to win the trade from this position.
This game has essentially become a Falcon skill check. It is whether Roshigu is going to get more value, going to be able to force a misposition, or whether we're going to see, on the other side, Ramen Rook do that exact same thing. Roshigu does have to disengage from him with those. Ramen Rook rejoins the team. We almost get a dogfight, but it's going to be pretty hard to pull off. So everybody pulls off in their separate directions instead, and we'll be re-engaging shortly. I said this was going to be a long map, Jake. It's looking like it.
Yeah, definitely seems like one that could easily go to overtime. Team NGT are trying to find some way to break this setup, but then again, neither team necessarily forced into an over-aggressive move here. The high ground position has been relatively stable for Empyrean so far. And Trip, under cover of the smoke, is going to go over to the high ground, but yeah, doesn't want to overstay his welcome there. Knows that one pickoff would drastically change the strategic reality right now.
A little bit more haze, especially when you've got the cover given to you by Roshugi. I'm surprised to see Magical Abyss pushing in here, though. Burns the defensive cooldown just to make sure you don't accidentally get boxed in by the Welkin, but contributing the additional damage could be the edge that Empyrean need. Breaking a box very quickly. Sakupan is so low, could be the first pick for Empyrean, and we see it on the board. Sakupan gets taken down by Magical Abyss.
The fight has gotten very chaotic here, but one pick off for Empyrean means they could slow the game down. They have what they need in terms of the objective. Yoshigu keeping the pressure on the main group of Empyrean, making it difficult for them to leave this high ground position, just dumping damage from the high ground.
It is such a problem, though. So hard to focus, especially with Tricera and Stego on top of each other, and I'm happy to see Magical Abyss committing onto the low ground there, because honestly, Empyrean do not need Magical Abyss to be staying alive on the high ground. Roshigu, as much as he's dumping damage into them, is effectively doing nothing.
Yeah, not able to get much done. On the flip side, Team NGT, the clock's against them now. They've got to make something happen. They've got to start pressuring the high ground. Even if it is a big risk at this point, you have no choice but to take it.
I think you're going to try and get offensive pretty darn soon, and I don't envy NGT having to do this. Nakako committing now with the aggression, knowing that there's only 30 seconds left for the kills. You are relying on Empyrean to make a mistake, to somehow be able to crack this Stego Tricera, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not seeing this happening too soon, Jake. The health bars in Empyrean are basically full. Chaldean, however, does get the fluid armor broken, and we're seeing Ancilla follow. Nakako does get popped into Baby Elysnes for right now, and Sakupan still spinning to win. She is all over NGT are all over Empyrean right now, but now it's 3-0 as NGT, committing body after body, are losing everyone on the way.
Yeah, the clock goes against them there. And the defensive posture from Team Empyrean, they successfully waited out that big aggressive move from Inferno to secure the opening elimination onto Sakupan was crucial that round. Now into round 2, NGT, they have the opportunity to reset, to rethink their strategy. It seems like they will get the early dominance on this high ground tower.
Pretty big. It makes them essentially unassailable, at least in the same way as they were. Oh my lord, last game, Magical Abyss gets a little too far from the team, and that is the power of the Falcon, especially when you got the backup of the squad.
Yeah, ultimate high control for NGT. They're pumping damage from the low ground. Ryoshigu trying to keep that pressure on. Empyrean trying to stay alive, trying to take cover. Ryoshigu doesn't want to let them reset, but doesn't have much follow-up in this position. Tough decision here for NGT. Do they want to commit for more? Seems like they will elect to just slow the game down. They have this ultimate height. They don't necessarily need to leave it.
Nakako thinking about committing since you've got a little bit more safety on the Elysnes, but that is instantly punished. I don't even think you're reaching the rest of Empyrean without getting taken out. No need to take the risk right now. And instead, it's Empyrean that are going to have to really commit onto the high ground. I knew you were talking about this earlier. If somebody plays for high ground, maybe you commit to low, but when you're already down a kill, it seems like a losing proposition for Empyrean, who have no real way to fight back. They're leaving things in the hand of Ramen Rook, who should be able to maybe, just maybe, finish off Nuz on the low ground. But Ramen Rook is all alone and into the healing that Lumine, Tricera, and Stego all provide. I don't think that Falcon is cutting it.
Yeah, Team NGT, they back off the high ground, though. They give up that crucial position. There's an opportunity here for Empyrean to push the aggression, and they need to do just that. They are down a kill, so they've got to find something to stabilize. Or else NGT will just wait the clock out on them. So this time, it's Team Empyrean who have to get in aggressive, have to force something. Ryoshigu dumping damage on this high ground setup, but hold on, Inferno really started to pour the damage on.
Yeah, this is where you really get the power of Inferno, burning through the shields over and over. Magical Abyss has learned their lesson from the first 30 seconds and is no longer extending super far above the squad, but is still chunking health bars as Naz again goes very low. This could be it, and Nozami has to be the focus for Ramen Rook, and will be taken out. It is 1-1 with 2 minutes, almost 3 left.
Empyrean with the better raw damage. NGT had so many players low in that scenario. Opportunity here for Ramen Rook to find more. Still 1-1 though. NGT, they're down but not out here, fighting strong from the low ground, trying to turn it around, get a counter kill on Empyrean. The aggression comes in here. Elysnes diving over the top with the help of Rishiku. Players low, vulnerable. There could be some sort of opportunity here for NGT, but their teammates are also in trouble.
Ramen Rook got to have that killer instinct right now as Nagata, the low Lumine, races right by Ramen Rook. Very surprised to not see him follow up on this kill. Nakako, however, low as well, and the NGT lineup on blinking health bars are going to have to make it out of this without being focused down, and I don't think that's happening realistically.
They're falling back impressively well, though. They're staying alive for now, trying to get some repairs off on the Welkin. Capturing that objective, still 1-1 here, so neither team in a massive advantage, but Empyrean feels like they are winning these damage trades. Inferno, so powerful. And so NGT are forced to constantly rotate away, try not to take that overwhelming damage pressure. But the fluid armors are really in trouble for NGT. They don't have much to work with.
And that is largely due to Ramen Rook now on a split-up NGT, able to really make Falcon work so much better than they were able to earlier. Ryoshigu still doing a lot of work on Falcon, but a lot of it amounting to nothing as Empyrean are so much more grouped up, so much more able to defend each other, where Ramen Rook is picking off a very split-up NGT and picking on them.
Yeah, and that damage, I think, from Inferno is really making the difference here. Nakao tried to get something done on the flank, but Ramen Rook spots it out, starts putting pressure down over there. This range is so long, feels like neither team is really going to be able to pump the damage. It's like this could be going to overtime.
Yeah, with only a minute left, overtime is looming on the horizon. That's going to be a race of first to 2 kills instead of 6. Nakako does get popped into Baby Elysnes right now, has a little bit more survivability, but you can tell NGT with this move alone, reading what Nakako is doing, they want to get aggressive. They do not want to let this go into overtime. Nakako popping the invincibility right in front of everybody, getting the armor airdrop, now is going to commit onto the low ground, just edging a little bit more damage in there as the haze gets popped and Nakako waits for their time to strike. All of Empyrean are going to be focused down soon. Ramen Rook doing a really good job just keeping everyone at bay, keeping NGT honest.
Ryoshigu in real trouble, dropping incredibly low. Ramen Rook wants to find this pickoff, but the support coming in from NGT's Lumine is keeping them alive. And Ramen Rook seems like he won't be able to get that one. Forced to back off, forced to take the regroup. And one more elimination will secure the round. The entire series rests on this.
somehow even more tense than it was 30 seconds ago, knowing that it is a single misstep that could cost you everything. No chance to get back into it, as this is the last round. It is 1 kill for your tournament life for both teams, and watching the health bars trip so incredibly low could be the one to fall.
Oh, and that does it there. Empyrean, they get the win. Great comp selection, using that Inferno, getting the decisive lead in the range damage pressure. You can see what this means to them. They're celebrating, they're excited. Not sent home just yet. Empyrean stay alive, progressing on into the tournament. That does mean, though, we've got to say farewell to NGT.
And it's going to be a tough round to say goodbye on, because Graceland Sky City gets so tense. The move into overtime meant everything, but just not having the ability to stay together in the same way as Empyrean did, getting split up and having so much more pressure put on them by the Inferno. The difference between these two squads just made NGT's job that much harder.
Yeah, Ramen was great on the Falcon. We see why that respect band came out early in the series. So Team NGT, I got to give them props, though, man. They fought so well in some of these extremely high-pressure scenarios. Despite the game starting to tilt against them, they rotated well. They adapted under pressure. They stayed together as a team until the last seconds. And so I gotta give my respect, that they were able to endure that pressure so well and continue to play their hearts out, continue to play to their standards as a team.
Yeah, they've certainly done themselves proud, done their region proud in the tournament so far, and you've still got plenty more teams to carry on that flag. They're also fortunately going to continue to be surrounded by people who are so passionate about this game, because though they are ending their tournament run, NGT are still going to be in the building and are still going to be helping and uplifting other squads throughout the next couple of days. Empyrean, very well done to them. Remember, I expressed doubt after the first map whether they'd be able to communicate effectively, or whether they would just silence themselves with the stress of the map, but they did really well coming back on Palm Bay Harbor, and now here.
Great compositional selections. I think on Palm Bay, I really like the Sky Raider. I think that's something that other teams could actually try to deploy if they've got the comfort to bring out the Striker. It looks really strong based on how tanky and stacked up the meta is on Palm Bay. To have a Sky Raider that really punishes that strikes at the core of that style made a ton of sense to me. I didn't understand it until I saw them play, and I was okay. Like, maybe that's the move there on Palm Bay. So the meta continues to evolve here in Mecha Break. Well done by Team Empyrean, staying alive, keeping the hope for the North American squads.
Yeah, they stay in it. We got another day of NA, and I mean, that is realistically how it's going to go. There are some NA teams that are going to make it quite far, and Empyrean, a very well-deserved team to be moving on forward in the tournament, given how hard they've worked in the community tournaments up till now.
Yeah, this is clearly something that they worked hard for, they wanted, they've been practicing scrimming. We've been following them here in the practice area. And, it's been a team that's exciting to watch. I'm curious to see how they can continue to progress in this tournament. Can they take down any more teams on their road to victory?
I'd suspect they've got another team in them.
Yeah.
Like especially with the Sky Raider pick, they've definitely got another map in them.
Yeah.
And looking actually at the schedule, Empyrean will go on to face CSTG. That'll actually be a pretty challenging matchup.
That's a scary one.
Yeah.
CSTG have been really fantastic. Very, very strong team, not one to go easy on. But that's a matchup for another day, right? You get to rest easy tonight for Empyrean. You won your match. You're still alive in the tournament. You can think about tomorrow when you wake up and start to approach that next series. But here we just got to celebrate this one. Thinking about MVP predictions for that, I feel like I've got to put some credit on Ramen Rook. That was the Falcon that we've been discussing a lot, how much Falcon is a key element for this team. And I felt like he was getting big damage, big harassment, never cut out, never punished.
I agree that I would give Ramen Rook the MVP from a human perspective.
Yeah.
I will say from an objective-based perspective, because kills are weighted so heavily,
true.
Magical Abyss might end up getting it on the Inferno, put out a lot of damage, got a lot of kills as well.
That's a fair point. I mean, I think the Inferno was a key element, and really the reason strategically I think that Empyrean won that is that they had the better range pressure with the Infernos, who was just dumping cooldowns all game long, and that's what's forcing not only getting those kills crucially, but also forcing NGT into rotations, forcing them to back up. It felt like that always allowed Empyrean to be the team dictating the pace of the game, deciding where the engagements were taking place, and as you mentioned, actually securing those kills on Inferno, so crucial. And I liked he was able to push that risk, because with the team playing so slow and passive on the high ground, on that first round in particular, somebody had to get in there. Somebody had to mix it up and to actually take the fight to their opponents. And that was Inferno, surprisingly, who I think you could be easily punished on.
Yeah, Ramen Rook, not surprising me at all, ending up statistically very near the top, 2 kills as well. So actually, maybe even entering into the argument for MVP now that we know he's secured 2 of those.
Yeah.
Roshigu, on the other hand, a very expected SVP.
Yeah.
There was just so much damage coming out of the Falcon, and I don't think Roshigu did anything wrong during this last matchup. I think it really just came down to the compositional difference that Falcon was doing their job, and there was no one else to do the job of an Inferno.
Yeah, team strategy so important in Mecha Break right now, and I think that's really what got it over the line here for Empyrean. Individually, yes, I was impressed by the Ramen Rook's Falcon, by the Inferno, but in the end, I think what really matters here, what secures your wins, is the team play, the decision making, and that was decisively in fair favor. I mean, I think being just a little bit greedier with the amount of damage you can deal, running that Inferno for Empyrean, it forced NGT to make moves they didn't really want to make there at Graceland Sky City.
Yeah, I credit to Ramen Rook as well, not just relying on the safe damage of Falcon, but especially, there we go, very, very well-deserved MVP, taking risks to open things up. I'm shot back to the first map where this really could have been a game where we just saw Falcons dumping damage into everybody and everything was fine, but instead, we saw Ramen Rook's Sky Raider dive down onto the low ground, risk being Welkin boxed, and to a Falcon, a Welkin box when a Stego and Tricera are looking at you, you're gone.
You just get, you're so deceptively easy to burst if you get locked down. That's the thing with those Falcons. They look so unkillable, but you make one little slip up, get caught in one compromised position, and that's your life. And honestly, losing your Falcon, it could cost you the game in Graceland Sky City. So a lot of teams are running that Falcon. It is powerful, but there's a lot of pressure on the Falcon player to not make any mistakes. And with that kind of pressure on your shoulders, with your team facing elimination in the tournament, Ramen Rook delivered for the squad.
Yeah, and I'm thrown back to other matches on Graceland Sky City. First day, Mingyue was getting very aggressive on Falcon, and sometimes it hurts the team more than it helps. And I'm sure that every team is trying to figure out that exact right balance of when do you apply a little bit more pressure, be it with Falcon, be it with Sky Raider, be it with Inferno, because we even saw Magical Abyss extend a little bit too far in the second round and force Empyrean into a position where they had to play a lot safer and get more aggressive at the same time, which is such an impossible position on Graceland.
Yeah, they really got pushed into a corner there between a rock and a hard place. Highlights for this tournament, for this map rather, a lot of Falcon, and that's to be expected. The Falcon really is the initiator here in this composition, the one who can start the engagements off, who can put their opponents into a tough spot, who can chase them down when they do get low. So got to give respect to Ramen Rook, looking great on the signature Falcon striker pick.
Yeah, I'd suspect that we're going to see a lot more highlights from Ramen Rook, and I want to see some collaborations with other Falcons, because I know, given the fact that everybody here speaks different languages, we are seeing a lot of inter-region collaboration on scrims. I haven't seen a lot of Falcons talking to each other about tech, and I'd love to see that, because Ramen Rook is definitely one of the top Falcons at the tournament, but we've got a lot of other very good Falcons that play stylistically very differently, even thinking back to Ken, who really wowed me yesterday from EVA. But let's hear, instead, an interview from Empyrean.
与屏幕前的驾驶员们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是今天的主持人之夏。现在在我身边的呢是上一场比赛的胜者 EMP 战队的砍妖点，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Say hello to the audience.
Hello, I'm Caldian of Team Empyrean. I'm the Stego player.
大家好，我是 Caldian， 我来自 EMP 战队，我玩的是剑龙。
好，也是再次欢迎你啊。那在今天的比赛，其实打得还非常的焦灼，拉满赢下了你们队伍首场的胜利啊，也是成功挺进了下一轮。现在感觉怎么样？
You got a very beautiful victory, and your team entered the semifinal. So how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling really great. I'm also feeling really confident about our team's chances going forward.
我觉得非常高兴，然后也非常自信，我们的团队能够继续走下去。
我觉得这场比赛赢下来就很关键了嘛，后续也是成功让状态回来了嘛。那也是聊到在今天的比赛之中，其实第一局是出现了一点点小小的失利，但咱们调整非常快，直接连追2局，所以想问一下咱们是如何去调整的？
So in the first round, you got lost. However, in the second and third round, you managed the pressure and got the final victory. So how did you turn around the scale?
We just tried to stick to the fundamentals and stay together as a team. Try not to take too much risk, but then capitalize on any of the mistakes of our opponents.
我们首先就是坚持到最后，然后保持团队紧密的联系，然后不要犯那种非常大的错误，这样就可以获得胜利。
心态也很重要，而且确实是稳住了。那来到第三局也是直接来到了加时赛啊。想问问咱们是如何在这么短的时间之内，在加时的过程之中赢下来的？
So in the third round, you stick to the final seconds and to the overtime. So how did you manage to win the game for such a long period?
Our mission was to try and just stay safe, don't give up any deaths to our opponents, and let them make the first move.
就是我们的秘诀就是要保持自己的安全，然后不要去冒险，然后去坚持到最后，然后赢得胜利。
我觉得对于格拉西林天空城这张图也是，就在击坠敌方的过程之中，也要保持自身的安全。好，那也是非常感谢选手接受我的采访，也希望你们后续比赛可以继续加油。下一场比赛是由沙发战队对阵 CLGG 战队，那他们又会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final two teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only one unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans one striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elisinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
はい、おはワールドの小丸7でございます。
I'm DJ Knight with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Encilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TIE 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、龍炎を使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのラウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居，
我是老李，
我是来自斗鱼的39，
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜，
我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Play Lumine.
題はまあステーゴ。
ナルカミですね。
ナルカミが一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして。
ヒーラーですかね。
我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔。
赤霄。
这种。I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで。なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。
其实我挺期待跟影子他们交手的，因为我平时挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军，
目标夺冠吧。虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。
目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
ひねり潰す。絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。
我必拿下你。
尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城墙。
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。
冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational. My name is Dia, and I have had the pleasure of being joined by Jake for the last 2 days. And Jake, we will continue as we are into the second day of competition, and we are 2 rounds deep into the lower bracket, which means we've sent 2 teams home, and we've got 2 left to go.
We're going to be sending home our first Chinese team today, as 2 teams from China here are clashing in the lower bracket, fighting for their tournament lives, as are all the teams that you and I are casting today. Excited to see who comes out on top. Definitely a lot of pride from China, from the teams here competing on the home turf. Nobody wants to be the first one sent home.
It is a blessing and a curse to be going through all of the lower round, because I don't like sending people home, but I love the intensity of these matches. We are not seeing teams call in early and go, well, I guess we'll just try again tomorrow, maybe give it a different strat. They are throwing everything at the wall and more, and we've seen new strats, even last game bringing a Sky Raider into the mix. Really changes the perspective that you have on how you can solve the game of Mecha Break over the course of this tournament. But focusing in on this match, we're going to be bringing Shuffle into the board. We've got, of course, this is our first Chinese team coming up, perhaps to be eliminated, and they had a pretty good day yesterday, all things considered, despite moving down into the lower bracket. Their first round was a little bit more difficult, going up against Eva, but that experience is going to net them something really nice when they start off in the lower bracket.
Their opponents gonna have to stare them down here. Love the walkout here from Team Shuffle. High-ranked in-game team. Let's see what they're able to deliver in the match here. Standing before the stage, looking confident, honestly. They know they're meant to be here.
Yeah, when you got a bunch of high rankers like this, you know that they can't be doubting their own mechanical prowess, but as you've so aptly pointed out, this really is a game that focuses on team play more than almost any other 6v6 available, and that's where CLGG may be able to find themselves an edge. Their team play yesterday up against their opponent CSTG. I know, that was confusing at the time as well. Brought them to a 2-1 victory, and that was after dealing with an incredible Panther player and still coming out on top.
You make fantastic analytical points, Thea, and I'm just looking at the door. When they walk out of the door, I'm loving the door.
It's cool tech. It's cool tech. I can see as many Falcon flips as I want, but the door changes everything.
All right, this stage is pretty awesome. You gotta admit, for fans at home watching the stream, I don't know any esports competition I've seen has like the fully customized desk and stage the way this one does. And so, you know, for the Mecha Break Invitational, pretty exciting stuff. You know, Amazing Season Games has really put it all together here in Zhuhai, China.
You know what makes it even cooler? Because like when we got here, we went on the tour of the studio. And what made it even cooler was knowing that not only was all this set up right there, but it's literally right next to where they make the game.
Yeah.
Like all
down the hall from the office, from where all the developers are working hard, you know, to deliver the product itself. So it's clear this is a real labor of love for the team, you know, to put this all together. And so for all the community, for the fans out there watching who've been enjoying, you know, sinking their teeth into Mecha Break, getting into this, you know, Mecha entry to the Mecha genre, I think this is an awesome opportunity to celebrate that, right? Like bringing all these teams here together to compete. But of course, that competition does mean we've got to crown winners and send losers home.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that's the position we find ourselves here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, for better or worse, we are trying to crown a champion. We can't disperse all the honor. We gotta give it to one person because we only have one trophy. So
only one team wants that trophy, and the trophy looks pretty nice. The Corite Crystal stylized trophy. I'm kind of a fan. I'm into it.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of Corite, I'm really excited for this match because CLGG showed me a version of Cape Blanc Observatory that I'd never seen before yesterday. Because it was the first time that in any of my games, or ones that I've watched, that I've seen the extractors actually extract and create the storms that they do.
Yeah.
That was how intense the match got.
Shuffle. Here's the roster. They'll be fielding some of these names. PLE777. Don't know how to pronounce that.
Play.
Play.
I will say, in the favor of Play, one of the things that I've found really fascinating about this roster, they've got 2 Inferno players that they actually alternate between. One switches onto Stego, and that's Revive, and then Play switches onto Elisnes. Okay. Really weird to see that, especially when we're coming off the back of last game where we saw Magical Abyss, who alternates between Hurricane and the natural counterpoint Inferno. These are like completely different styles. Stego and Inferno, very different.
Yeah, that's wild. And it's crazy to think, the journey for Inferno being a striker, a lot of people were questioning coming into the tournament, will this even be used? Is it relevant? Looks pretty top tier to me. I mean, getting played a ton, getting a lot, maybe more bans than any other striker individually. I think a lot of teams recognize the raw damage threat that Inferno can bring. Taking a look at some of the map stats. Not a huge sample size, right, for either of these teams. They both went down 0-2 in day 1.
Yeah, I'd say that in this particular case, Shuffle had a bit more of a mismatch because they were up against EVA, who are just of an incredible caliber, as they've very much proven over the course of the last 2 days. If you missed their game earlier, go back and check it out. We've got the whole VOD available, and watching EVA is always a privilege. They did end up serving Shuffle a 0-2, whereas CLGG had a little bit of a better time because their matchup to start was a bit more even on paper. They ended up finding the win on Graceland Sky City, which was really good, especially because it came immediately after they got served a defeat at the hands of a Panther that they could not have expected.
I mean, Panther is such an X factor. So when I think for a lot of these teams, maybe they weren't expecting it to be played, but some of the top pilots of the tournament are experts at the Panther. I think it's very much a question of which hands pilot it.
The Muhammad
Love the Muhammad Ali shirt. That
goes crazy.
So hard. That's so hard.
That's awesome.
He's like, I'm not wearing the jersey. I'm representing the GOAT.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what kind of ventilation they have in these strikers, but sometimes the jackets must get a bit hot.
Honestly, the Muhammad Ali tank, like, that would go wild. I want to see that in game. Get that as a cosmetic on the pilots. Desperate.
We got television hats.
I'm on my hands and knees begging. Amazing CSUN Games. Bring me the tank top.
Yeah. It's styling for sure. And I really like the jackets, even though we're talking about the absence of one.
These are pretty awesome, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of sad we didn't get one of these.
Yeah,
the team jackets here for those folks lucky enough to qualify for this event. It's pretty awesome, pretty sweet item to take home. Even if you go home without the trophy, the jacket's pretty dang cool.
Yeah, and if some of you who have been watching maybe a few more matches, who have stayed up throughout the whole last couple of nights, we appreciate you, first of all, and you may have picked up on the fact that the jackets are color-coded. We've got the Japanese teams in the tan, the Chinese teams in the red, and the North American teams in the blue.
Kind of like the Japanese tan. They look good.
It does look like a pilot jacket.
Yeah, it really is giving pilot.
Giving pilot.
It's really giving pilot.
It is. You get a few aviators in there. That would be pretty cool.
I mean, any of these jackets, frankly, would go great with some mirrored aviators. I want to see somebody rock out with the mirrored aviators on stage. Maybe the whole team. That would
go incredibly hard. Empyrean would definitely do it.
Empyrean,
because
if
they've already got the coordination.
That would go wild.
Yeah.
With the Empyrean hand signal with the aviators. We got to get some of these teams on that.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to make a run to the convenience store, pick up some aviators.
Some serious conversations to be had in the
boy.
post-match.
I mean, you gotta think about the walkout, right? You talk about strategy, you talk about team coordination. If you're not prepping the walkout, like, what are you even doing here?
Oh my! Yesterday when we had even the player intros, that intro where we wiped the glasses and
Oh
then focused.
my,
I've been
with
thinking
the
about that
focus
for
pull.
24 hours.
That's next level. I gotta ask the cameraman to do that in the next event I go to. Now that it's been unlocked for me, I've seen what's possible.
Yeah.
I've seen the light.
Yeah. I mean, there's been plenty of innovation both in and out of game, and I think there's room for a bit more. Again, both in and out of game, because we've got some pretty serious faces, some pretty funny faces, and lots of outfits that can be pushed to their limits. But by the same token, the strikers yet to be pushed to their limits. We are just now stepping into Sky Raider territory as that started to become something we're talking about. We're still seeing teams experiment with whether or not they want Hurricane, which I think is kind of a foregone conclusion for my part.
I think I'm with you on Palm Bay. I feel like you just need it.
Yeah.
However, I think, looking at this map pool right now, we're getting a different selection in each best of 3. I think it's going to be really interesting when we looking about later into the tournament. Those upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals, and grand finals will be best of 5.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to play every map.
Yeah.
It's going to test really the teams, their strategic versatility, their diversity. But to stay alive right now in the tournament, you just got to get through these BO3s. Shuffle versus CLGG. Maybe I'd say Shuffle are the favorites on paper. Being a high-ranked team in game, you think their individual piloting skills are strong. But CLGG, like you mentioned, the teamwork is an X factor, and it tends to be, I think, more significant right now in competitive Mecha Break.
Yeah, I think that this comes down to Shuffle maybe having a little bit more expected innate game sense and ability to pick up on their own because of their high rank, where CLGG, I was very impressed with their play yesterday. I think they demonstrated incredible team play, and that's what I'm giving to them as an edge in this round. We are starting things off on Palm Bay Harbor, so I'm expecting that Hurricane because of what we just talked about, but we won't be seeing Aquila or Inferno.
Yeah, 2 of those heavy damage strikers, and so if you eliminate them, this heavy tanking setup becomes all the stronger. Sky Raider being hovered for John. Curious to see if they end up committing in that direction. Hovering a Panaka, surely. Are they hovering it? Is this a no support strat? They're gonna go for that. Shuffle. This is getting wild.
With a Falcon.
Okay, no, they do.
Okay, Illuminate maybe.
I've been baited. Pianyue.
I am noticing that they don't have a Tricera though. That's
No
interesting. To swap the
way.
Tricera out
Okay.
for a Falcon would
We're
be
being
risky.
trolled. We are being trolled. Confirmed. They're hovering. There's no way you don't play Tricera on this map. If you don't play Tricera on Palm Bay, I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
Yeah.
I have seen enough Mecha Break to know you need Tricera on Palm Bay.
And I'm surprised that neither team is going with Hurricane, but I guess if nobody plays it, we can call the playing field even.
Yeah, and Panther and Falcon for CLGG. A lot of mobility and pickoff potential, but maybe going to be lacking in some of that raw damage department.
Yeah, Panther has been experimented with quite a bit in the last few days, has been good at picking apart the tankier compositions, but on Palm Bay Harbor, I hesitate to say that that is as effective because nobody really has to move that far.
Yeah, it seems like a tough map for those like heavy turret mechs, just struggling to break those positions when the strikers hold it down on the cart. Panther just, you kind of poke at the edges. Maybe if you're lucky, you can find a vulnerable Luminate, but it can be hard to actually secure that kill.
I'm noticing that we are going into the Falcon Sky Raider matchup, so this will be a really good test of who's actually more valuable. A reminder that CLGG get the ultimate high ground advantage, so we'll see how this ends up playing out because we haven't really seen a whole lot of strong counters to this so far. That is almost a box on John. That would have been a terrible way to start.
Very scary.
So the last time we saw this strat where middle high ground, we'll call it, was given up, it ended up being a complete surrounding of the low ground and ultimately a victory for those that were able to come from height quite expectedly. I'd hope that CLGG are able to take advantage of that, but the point's unlocking soon, and I already see Shuffle on it, so CLGG have got to put in overtime to get here, and they already committed Tricera onto the point. Stego and Welkin going to join in soon. Do they have the damage to pour into this? Because the Jamming Haze is doing a lot of work, and remember, Shuffle have Sky Raider to disrupt all the more.
They do win that first capture, and not dropping any players. Shuffle going to be feeling pretty good about that. John now on the Sky Raider wants to disrupt this opponent position as they try to start progressing their own payload. John fighting alone here with a lot of confidence. It's a bit risky on the Sky Raider, but Jamley busy elsewhere, just trying to hold this engagement off at the moment.
Stalling things out, and I think that's only right. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but the more aggression you are able to put onto the opposing cart, the more you keep off of your own, especially when you're playing somebody like Elimination that has wiggle room, Sky Raider as well, who has escapability to work with and make sure your life gets all the easier. A little bit of commitment out of CLGG onto the cart does cost Jamli their life, so Welkin getting a bit too big for his britches, and those britches are big. It's like a 22-ton, no, I think probably more, ultra heavy.
Yeah, you got to check the tailwind on that Welkin as he's in here, absolutely spinning to win, smoking the opposition on the payload, and Shuffle off to a pretty massive early lead. CLGG scattered to the wind, still progressing their payload, but this objective is about to open up, and CLGG are still waiting on a spawner. They lose another. Seems like this capture maybe is a foregone conclusion. The Shuffle will go out to a massive lead if they can score this gap.
Yeah, Shuffle know what's up right now. The numbers advantage, it gives them the point. And I will say, because CLGG have actually been pushing their payload during this time, the lead is not egregious. So every time you see Shuffle rocket ahead for a little while, when you actually reach the next point, when Shuffle eventually hit B, CLGG have a little while to catch up before the point unlocks. So this game is, for all intents and purposes, exactly even unless somebody starts reverse pushing Shuffle or CLGG.
Still, the kills keep going the way of Shuffle. The advantage maybe could be bigger, but it feels like the fights are all going their way. They're in control. The lead manageable, but still significant.
And this is really going to stack up because right now you're not seeing it affect these players nearly as much. Later in the game is when this is going to become a big problem. If your death timers are super long as CLGG, you're not going to be able to fight past point C and know that you actually have some wiggle room in terms of respawns and pushing your own objective.
Carts rolling forward for both teams. There's a natural opportunity to kind of make a bit of a truce here as the carts pull away from one another. But fighting in this opening is pretty critical. Zhuhai just holding that cart down. Tricera doing his job.
Just letting his shield recover as well. It's going to be nice because Stego will need all the survivability possible, especially when we get to point C. And here we are. Control point C up very soon, but we've got a few seconds and that's going to even things out. So we are again going to be starting off this arguably the most impactful point because you will not get to stall things out via control point in the same way. Jamli again going down on the Welkin, getting over aggressive is costing CLGG a lot, and remember, extending their own death timer in the process.
This damage being pumped from Chuzhang, able to get a lot done here in the open now. Nowhere to hide. CLGG drop another player. Shuffle charging forward, wanting to close out this map, open up the series with a win. Solid 15% advantage in the payload push, and their cart's holding strong.
Now, Xizhang has been playing really well this game. Falcon has been fantastic. I think that what we're really seeing here is the difference between Falcon and Sky Raider. We knew we were going to be putting it to the test in this particular round. Falcon's just not able to get as much done with the chip damage as Sky Raider's able to with the jamming missiles.
Yeah, and they're all biding their time, waiting for one crucial moment, saving up all their resources. Seems like it's coming in here. Can they break the death ball from Shuffle, holding this down? Panther really struggling to make any kind of an impact here on the cart, trying to push away the setup of those heavy tanks, but they're tolerating the pressure admirably.
Jamli down again.
And without Jamli, I wonder, can CLG do this? The cart's pushing forward to finish. There's no real hope to push their own payload. They've got to make an aggressive move, stifle the opponent's progress.
With Jamli down, it's 13 seconds left, and Jake, if you cannot spin, you cannot win this game. 98% to 82. Shuffle have capped every point so far, and while it has been a constant brawl, well, this has still been a pretty even game. It has been a decisive victory for Shuffle, who let no objective go.
Yeah, they look great, you know, winning a lot of fights, not getting a ton of full team wipes, but that's not necessary on Palm Bay Harbor, right? They were constantly pressuring the objective. They were winning those key fights on capture points. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and they got it done here.
Yeah.
Looking great, honestly, on map 1. I'm a little worried for CLGG. I mean, when it comes to, like, the raw fights, Shuffle are winning. When it comes to the objective pressure, they're also doing better there. Kind of back to the drawing board for CLGG. What do they do on map 2? How do they change it up? Maybe you take us like a Graceland Sky City where, you know, all bets are off and you kind of play the game your own way?
Yeah.
still, scary spot to be.
I mean, Graceland Sky City is where CLGG found a win yesterday, so
Yeah.
maybe they go back to that old and gold. But looking at this game, I would argue that Shuffle have answered the question that I had for them moving into it, which was whether their team play was going to be on point. This game, they looked very much on the same page, and what was really deciding that for me was the timing with which they were all able to get onto the point. That's really not an individual exercise. They were beating CLGG, not just in the actual fights, but in the timing to get there and setting themselves up for success when the points became available.
Yeah, and in that spawn on Palm Bay, right, CLGG and the red team able to get to that high ground early, able to take control, and it was really masterful from Shuffle, the way they rotated around the map, eventually fully flipping the map, getting that high ground control, and fighting incredibly well from that position. I think a lot of teams would have crumbled in that spot.
I'm so happy that Sky Raider is finding a point right now as well. Like, that's weirdly, Palm Bay Harbor is like it. Palm Bay Harbor's introduced Hurricane again, and it's introduced Sky Raider again. It's like the map that has changed the most since we started this tournament.
Yeah, I tell you, I think really, like, I was surprising. I thought coming into this event there was a few strikers. I'm like, is this really going to work competitively, right? Like, sure, all the strikers are fun. They can all work in a ranked environment. You're just like playing with your friends. That they all are pretty interesting. However, I was worried in a competitive environment, you know, like what are the most organized, effective strikers going to be? But it seems that all of them have their place, right? Especially with the band pick format. Teams that have been forced to innovate, they've been forced to adapt throughout these matches, and this is no exception. The meta continues to evolve here. As you mentioned, Sky Raider really, I think, finding a strong place, a real argument for his presence on Palm Bay.
Soon we're going to find out Panaka is the answer to all of these things. And
if
then we'll have everyone.
It's going to get crazy. It's going to get really
Panaka,
crazy.
Sky Raider, Hurricane. That's actually how you win Palm Bay Harbor, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, the Panaka walls are can be wild. A lot of opportunity for creativity, dropping those walls down, maybe protecting your allies. However, I think the Luminae's just raw healing presence is so valuable. At this level of play, the mobility, the raw healing, it's so much value from Luminae. Even that gas, the aggressive gas, able to put that on an objective and threaten the opponents when you need to.
I will admit I am being a little bit facetious
But
about the Panaka.
want to
like,
see a little
like
Panaka.
it
We
could
saw a
happen.
bit of Panaka, right? We have seen some in the tournament, even when Luminae wasn't banned.
Yeah.
I don't know that it did fantastically well, but people played it.
Yeah, and you know, if you are going to go close range, if you are going to try and tank bust, Panaka actually outputs a decent. I don't know. We're talking about a striker that wasn't even picked, but just because, and I think showcasing the innovation that we've already seen in this tournament so far. Taking a look at the match recap. This was a fantastic game from Shuffle. It didn't feel like CLGG were ever completely out of it. They fought very well the whole time, and you are still going to see some really impressive statistics out of them. I'm actually looking specifically at their Stego player, Kyonde, who put up a really impressive amount of damage. I think that's 1.3 million damage over the course of this game. Some of the most that we see out of, actually the most that we see out of anyone on the map.
Yeah, pretty huge Stego game, and only one death, so going pretty well is the Stego fight. Both of the Triceras, of course, being that main role for capturing the objective, naturally gonna get a lot of points, a lot of merit points on something like Palm Bay, but CLGG keeping that remarkably close. Haochigua, let's see, pretty solid stats here, pretty significant damage being dumped there from the Welkin. And Welkin, I think, is such a striker under so much pressure in these games, right? You not only are you crucial for defending your team, you're the one who may disrupt, who may need to contest the objective, and I think that means there's so many tasks that the team is expecting you to fulfill, and you've got to find the balance between all of them.
You rely a lot on the coordination from the rest of the roster as well, because even looking at this last game, we had a lot of highlights on Welkin. It's very infrequent that you see the amount of Welkin deaths, actually, that we saw from CLGG, but I think that this really emphasizes how much team coordination was necessary and maybe a lack of it from CLGG and being able to keep their Welkin alive, whereas Shuffle had a lot more free and open space to use the Welkin to enable other players.
Yeah, I watch a lot of the top teams. I think they're really putting a ton of pressure on the enemy Welkins.
Yeah.
They know that's, you know, the hero who has to put themselves on the front line, right? Somebody's got to do it. Some strikers got to take the initiation. Often it is going to be Welkin. And so that makes you one who has to straddle that line of like being willing to take a lot of damage to get low. And then at the crucial moment, just in time, back out, but not too early, right? Where you still need to contribute a lot. You still need to put that damage out, get your skills into the team fight. So challenging role for any team. It seems like Welkin, maybe one of the most dominant strikers overall in the tournament. It is going to be Graceland Sky City, so this is the pick that CLGG, that worked for them last time. This makes a lot of sense. You run it back again, but Shuffle looked very strong in the deathmatch, just a raw skill test on Palm Bay, so it's a very different map. I see why they pick it, but I don't think it's going to be easy for them to get a win.
I think it's cool that they're willing to pick it. I'm in the same boat as you, where I don't know if it works given what we saw from Shuffle, but I'm willing to extend the olive branch to CLGG, see how this works for them, because they managed to play it very well yesterday, even in a matchup that they did ultimately lose. Now seeing how it goes when they are in the lower bracket might end up working well for them. Lumine ban is pretty big as well, and Panaka, we're going supportless, baby!
Oh, wow. Okay, this is crazy. This is something, I haven't seen this yet. So, complete supportless, yes, I mean, on a deathmatch map, right? Like, we've seen a lot of these deathmatch maps being incredibly slow and cautious, poking each other out, but with no support, no repair available on the map. Sure, it's like Tricera and Stego can heal a bit, but they're not really the main elements in that role.
You know, it's weird. I'm not seeing anybody pick Stego right now. At least nobody's hovering it.
That is surprising. I would think a Stego would be still pretty useful for
especially when you
being able to
don't have
repair
a support, right? Like, you want Stego Tricera, in theory.
Yeah, I would have thought the same way, but they're both going for very mobile compositions, right? Inferno, Falcon, Eliseness, Panther, Welkin. I mean, this is a true deathmatch setup. Every man for himself.
Yeah.
Playing your own lives.
This is
Neither
the equivalent.
team is taking a Stego, so they clearly, it seems like, scrim each other. They must have the same read on the meta when there's no, maybe they think Stego is too reliant on heal sustain.
I can see that perspective, and I respect it, especially when you're going up against an
Don't
Inferno.
get me wrong. I'd be on Stego every day of the week.
This match feels like the equivalent of throwing your gloves off in a hockey game.
Yeah, this is
like,
it, man.
This
is, like,
is going to be a beatdown one way or another.
You know what? I'm going Panther. You can't stop me. I'm going Panther. I'm going Eliseness. I'm going. This is what your support player's like. All right, lock in. I'm not healing nobody.
Yeah. we got it. Actually, I didn't even see what the actual support players ended up pivoting to because I was so focused on where we were going. So taking a look at that, it's going to be Kisei who normally plays the Lumine on Welkin, interestingly enough. And on the other side, we've got a pivot of the support player to the Panther.
Oh my. Wait, they're honor dueling. Are they actually honor dueling?
I mean, it looks like
nobody's
shooting.
God. Wait, this is legend. This is like everyone 1v1ing. This is an actual respect battle. Panthers in the center of the ring, the arena. The gloves are certainly off here.
Nice parry. Oh, but he misses.
Wait, whoa.
That's a little BM, but, you know, you can't really avoid it. I get it.
Shoot the spectators. It's the risk you take, right? Taking that big charge. Panthers opening this duel in the mid.
I can't believe that we're getting this right now. Lao X actually got the nice parry, but good dash cancel out of Bian Yue. Actually makes this workable. Panther duels can last a while, though we actually saw one earlier in the day. So we may see teams eventually lose their patience because you only got 4 minutes, and this duel genuinely could last 4 minutes.
I want to see somebody break the honor duel and just start killing spectators. Just fearlessly, like somebody standing still, you just nuke them. 3-2-1 with all your allies.
Do you think
they can't kill each other?
Did they discuss this pre-match?
Sure they had to. There's no way. I saw them typing. I'm sure they were talking about it. There's no way this is just random.
Oh my god, it's working! Lowex! He doesn't even need to hit the spear charge, but he gets parried! There we go.
Goes.
Nice destruction. So now does the fight break out?
Or the Panthers, is the Panther the king of the arena?
Okay.
Well, the Falcons are also dueling in the sky at the same time.
And it looks like it's going once again Shuffle's way, but this time it'll even the playing field between CLGG and Shuffle, so we're back to 1-1, and it's Lao X who's being put to the test this time, not against the mirror matchup, but against the Welkin, who gets shoved out of the arena down to half health. Panther is so hard to duel.
XMPY trying to battle against this Panther, trying to evict that king of the arena, needs to dodge these critical charges. Welkin way less mobile than Panther, boxes himself into the corner, but spinning the wings!
Ends up working for him, and we get the finisher. Shuffle up 2-1. Yeah, that Welkin's not long for the world, though.
He's on like 1 HP against the enemy Welkin. Good luck, brother.
Yeah, especially when you know that melee bypasses fluid armor. This guy's one shot. But he's doing so much damage! Wait a minute!
No
he does
way!
it! XMPY! Wow!
Another a back-to-back Welkin finisher. This has started to look rough for CLGG. Shuffle. Okay, well, bye-bye.
Yeah, like
you've had your fun, Welkin. Okay, this finisher goes crazy. This is like the hardest finisher in the game, man. Like, Jesus, look at that.
I gotta tell you, Jake, I think that Shuffle have won because if you're gonna try and kill an Elimisnes in 1 minute and 55 seconds, I don't think you're doing it. Nice use of the Gauss cannons, and it's Elimisnes versus Elimisnes. I mean, if this match does not devolve, we are not seeing either of these kill each other.
Surely. Oh, and he even interrupted that damage with the Gauss cannon.
Yeah.
Jamli about to lose the first form.
Wait, actually, maybe we do see the kill. I did not expect it to be this dominant, but
kind of
the parry on this is Jamli is actually kind of getting taken to school.
Haoqihua kind of nice with it right now. Kind of clean on the Elimisnes.
Oh, and he slams him.
Oh,
another one. Dude, Gauss cannons end this duel right now.
Yeah. No mistakes available here for Jamli. Shuffle. Haoqihua showing why he's the high rank player here.
And another one. We're into baby Elimisnes, and Haoqihua has not lost a single life yet. Still got the parries available, and if he hits one single parry, you can 100-0 baby Elimisnes as big Elimisnes.
Yeah, and also the Gauss cannon, right?
Yep.
Very scary. Oh, there it is.
Gauss cannon for the follow-up? Oh, he doesn't even
with
need
the
it.
melee. Oh, the finisher. Yeah, you know you're going for that. You know we're taking that.
So it's a shuffle. It's a shuffle victory. 30 seconds left. Again, you're not getting through Elimisnes. As Haoqihua lost literally no lives during that.
He's just dominant right now. Is this a Tricera? Okay, this is a little... Something's wrong here.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the melee, really tough matchup, but it's nice that Zhuhai knows how to play this. Doesn't let the Elimisnes just sit on top of him and is actually making this very, very difficult. You've almost got the angle, though. Sitting right on top is exactly where you want to be as Elimisnes. That does get popped into the baby form, but again, losing matchup for Tricera in the long run because Elimisnes has so many lives. You have to rely on the burst, but you don't have it. That was a fun win from Shuffle. That was a look at that applause, camaraderie.
A lot of respect between these two squads.
I love these guys.
The 1v1 I mean, that's something I just never expected to see here. All the 1v1s here. I wonder if they're going to run it back or take the team fight this time.
I think this is the kind of... I'm pausing as I see what's happening. Are we?
No, we're setting up. We're finding the proper arena. They're discussing the proper arena. Is this Tricera is the 1v1? Oh my god. The Tricera 1v1 is a little sus, alright? I'm not gonna lie, it's a little sus.
How mechanically challenging
this is how we he's like turning to the different
shield. He's reloading so he doesn't lose the shield.
Wait,
on his front side.
It's kind of next level, right? He's got like the different turning, showing his back to do the shields.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised Zhuhai isn't punishing this more, but 8 fly, nice with it, as they say. Does miss the howitzer for a second, but now he's on top. Oh! It's a battle for who gets to be on top, who gets to be in that spot where you simply don't get hit anymore, and unfortunately, 8's losing it.
8 fly in trouble, under a lot of damage here.
He had to hit the reload.
Turning the reload, turning his back on the shield, but he's so low, under so much pressure. Zhuhai even getting some regen.
It looks so BM, but it could work.
The howitzer's gonna end this one. Yeah, and let's see the Tricera finisher. I don't think I've even seen this yet.
It's pretty fun.
Oh my god!
The howitzer at the end.
Boom! Oh, that's nice. I like this slow-mo finisher. It's like what everyone else is like watching.
And they're all letting him have it too.
Inferno surely is the answer to a Tricera.
Yeah. Yeah, you win this matchup.
You would think, hold on to damage, but no, Inferno just cooking. Just cooking. Who's coming in to challenge?
1-1. Inferno v Inferno. This is big. Got to get the charge up.
I'm actually curious to see the Inferno matchup, how this plays.
It'll be about who uses their decoys first, I imagine.
Yeah, I think PLE already deployed theirs. See if we can turn it around.
It's also interesting how close range they're getting, so you don't have to charge up the primary as much.
Ah, yeah, true. Firing it a little earlier, less full charge.
Yeah.
Big damage, though, coming down. PLE looks to be on top in this early trade, but without that powerful cooldown, maybe it'll be charged to finish it off. Decoys being deployed. Trying to just get that last little bit of damage, charging up a shot here. This is critical.
Gotta hit this one. It actually could just finish the round immediately, and I think he's got it. The lock-on's there, but
maybe.
Oh, one more. Yeah, one more necessary. PLE should have this in the bag.
Playing the cooldowns gets it done.
So 2-1 up for Shuffle. We've got 2 minutes left, but if Shuffle take this in the honorable 1v1, I mean, they take it all the way home.
Oh, Welkin, great counter here to the Inferno, but hold on, not getting much done in the box there. And now Inferno can start to kite away, play range. Welkin has to close the gap here, getting value on the axe. PLE knows it too, constantly kiting away, being difficult to catch, has a lot of damage to pump, but Welkin, natural counter to Inferno, of course, with that gas, being able to block a lot of the laser damage.
Yeah. Riv will be the first to tell you that this is a matchup that you genuinely can win, but you've got to hit the melees, you got to be patient with your cooldowns, and PLE is maintaining spacing really well in such a way that forces Kisei to be super aggressive. Finally gets the box down onto PLE, but that gets answered back really quickly with a lot of damage. Kisei actually couldn't be bursted down here. One shot would do it! And we've got it. PLE outplaying even the Welkin counter matchup.
Let's see who comes up next. The next challenger. Inferno, 2 kills already. Oh, but surely Falcon is too much, too hard to even put any damage on. Chujang dancing on him right now. Look at it. Oh, this is a masterclass in the Falcon, really showing what can be done on this striker.
Yeah, and we actually managed to burn the defensive cooldown of PLE. I like that he uses it early, just to make sure that you get multiple uses off in this engagement, since it will go on cooldown. Kijang, gotta be careful about when he's timing the burst, because you don't want to dump your missiles into an evading PLE.
Yeah. Laser skill, so powerful. But it's just hard to connect any damage onto the mobility that Chujang is bringing right now. His energy is getting a little bit low, though, and that's going to be a key resource. We know Inferno can bring the damage. If at any moment Falcon oversteps, gets caught in trouble, would die very, very quickly. So this energy
30 seconds
so
left.
critical right now.
This could be the last kill of the tournament, and already chaos is starting to break out. We got boxes, we got Welkin fights, and we are truly celebrating an exit from the tournament, but a fantastic way to end it. 4-1. Shuffle have got plenty, and while CLGG do end up claiming at least 1 point back, I think it's fair to say, Jake, that the winners were the audience all along.
We need a 1v1 mode. That's all I have to say after this one, man. We need a 1v1 mode. A lot of respect between these two teams. A lot of camaraderie here in C and Shuffle. Giving a round of applause to their opponents. It's an honorable exit for CLGG.
Yeah, this was really, really cool, and an aspect that I think we can very easily forget when we are in the lower bracket and we are sending people home. It becomes very much, esports tournament, who's going to win it all, and who's going home, these huge stakes, and the stakes are there for these teams. But the other thing that's there is an incredible love of the game and of each other.
Yeah.
And that was really cool to see that showcased in this way.
Yeah, it's nice to see the camaraderie and just having fun with it. That's why we're all here, right? To celebrate the game, to enjoy it together. And I think both of these teams really felt that spirit. Going with the double support band, having a little bit of fun there on Graceland Sky City. And Shuffle, maybe the stronger team today, it's fair to say. But both these teams acquitting themselves well. Shuffle going to go on further into the tournament. We'll see what they can do against continued competition, continuing on into the bracket. We're going to be saying goodbye to CLGG, though, who put on a great showing for the fans, for the audience, and showed us all something new here on Graceland Sky City.
I'm gonna miss him. I'm gonna miss him. A team like that, they don't come around all the time.
You gotta put some respect on that. A team that's willing to have fun there. You talk about it with all the pressure. Got to tip our hats, of course, to CLGG. Well done by them. Winning some impressive, those 1v1s got wow. We got to see some new finishers. I don't think I've ever seen the Tricera finisher.
I mean, how often do you get to see finishers in a competitive match? You're vulnerable while doing them. It doesn't happen. So this was really cool. Like you said, wish we had a 1v1 mode, but I think that if you're at home, you could probably find a couple of friends that are willing to take you into the arena on Graceland Sky City.
I wonder if we won't see any other teams going for that. Maybe not in the higher stakes matches for teams that are really trying to gut it out and win it all. But for CLGG who go down here, who do you think was MVP in this match? Now that's a hard one to predict.
Ooh,
who had the most wins, the most in the arena?
I think I want to go with. I mean, this is obviously biased, but partially because of the kills, Haoki Gua looked really good. And then we had that one play out of the Welkin. Was it Jam Lee that ended up winning that? No, it was for Shuffle.
Yeah.
Their Welkin ended up doing really well.
Yeah, I think
that
the,
was very
the
cool.
Elimination had some big plays. The Inferno had some. I think this one's actually so hard to call.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'd lean Elimination. Just
could be Panther
slightly.
as well. Panther got two kills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Panther didn't quite get into the arena on the second round though. I think they were waiting in the wings, just spectating. They'd done their work.
Yeah. The Triceras who just like
Tricera
1v1 damage.
That killed me. When I saw
Yeah.
Tricera 1, I was like, all right, maybe we've come too far here.
Has science gone too far? That genuinely, like, when it happened, I was like, oh, this is what we're going to watch for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, there's no Stegos in the mix, right? So maybe that's why no Stegos, you can actually 1v1.
Yeah.
The Stego 1v1 goes crazy, though, I'm not going to lie.
Hey.
It would go crazy. You know, like you dancing around on the shield, trying to get behind each other.
I'm just picturing the micro missiles and the gas,
Just like
and
you
just
can't
nobody
see each
can hit
other.
anything.
It's really great. It's top tier esports competition.
Yeah, yeah. That, I mean, super fun play out of both of them. And Jake, I want to appreciate you because obviously it was very fun to commentate that. It was also really funny to, from a third-person perspective, like watch us get more involved in the nitty-gritty. If they were like, "Oh no, this is what you have to save the cooldowns for," when like they're just 1v1ing on stage.
You gotta have some fun with it, right?
It's true.
For us too. You know, let's see. Check out the stats here.
PLE,
my goat.
Yeah.
Respect.
It was MPY though that hit that nasty Welkin 1v1 on like 3 HP.
Clutched up on no HP. That was ridiculous.
That's
actually.
my MVP. Like,
that was, in our hearts. we got to put some love on Welkin. I think Haochigua, honorable mention as well. Some impressive stuff.
Crazy Elimination.
Yeah. Crazy parries. Kind of dominated in the Elimination 1v1. It was like, oof.
Yeah.
That was nasty.
I hope that they like add each other afterwards and continue to play together because
surely.
Well, yeah. Once you 1v1 like that,
friendships are being forged here. You know, with those teams having some fun, throwing it down in the 1v1 arena. I mean, Graceland Sky City has some great 1v1 arenas.
Yeah.
That first map as well. It's kind of the natural Thunderdome. It's like I'm used to like having one team camp in there, the other team outside. No, this time we're all spectators, all fans watching the show.
Discipline out of him as well.
It's kind of crazy he did 800K in a game where he's like AFK 2/3 of the time. That's a lot.
It is.
That was kind of wild, actually. I gotta get my hands on this striker and put it to the test. It looks really solid here in the Invitation.
Yeah, I mean, it burned through a lot of Welkin abilities. Well, I really thought Welkin was going to dominate that matchup, but even in the box, so hard to lock Inferno down when it's an Inferno who knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of the raw striker matchup, there's a lot to be said for the mobility in the game and how much you can do to dodge your opponents despite the lock-on abilities, right? Like a lot of these top players are really proving really hard to catch, whether by a Welkin box or by like locked-on damage abilities. You know, some of these top players I think are really putting on a masterclass, a clinic on how to use all that movement in the game to the greatest effect possible.
Yeah, and that's what makes the Panther 1v1 that we started with, the Elimination 1v1s really exciting because a lot of high-level stuff also comes with knowing how to cancel staggers and get out of the stun combos that you can be put into, something that Welkin is really good at, especially in lower level play, that we saw just basically not be a factor. You realize how team reliant Welkin is at a high level when he's 1v1ing on Graceland Sky City against Inferno.
I also noticed a lot of the melee characters really going for like the jump and slams.
Yeah.
That being like a really key element that I see that the top Welkins really attempting all the time. Makes me think about changing my approach if I do play Welkin myself. Or even Elimination, right? Like going for the jump and slams and really valuing that instant burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, even I think it was yesterday where we saw a couple Panther 1v1s that can be very quickly decided by who manages to get the slam. I want to watch this 1v1. Sorry.
The Welkin finisher is pretty hard, I'm not going to lie.
This was crazy. 1 HP Welkin.
I can't believe he clutched this. This is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, that was the most wild 1v1 to me, was how quickly that was over.
Yeah, and then I think the other Welkin thought, hey, you're on 1 HP, I'm just going to charge in there and finish this off. And the fact that he's able to turn that around was huge for the team.
Parry's also pretty nice.
I'm sorry, the Elimination finisher is elite. It is the best finisher.
It is, the part's literally falling off the other striker.
You're literally melting them. You got them impaled on your sword and you're melting them.
Yeah, I really like the counter on Elimination. I wish that Panther had it as well, although I understand why Panther doesn't, because you've already got plenty of Lance utility, but hitting the counter, I mean, into the basically crit, it's pretty nice.
The parry is so satisfying on Elimination. Tricera 1v1.
I actually thought we had this solved when we started stacking Triceras on each other.
I was like, all right, this is too crazy. Thank the editors for cutting out 2/3 of the Tricera 1v1. Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
So true.
Just keep it a buck here.
The Inferno actually was over pretty quickly, and then Welkin and Falcon was really where it was at. I really liked the skill expression in the Falcon Inferno matchup, where it became really evident the mind games that you're playing with when you dodge versus when you unleash your barrage of missiles. That is Falcon's main burst. Just I think a lot of neat things were witnessed in this matchup that maybe you won't see in every competitive game, but that a lot of people at home can use when you are 1v1ing people, because that does happen quite a bit when you're just queuing up for your standard game.
Yeah, and I mean, for a lot of us, it's just like understanding how all these strikers work.
Yeah.
And I think like for a lot of new players, you're hopping on, I would say just grab the striker that is like most appealing to you, that like looks the coolest, that you like the style on. And then there's so much you can learn about any one of those strikers in terms of like all the nuances to the play, especially you look at something like a Falcon. I mean, there's so much to be done. And then all the different matches with other strikers you might meet on the battlefield. There's a lot to be learned in Mecha Break, and so it's awesome to see some of the top players from around the world here in Zhuhai to compete and to show off really, what you can do in the game for folks at home, something they can learn from, something they can copy, something they can take home for themselves.
Yeah, a big thank you to both of our teams, but now it's time to jump into an interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-match interview. We are joined by the winning teams, from Shuffle. You got a very beautiful victory, and the second map is very fun to watch. We can tell that you are very friendly with the opponent team. What do you have to say to them? I hope to play with you guys for more if we have the opportunity. And to my teammates, I hope we play better and to stand in the tournament for longer. And hope you're doing better in the following matches. In map 2, we can see that you ban both support strikers. Who made that call? I think this map, the supporters is very important and could provide much support for the teams, so we decided to play supportless. And how would you decide? And how did you decide these 1v1? This is quite funny because we are hesitate, but when we were inside the arena, we just had this telepathy and started to do 1v1. And I could see that the opponent team is very happy to do this with us. Yes, it's very fun to watch. And we have to say that your Welkin is very gorgeous. I use the CC of Welkin because I have all the abilities to control the other strikers, so I could use my abilities. Well, in round 2 of the map 2, we could see that Tricera versus Tricera, but our Tricera is down. What did you say to him? Oh, you suck. Did he say anything after that? No. You'll have feedback after this. I think this is very fun to watch today, and I think many would think that the victory is very important, but we could see that many good performances in this matchup, and hope you're doing better in the following matchups. Thank you for the interview.
也期待你们后续比赛可以有精彩的发挥。下一场比赛是由 EXT 对阵 Team Liquid 的，他们又会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Eye of Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
はい、おはワールドの小丸7でございます。
I'm DJ Knight with Team Liquid.
My name is Dante. I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Ancilia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte.
TIE 所属の六国と申します。
チームアヌビスの、デューエンを使っているリハイズです。お願いします。
ルナブレイクのラウリアです。
自分の名前は夏宮って名前で、ゲームプレイさせていただいておりますと。
永田です。チーム NGT で頭やらせてもらってます。
我是天人战队的安暖，
来自 MDY 的飞居。我是老李。我是来自斗鱼的39。
是来自 Chef 战队的好奇瓜。
我是来自极限战队的七野。
My favorite striker is Tricera.
The Hurricane main from North America on Team Empyrean.
Play Lumine.
対はまあステーゴ。
ナルカミですね。
ナルカミが一番得意です。
ハリケーンでして。
ヒーラーですかね。
我主玩的机兵是卢米纳尔。
赤霄。
赤霄
这种。I look forward to play against Team Anubis from Japan the most. Apparently, they are the strongest team in Japan, and apparently they beat the strongest team in China. So we're here to beat them.
日本のアヌビスっていうチームがあるんですけど、あそこが本当に強敵だと思ってるんで、 なんとかしてあそこと戦って勝ちたいですね。
アヌビスと一番最後にやっぱり当たりたいなって思います。
もちろんその中国の選手、チームとかとも戦ったことがあって、すごい強かったので、そこももちろん楽しみなんですけど。
和仓鼠特工吧，因为我个人挺喜欢银子的，所以想暴打他一顿。
其实我挺期待跟影子他们交手的，因为我平时也挺喜欢看他直播的。然后很巧的是，我昨天抽签好像正好抽到他们，所以比较期待一下明天的比赛。
My goal in this game is to use any ultra heavy I can to make sure that my team does as well as they can in this tournament.
I am here to revive North American esports.
もちろん優勝です。はい。
もちろんやっぱ優勝したいなと思ってまして、それとは別に日本チームで1、2、3全部取りに行くぞ。
继续蝉联冠军，
目标夺冠吧。虽然我段位不是很高，但队里有大腿，应该是没什么问题。目标是先保一场胜利。
I don't want to trash talk just yet, but I will say that we're going to see you on the court.
We're going to be the best team.
ひねり潰す。絆の力で勝ちたいと思います。
この数日間でめっちゃ強くなってくださいって言いたいですね。
勝ちたいと思います。
俺たちが勝たせていただきます。
我必拿下你。
尽管放马过来吧，天人战队将是伫立在你们面前一座不可逾越的城墙。
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス。絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。
冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Dia, and we're here to watch the last match of the day. We could be sending home our first North American team. It's Team Liquid taking on ExtraTurn, and this looks like an uphill battle for them, Dia.
It does. I mean, Team Liquid have, I think, known that. They've been about that reality since they arrived at the tournament. It is a team, a mix of pros, but also content creators who, I will say, to their credit, have done a really good job of preparing every day. You're seeing Team Liquid come in here, put in the scrims, put in the time and the effort, and I've really admired that about them. I want to see how far it'll take them up against ExtraTurn, because I also believe that ExtraTurn are a very difficult team to beat.
Yeah, let's take a look at ExtraTurn competing from Japan, qualifying out of community tournament. This is not going to be an easy team to beat for Team Liquid. They're coming in with a lot of synergy, a lot of experience here in Mecha Break. They've been grinding the game for quite some time.
Pretty diverse striker pools as well from ExtraTurn. Just watching a couple of the scrims they had earlier, they'll go from Falcon to Hurricane to Welkin. They've been playing the game for a very long time through multiple betas, and this is a team that anyone should be afraid of, and I'm even surprised to see them here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they're looking very, very confident right now. Honestly, I'm a little worried for their opponents. Team Liquid, they have a really tough test right now for a squad that's been brought together from many different titles, many different experiences, trying to just make it work here on stage. Pressure's on them. They don't want to be the first North American team to go home, but could be on the cards.
Certainly so, and I think that when it really comes down to it, Team Liquid are going to find a win, not just by actually beating ExtraTurn, which is of course one literal way to do it, but by having the best time they can on stage and putting on a show for the fans. And they do have quite a few of them, especially with the amount of content creators that we've got on the team, all from very diverse backgrounds. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they'll perform today, especially because I know that some of them, again, to speak to their hard work, were looking back at yesterday's VOD and actively reviewing what they could be doing better, which is something you expect of, you know, high-level pro teams that are coordinated all the time, not something that you expect of a mishmash of content creators and pros.
Yeah, I'll give them the credit, right? They came here to play. They really have been putting the work in, scrimming, practicing the game, trying to get up to speed. Of course, the competition is fierce here in Zhuhai. I mean, there's a lot of teams that, as you said, have been playing the game for upwards of a year. Right?
Yeah.
Have really studied it and know the ins and outs. And so to be going up against that kind of competition, you need to be prepared. You need to put the work in.
Yeah.
It would have been easy for somebody like Team Liquid to come in and just not take this too seriously, and to just maybe give up, roll over. But they didn't do that. Credit to them. So they're coming into this, going to put their best foot forward. That being said, this is an unlucky draw in the lower bracket.
It is.
ExtraTurn, I think, that are a team that like you said, surprised to see them so quickly falling to the lower bracket. Maybe an unlucky round 1 draw for them as well. Now it's Team Liquid are going to have to fight through that to stay alive.
When we were talking in the break, I mentioned that it feels kind of odd that Team Liquid, who have been really focused on, you know, developing a strategy that is largely tank focused, because that is one of the really nice ones that you can put together, death ball composition, figure your stuff out from there, have put a lot of work into this composition. And before the tournament even started, I knew that ExtraTurn were a team that was good at dismantling tank compositions. So when you say unlucky draw, it's not just because of the pure power rankings of the teams, it's also because of the stylistic matchup that you're going into.
Yeah, ExtraTurn has been one of those few teams that has run a very different style, not necessarily relying on the Stego Tricera nearly as much as their squads, or at least being willing to stray away from it at times. So we'll see if that's what they end up bringing in the match. It'll depend, I guess, to be sure, on this random map draw to start off the BO3. I think if you're Team Liquid, you're hoping for something like a Palm Bay maybe.
Yep.
That focuses on the tanking style. Could be hard in those small corridors to pick apart a nice setup for them.
Yeah, I could see Graceland maybe going their way as well, just because of the grouping, but Palm Bay does feel like the map that I'd put some eggs in the basket of Team Liquid during. Otherwise, ExtraTurn just have so much ability to control a lot of space, whereas TL are going to be maybe struggling to put focus in different areas of the map all at the same time. To their credit, we've seen some incredible mechanical skill from them, even in their matchup yesterday up against DSG, which, though it only went to 2 rounds, still had some really good showcasing, especially from their Lumine. I really liked the way that Team Liquid were able to move around the map. It just didn't feel like they were doing it together.
Yeah. That's a challenge in Mecha Break, is staying coordinated amidst the chaos, amidst the pressure that the other team puts on you. And so they're going to have to weather the storm from an ExtraTurn that is like the definition of pressure, right? They love to play super aggressive, to hit you from all sides, harass your backline. And so it's a scary one for Illuminate, right? Who's probably the natural first target for a style that ExtraTurn likes to bring. Check out the map stats for ExtraTurn. They were able to win on Eye of Mizra. I think it is a comfortable map for them, playing those highly mobile styles. It's more about finding those kills than necessarily rushing the objective cap. They did lose, though, however, on Kraub and Palm Bay, which are both maps that heavily emphasize the grouped up team fight. So that there is a potential here for Team Liquid, if they can find the edge on some of these maps, to put their style over the top.
Yeah, and I'd like to see maybe some Cape Blanc thrown in here as an opening map, just because it would be cool to see what sorts of styles this brings out of both teams. Cape Blanc, I think, could bring out some of the best in ExtraTurn, and by the same token, maybe push Team Liquid in ways that they haven't been pushed yet. I do know that they have been scrimming, they've been working on it, but, you know, at the same time, there's a limited amount that you can do, and I'm seeing a little bit of giggles on stage from Team Liquid. I think they know what's up.
Yeah, I think they're here to have fun. You know, it's great to see the team vibes be high, despite the fact that they're facing elimination. You gotta put a brave face on it and to just enjoy your time here in China to compete and check out Mecha Break. Curious to see what they end up going with. Bobkin, he's locked in, focused, still having a good time.
This is just a weird thing. Bob Quinn and I live in the same city. We're on the same flights here. Went to the same university at the same time.
No way.
Never knew him.
Ships in the night.
And I meet him in China.
only had to go to the other side of the world.
Yeah, really strange set of coincidences. Completely random, has nothing to do with the game, but that has blown me away over the past couple of days. And I want to talk a little bit about DJ because I've been talking to him a lot in the past couple of days.
He's a great guy.
Really great guy.
Big fan of
DJ. And since we've been talking about the credit, the VOD review, and all that, I came in here this morning doing a little bit of research on teams, doing a little bit of VOD review. DJ sat at the Team Liquid booth all the time, just playing ranked games, just trying to learn as much about the game as possible. He's really taken this responsibility seriously.
Yeah.
Because win or lose, he wants to try his best, and I think that's really admirable.
Yeah, you gotta give respect to Team Liquid. They came in here and they're really studying the game, trying to keep up with some of these teams that have been around quite a bit longer in the scene, that have had a lot more experience. So Team Liquid doing their best to suck up all that knowledge and get up to speed. ExtraTurn though, they're looking confident, they're looking happy. I think they know that they are the more experienced squad, probably the favorites to win this and continue on in the tournament. However, it's an elimination game, right? Like, you know, as much as you come in here as the favorite, you're maybe expected to win. You gotta actually deliver.
Vibes, of course, very good. I will say that the winner of this is going to go on to face Reject, so he's really going to have to dial in. No matter who it is, he's really going to have to dial in.
Yeah,
but,
Rejects is another very serious team in the competition, but we're reaching the point where after this first round of eliminations, there's only tough matches ahead. If you want to claim that trophy, you're going to have to be able to beat the best.
It's definitely true, and it really is contextualized by the fact that we're talking about ExtraTurn here, and I went back and was like, oh, you know, what was it? What put them here? They faced up against Celestial Being in the first round, and Celestial Being, well, I think that they've fallen a little further in my power rankings for the tournament since it started. Yeah, still really good.
So ExtraTurn, this is their chance, I think, to show what they can really do in the tournament. Now, maybe in a more winnable match for them, could be a better, more competitive showing. The fact that, I mean, they went to 3, right, versus ExtraTurn,
yeah,
versus Celestial Being, which is itself kind of scary, right, for 14 Liquid, that you could go even to 3, even taking a map off Celestial Being speaks to the threat that ExtraTurn poses. And as we look into this first map randomized, Team Liquid, I think they're praying for a Palm Bay here. Something deathmatchy, something grouped up, stacked with the team, the squad. That should be comfort zone for Liquid. However, for ExtraTurn, I feel being such a unique team puts them in a great advantage here when it comes to the pick ban, because, man, if you start throwing Stego and Tricera bans to Team Liquid, I wonder, do they have the depth strategically to respond to that, to adapt?
Okay, interesting that we're starting on Graceland Sky City, because I expected that no matter what, we would go there, either round 1 or round 2. I feel like this almost preempts a Palm Bay. That just, it seems like that's what's likely to happen in the next round. But looking at this one,
devious ban.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, have they played any other supports? I wonder. They're thinking, oh, it's a ban. See what the research tells them. Hovering the Falcon. It's going to be the Falcon ban. But I wonder, I mean, does Team Liquid have the depth on the Panaka? Will this be another set of 1v1s?
I mean, I think you got to go Panaka. But
I mean,
I don't think you're loving going
Have
Panaka.
they played it before?
Mayumi's thinking about it. You know, I bet Mayumi's played at least a game of Panaka. Because you got to try both, right? To see what you like when you're first learning the game. I've certainly tried my my fair share of games of Panaka and Luminate. I may not be partial to either of them, but Mayumi seems to have gravitated towards the supports and has done very well on them so far. On the other end of this, though, I'm not seeing a support. I know that Team Liquid's considering the Panaka. ExtraTurn are going all the way, tanks.
I actually think this is a pretty sick strat now that I see it. That, like, if you take out the Lumine, I don't know that Panaka really has the sustain to tolerate the overwhelming spam pressure that ExtraTurn are going to be able to bring to bear. If they get set up on one of these high grounds, that could look pretty unbreakable. Bobkin on the Eliseness, Tife on the Inferno. Comfort picture Team Liquid, but it looks scary.
ExtraTurn whipping out both the Sky Raider and the Hurricane. It's
like
pretty
Palm
nice.
Bay.
Yeah, like, honestly, you could run this on Palm Bay. They might run the same comp in both games if nothing gets banned out, because that seems like the natural conclusion here. But starting off in Graceland, it'll also be a matter of, you know, who's able to play the long range game better, who's able to take high ground faster. that's where you can find a nice advantage. If you are grappling for high ground, I could definitely see the Sky Raider coming into play, and I'll say I'm a little surprised that even with the Falcon ban that you're going Sky Raider, because there are other damage options. I don't think you need a flyer on this map.
Yeah, we'll see how teams like to open up in the fight. Frit, oh my, do not fall off the map to start the game. That would be bad.
That counts as a... Yeah, it does. It does. I was just thinking whether
I think it does, yeah, count as an elimination. You gotta remember, Team Liquid, they are the ones with the support, so if they play this one nice and slow, play for the Panaka, feels like an ExtraTurn could be in trouble, right, with maybe a lack of sustain.
How'd Bob Quinn get chunked? I don't know how this happened. Somehow he's at 75 HP. Just regenning the fluid armor now. And I haven't seen him on my screen.
Trying to take these poke angles from the side, but really difficult to break Team Liquid in a very nice spot defensively, making this really awkward for ExtraTurn.
There's a reason why we expected to go here, and it is because if any map, Team Liquid should be most successful on the ones that keep them all together, that let them play this heavy tank playstyle that they've been practicing. And right now they got their DPS lined up behind the tanks. This is exactly the kind of map that DJ was talking about wanting to play this morning. And it's 0-0 so far. It's up to ExtraTurn to get on top of Team Liquid and force an error.
Both teams so far content to just poke it out. Maybe waiting for the clock to run a little bit lower. Team Liquid a bit less experienced. Wonder if the pressure will start to get to them. Bob Quinn in low. Looks like it was Welkin box. Managed to slip out for the moment, but that was a scary situation to be in.
I like that he's going for it, but now having lost the armor for Elisnes, we'll have to play around that cooldown. I think you might choose to even pop it early, get the airdrop armor back in just so that you can start the 3-minute cooldown ticking. But I suppose with 2 minutes 50 seconds left on the map, I don't know if it'll matter that much.
Yeah, cooldown. Wonder if that will be a factor. DJ forced to pop that Stego smoke. This could be an opening for ExtraTurn, but I'm not sure they really want to get in. It's scary to be so aggressive so early.
Probably going to bring things down to the wire. I could definitely see this going into overtime since Team Liquid are playing so risk-averse. FRTT also keeping ExtraTurn honest with the Aquila, doing a good job of just landing harass and making sure that you can't walk up to this squad for free. It's a great position by Team Liquid. Their health is in a good spot. Inferno might change things though. Inferno famously good at tank breaking, but nice shots out of FRTT force him to ground.
It's going to be powerful. ExtraTurn starting to put the pressure on. Lack of a support means they really don't have much of a margin for error. Red Geyser coming in, diving over the top with the Sky Raider that finds the opening onto Frit. And now ExtraTurn smell blood in the water, pouring the pressure on. Inferno over the top from Aruma, and it's a team wipe. Team Liquid 3 down. ExtraTurn chasing stragglers around the map. Team Liquid need to dance and dive away, but the clock is low. Very little margin right now.
It was all about that walk-up. ExtraTurn finding the approach onto Team Liquid, now up 4-0, and with only 2 players left on the map. Whether they find these kills or no, and I think they will. Boxing right on top of Bob Quinn leaves him nowhere to go, and that means, unfortunately, that he's going nowhere fast. Back into Baby and back to Spawn. 5-0 with 1 minute 12 seconds left. It's 1 kill or 1 minute. Either way, ExtraTurn look to be taking this.
They're thinking about chasing, thinking better of it though. No need to take risks here, right? For ExtraTurn, all they have to do is run the clock at this point. Team Liquid taking this high ground, pumping a bit of damage, but seems to be too little, too late. This round may be already over.
Yeah, at this point, you're comfortable running down the clock. It's Team Liquid that have to get aggressive onto you, and they can stay out of your line of sight forever. Team Liquid know it, and they start getting a bit aggressive themselves. Jumping down onto the low ground. Bob Quinn again in the mix. Marino waiting with the box cooldown to maybe trap this rogue Elisnes. Hurricanes and Infernos all stacked on top of each other, but Team Liquid's health is going low. Bob Quinn, perfect timing on the Elisnes pop, but again gets boxed in right after the transformation. And should go down, but I see him escape.
Yeah, so many low players on Liquid. They're not able to keep the aggression on, but fighting into Natsumiya seems to be too tall in order. Chasing for the finish onto Frit. That'll be the round if they can find it.
One shot will do it. Laser going to secure it. Nice job. Nice job out of Extra. I can't complain.
ExtraTurn really pushing Team Liquid with that Lumine ban. I mean, that really is a huge strategic blow. It throws so much chaos into the game with how much of a mainstay Lumine has been. Respect to Team Liquid for making this competitive. Oh my god, it's the full lane commit on the high ground tower. I don't know how this one's going to play out. Will Panaka be a difference maker here?
Nice timing out of Aruma, but Team Liquid are getting Bob Quinn melted. Thank God he's on the Eliminations. Bob Quinn has bought so much time for the team. DJ able to set up almost on the high ground, but gets forced down to the low, and Aruma takes him down. That's the first blood on Team Liquid. Second drawn as FRTT falls, and it's 2-0 for ExtraTurn.
Aruma chasing them down. Stragglers trying to escape the mighty beam of Inferno. 3 down already. This round is out of control. ExtraTurn chasing down Stragglers. Raikezr continuing to pour the pressure on. Seeing if he can catch anybody. Stego hiding in the smoke, but is scouted. Teammates could be coming in. Sliggy on very low HP. Fluid armor gone. Inferno over the top, beaming him through. Surely he's going to be going down here.
This is where you really see the snowball nature of Graceland Sky City. As soon as you lose one person, especially if you're ultra grouped up like this,
yeah,
the match just rockets out of control, up 4-0. I mean, the match may not be over, but it's extremely difficult to come back from, especially if you're getting staggered as Team Liquid were.
Yeah, and ExtraTurn, I think, are starting to feel the advantage they have in the battle, and in the chaos, Team Liquid are struggling to regroup. Frit very vulnerable on the Aquila. He is going to drop, and just one more kill will do it on Graceland Sky City, and it's ExtraTurn taking map 1.
I think the expected result after they were able to take the first round of Graceland Sky City in the way that they did, that was likely the most difficult round for them.
Yeah.
And we saw them really minimize the mistakes that they were making and slowly take ground on Team Liquid. It was a nice, measured approach, and Team Liquid didn't have an answer to that. I didn't expect them to have an answer to the next round.
Yeah, it's definitely a chess match there on Graceland Sky City, and one that I think favors ExtraTurn with their better experience in Mecha Break, better depth of strategy. I think the Lumine ban was really smart to put Team Liquid on something that they probably weren't experienced on, a matchup they didn't fully understand, and that's something that ExtraTurn are happy to capitalize on, is they're taking this very seriously. That's a team that they may be here in the lower bracket, but I think they have higher aspirations for the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I could see ExtraTurn making it out of the lower bracket entirely, and I know that the lower bracket is going to have a lot of strong teams dropping down to it, but ExtraTurn were ranked pretty highly, at least in my estimation, coming into the tournament, and giving them a chance to grow throughout it, develop a few new strategies over these days of scrims, I could see them going all the way.
And then they're not taking any chances with Team Liquid, right? It's a dominant win on Graceland Sky City. Liquid gonna have map pick, gonna have some options to at least go out on their own terms here. Maybe they can force a decisive game 3, would be huge for them. However, it's a tough challenge, as you mentioned. I mean, ExtraTurn are a real serious team to beat, and I feel like they're not leaving anything up to chance, right? They're really going hard. They want to secure this win dominantly, and they want to progress in the tournament.
Speaking of not leaving things up to chance, you got to imagine we're going Palm Bay, right? I mean, sorry. I'm going to say I imagine we're going Palm Bay.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, like this.
If I was Team Liquid, that's what I would do. However, what I'm worried about is something like a Stego ban or Tricera ban, just really shaking things up on Palm Bay.
That's true.
Which I think is very likely, given that ExtraTurn doesn't tend to like to play these heavier tank compositions. I mean, in fairness, they kind of went for it here on Graceland Sky City.
Yeah.
But they've just been a team that's very innovative, very creative, right?
Yeah.
To have the no support style and to make it look really clean, really good. Like, for this whole time, I'm thinking, oh, surely you need a support to focus on repair. Like, surely that's so important. And I think if Lumine is unbanned, it's probably true. However, with no Lumine on the server, they feel like, we can win Graceland Sky City. We can do this. We don't need, as long as we're smart with our position, we don't take the damage. We don't even need the heal.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very flexible team, our ExtraTurn. Also, very strangely, a quiet team. I've been watching them scrim a lot of today, and well, they do have an IGL, Valkuma clearly calling the shots for the roster. Not a lot of comms. They know what's going on at almost every point, and there's not a lot of need for communication. Sometimes you drop a name, you hit them with the Aquila, and people know what's up. Like,
a team, a few words. Well, when those words come out, they're heard. People respect that, and they follow the comms. Sometimes that's what you need. Maybe it's more than the active coordination. It's just the passive understanding. Everybody knows how each other wants to play. They have the same strategic vision of the game, and they're so well practiced. Maybe they don't really need that communication so crucially. Which is impressive, though, because honestly, a game like Mecha Break gets chaotic. It feels like sometimes you really do need somebody being that generalissimo, like leading the charge. See it what map we go to next. Before we get there, we got to talk about MVP of that last map. Kind of liking maybe, oh, here we are, we can look at some of the stats.
I was kind of, before, like, I was kind of liking Sky Raider for MVP. But
I mean, look at it's actually very even across the board on ExtraTurn.
Yeah.
Right? Like everybody super tight in terms of those merit points. A lot of contribution from across the squad.
What's probably weighting it for me is the 4 kills on Valkyma.
Yeah.
That's
pretty big.
That screams MVP material.
Yeah, Stego I think is particularly powerful, especially in this composition with you know, no healer. I think that could have been a weak point for Stego with, you know, maybe suffering in some of the extended team fights, but they're able to make it look really solid. Our ExtraTurn by just great positioning, great understanding, movements as a team. Hurricane, I think, also playing a big role in the damage mitigation department.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the damage dealt as well. And actually, I mean, for all that Stego is a damage pumping machine, didn't get as much done as you typically expect. So Aruma going to walk away with the MVP. Pretty well deserved, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, Inferno was really delivering it over 1 million damage.
Yeah.
300,000 of that direct. Just a key player.
Yeah, and that's why you pick Inferno. Inferno actually a really good pick into TL, and so if no matter what map we go to, I wouldn't mind seeing an Inferno ban because he's such a good tank buster, and TL are very tank reliant.
The animation on a high level right now from Aruma. He's feeling confident. Whatever map gets picked. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Graceland Sky City. ExtraTurn able to get a pretty dominant, decisive win here on map 1. And this is Team Liquid now fighting for their tournament lives against a team that looks aggressive in that lower bracket, that doesn't want to stay in lower, that wants to fight their way back very much deeper into this tournament, and that has a really deep striker pool, right? A lot of options that they could bring out on any kind of map, any kind of engagement. They're a team that's hard to predict, hard to play against.
You know, it's interesting watching Sky Raider be picked a little more today. I know that in this particular case it could very well have been just because of the Falcon ban, but over the past couple of days, a decent chunk of the meta has become how much gas can I throw at you? So we got Stegos, we got Welkins, we now got Sky Raiders, we've even got Hurricanes who might not have gas, but have at least a way to distract, a way to mess up the lock-on that would otherwise happen, and that seems to be the biggest part of the meta right now, is removing a lot of the assistance that you'd otherwise get.
Okay, Crowd Sinkhole. I mean,
Team Liquid pick Crowd Sinkhole?
They're believing. I mean, in fairness, right? Like, this is the map they played yesterday. They reviewed it. They talked about it. It's fresh in their minds. Maybe they feel like, hey, you know what? At least let's go to a map that we know what our game plan is.
That's fair. I mean, it's surprising, but I think that no matter what, if you're comfortable on it as Team Liquid, go for it. Like it really comes down to how you feel most comfortable, because that's what Team Liquid are going to be chasing throughout this entire tournament should they make it beyond.
Sky Raider gets banned. Not something that Team Liquid want to worry about. They feel like that disruption threat in their tanking setup. Too much to worry about. ExtraTurn, see what the response is going to be, considering a few options in the ban.
Listeny's ban maybe thrown at Bob Quinn. I mean, he was playing some pretty good disruption last game.
Yeah, it can be an annoying option, especially the ability to disrupt some of the captures. Those extra lives, it is going to be banned out now. Curious to see the comps, though. The picks from ExtraTurn are really hard to predict. This is a very versatile team that has shown me personally a lot of new innovative strategies. So I think the folks at home would do well to watch ExtraTurn to learn from the way they approach Mecha Break.
The pilots on ExtraTurn dripped out too. I'm liking the fits, especially the TV head. Soft spot in my heart for the TV head.
Look at that paint job on the Lumine. That actually goes crazy.
It really does. Man, that is like dark Lumine. Sith Lumine.
Very cool. You got to be in perma damage mode with that paint job.
Yes, sir.
Also, shout out the Liquid players having the Team Liquid paint job. White and blue, looking good. Naomi and Tiffey repping the brand hard. Love it.
You notice DSG, all their pilots are dressed in yellow.
Yeah, I love that.
Pretty
I love
cool.
that.
Pretty cool. Noticing Hurricane being picked up for ExtraTurn. I have seen a few teams experimenting with Hurricane on Krob.
Seems like it's getting more and more popular. People, I think, saw the success on Palm Bay and thought, hey, we can replicate that elsewhere.
Yeah.
So the main group tanking power is going to be phenomenal from ExtraTurn. They're fully focused on winning that death ball fight. Could be a bit of a liability when it comes to splitting up and dealing with the points. However, winning that first fight, capturing A point, really impactful in getting that early tempo lead in the map. So maybe that commitment will pay off here. ExtraTurn, clearly they know what they're doing in Mecha Break.
I do think that given the way that Graceland Sky City went, you can rely on a decent amount of damage output from ExtraTurn, but without the Sky Raider, it's going to be a much more even matchup in the first 30, 45 seconds for TL, and it'll be a matter of how ExtraTurn are maneuvering around them, because the flank power is what makes ExtraTurn really a team to look out for, and that is whether they are playing these heavy flankers like Panther, like Falcon, or not. They're still a team that knows how to move around the map very, very well. I'm noticing no snipers picked up for ExtraTurn, where normally you'd see an Aquila, and Team Liquid actually have one, so that could be a pretty big edge for TL.
Yeah, Aquila historically has been really powerful here, so ExtraTurn, they're going all in on this death ball grouping. See if it's enough to win that trade. It's going to need to be pretty decisive. Oh no, Inferno over the top is destroying them! Oh my goodness gracious.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's just Aruma really knowing what he's doing, because that mobility, that flank that we talked about being so critical is exactly what gets served to Team Liquid. They don't watch their right-hand side, and they get destroyed for it. That is 2 kills going over, plus the point cap to ExtraTurn. They're already off to a rockin' 20-point start, and while it may be a far sight from actually the 1,000 that they'll need, point B and C have yet to be unlocked, and you've already taken out most of Team Liquid.
Aruma is eating right now. Fresh off that MVP from map 1, looking to run it back. Points aren't even open, and they've already capped A. I mean, that's really massive. At least for Team Liquid, they wiped so quickly that ExtraTurn aren't going to be able to get a full cap off of that route.
Will be Team Liquid fully respawned and likely rushing one of the side points. I'm seeing them start to move towards B right now, and I do like that they are hard committing onto one thing. Still disruptible, though, from a distance, and I wonder if they try and burn a box to make this happen. On the other side, ExtraTurn definitely burn the box to capture point C, and it's a 2-1 point lead on the data nodes for ExtraTurn v Team Liquid.
Naomi here on the Luminate. Team Liquid need to really carefully consider their approach here. The walk-up is a very scary thing. We saw how hard it was for them to take that first fight on the setup. Now they're walking out, but they're taking a ton of spam pressure, trying to get set up on this bridge. ExtraTurn are very aware, and Inferno is over the top, denying any kind of an entrance into the engagement. And I think ExtraTurn are very happy with the status quo. They're happy to have 2 caps, just defending the position for now.
You really don't have to do much at the point where they are, especially when you're collecting kills on FRTT. The Aquila, the big difference that could have happened between Team Liquid and ExtraTurn. Aruma out-sniping the sniper with the damage on Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno, when played in this team deathball, is so powerful, so much damage you can output, especially with the rest of the squad being so tanky and so hard to evict. Team Liquid, they're going to make a little bit of a delta split here, send some strikers over to Objective C. But Welkin is just ready here to defend in the corner.
Are we 1v1ing? Are we getting another 1v1? It doesn't look like it.
He's just chilling.
Marino's just completely unbothered. He knows that his job is simply to disrupt, and the harass can come from elsewhere, but fighting a 1v1 against Bob Quinn, not going to be the biggest news of his day.
Bobkin trying to get something done, but gets caught by the enemy Welkin. He's hiding in that corner all the time. And then as soon as he drops low, charges onto Bobkin, is going to get the cleanup. Now, Kuma dropped at the same time, so it's a 1-for-1. But once again, Aruma over the top. I mean, he's this huge X factor on the Inferno. Everyone's running for the hills on Team Liquid. Pressure comes back onto Aruma, though. Maybe he's flown too close to the sun on this Inferno.
Nice job by DJ to pick up the kill onto Valkuma. That's Team Liquid's first and only kill, but another one quickly follows as Sliggy takes out Aruma. That is the first 2 kills for Team Liquid, and we're going to call those victories. All these are small victories, Jake.
Yeah, it's something. The match is getting a little bit more chaotic. Should play in their favor. Frit probably needs to find at least one more, though. Opening up this game is critical. The midpoint would be the way to start that off for Team Liquid. They have a momentary power play on one, but the Welkin boxes in Frit, blocking out that sniper, forcing him to kite out of the engagement.
Does feel a little rough to get jumped on by a Welkin, especially when you're just trying to play your nice little peaceful game as Aquila. Bit of spin to win just to defend your Stego, and it'll keep Mochi alive inside the haze, but Mochi being focused from the side. DJ found a flank, playing Disruptor on the tank, takes out Mochi, and again, finds another kill for Team Liquid. DJ playing for the disruption and making things work for TL.
Tricera making a big move. What a flank from DJ that opened things up for Team Liquid. They're very far behind in this match, but with that
they got 2
massive
points.
set of triple kills, they may be able to grab a triple cap here.
They've certainly got the numbers advantage to do it. Point C left still uncontested, but at this stage, if Team Liquid are able to hold on to a double point, they could still overtake ExtraTurn.
I think it's really close. Like, is it enough with the double cap?
If they hold on to it, I think it could be. If they hold on to it. It's a big if.
It's going to be tight. Definitely the kills make a big difference in a game like this. Team Liquid, let's test their setup. This is ExtraTurn now, fighting at full strength. Inferno over the top, pumping in damage from above. Is there anyone able to stop Aruma's reign of terror?
Yeah, you gotta box Aruma. You have to take out this Inferno, and nobody seems up to the task, especially now when we've got a Hurricane lasering damage in as well. Slaky's low, Bobquin goes down. Team Liquid end up on the losing end of this battle. Have yet to actually recap A though, and as I say that, they do take the point over and regain the lead, 680, and we talked about this earlier. When you pass 700 and your opponent's below 500, that's when you can start maybe not resting on your laurels, but relaxing a little bit if ExtraTurn have it in them.
Yeah, ExtraTurn really just need to stay alive. Frit under a lot of pressure. Got to be very careful. Don't want to drop too low, and there's the burst.
Whoa!
Aruma, so good on this Inferno. I remember, I mean, bro was just vibing. He hasn't seen combat since the mid-fight.
There's so much damage potential on Inferno, and I really like that people are comboing the primary fire with use of the focused and split emitters to deliver surprising burst where you otherwise might not expect it from Inferno, and you have no way of predicting when it's going to come.
Yeah, Welkin being a big thorn in their side. Team Liquid, this is their moment, trying to strike here onto the A point. They've got to break this open. ExtraTurn losing a bit of fluid armor, but still overall quite strong and over the top. That Inferno, a huge factor. DJ trying to pressure them away. Frit as well, trying to shut down Aruma. They know the threat that this Inferno poses. They know they can't allow him to remain in the sky, but they may have no choice. ExtraTurn very dominant in this fight. But hold on, Aruma low.
One more snipe could do it. FRTT, the one that needs to be finishing all of these kills, but just doesn't have the angle to do it. Tiffé actually maybe being sniped out right now, but Natsu doesn't quite land the shot. And Aruma manages to make the damage stick once again onto the front line of Team Liquid, taking out one kill, turning it into another. ExtraTurn at 972 are going to be winning this match in just a few seconds as they finish off the last couple of ceremonial kills onto Team Liquid. It's 1,000 to barely 500, not even 500. And a nice decisive win from ExtraTurn.
ExtraTurn, this is exactly what they envisaged in this match. They really came out strong, played their strategies to a T. And for our final match of the day, they're going to be sending Team Liquid home, our first NA team that we're going to have to say goodbye to here at the Mecha Break Invitational.
I mean, really solid performance out of ExtraTurn, and I gotta say I expected nothing less, but I am impressed with Team Liquid and the fact that, well, I predicted that they'd go Palm Bay, that they'd minimize their risk. What they maximized was their growth in the tournament, picking a map that many teams have been afraid to pick throughout the tournament. Krob Sinkhole, most teams will avoid if given the chance because it's difficult to do, but they recognize that bit of success they got yesterday and they chased it, still putting up a really good fight up against ExtraTurn to finish out their tournament run.
Yeah, willing to play a patient, even, really disrupting, winning a fight there against ExtraTurn in the mid game, able to flip the midpoint at least once. So something for Team Liquid to be proud of. Had their nice moments here in the Mecha Break Invitational. A lot of these players with less experience in the game. It's maybe no surprise that a team as strong as ExtraTurn will send them home, but I think they can go with their heads held high. They definitely made a showing for the fans here, did Team Liquid.
They've had a good time, and they'll continue to have a good time in the next couple of days because the tournament isn't over, and none of the teams actually go home immediately. They're still hanging out here in Zhuhai, and it's a fantastic environment to be in with still a lot of celebration for Mecha Break, a lot of celebration of the players, the pilots that have managed to make their way here and perform on a stage to celebrate the let's say, pre-launch of this game.
Yeah, we're all excited, looking forward to what's next in Mecha Break. This will be our last match of the day. And it's going to be ExtraTurn who are going to be continuing on in the competition. Curious to see where they go from here, what other teams they can kick in the lower bracket. I mean, that's one of those teams that it's kind of a scary team to be in the lower bracket because other opponents are going to think, oh, we've got one more chance and you got to play ExtraTurn. So that's a potentially scary matchup. They've got some pocket strats, clear depth in their strategic understanding of the game. It makes them really challenging to play against in this pick ban format.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what ExtraTurn look like up against Reject because while Reject may not have had the most dominant of wins on the first day, they are a team that is pretty well coordinated, and I want to see how that looks up against ExtraTurn because Celestial being, I would say, are a step maybe just above where I'd put Reject. Again, power rankings being what they are, sort of ephemeral.
Yeah, it's a vibes check at this point.
Vibes check.
Thinking about the MVP for this map, I feel like this has to be just another one for Aruma on the Inferno. I mean, the Inferno was just think about that mid fight, just a devastating opener on the Inferno, coming in over the top. I think was a key part of ExtraTurn's success that they're able to leverage the striker so effectively.
I'd be really surprised if Aruma was an MVP.
Yeah.
That was like such a clutch opener, and it's not like it all stopped there. He didn't just AFK at A. He was helping the team cap data nodes all over the place.
I mean, look at that, though. A lot of credit being given to Natsumiya on the Hurricane. And the Hurricane may be an unconventional pick on Crop Sinkhole, but looking really amazing here.
Yeah, a few more teams experimenting with it. And it's an interesting read because when I initially look at Crop Sinkhole, I see it as a mobility-favored map because you have to control 3 points and you can't be in multiple places at once without having the ability to get there. And yet, we're seeing Hurricane, who's really known for locking down a point, actually take away the MVP on this map, and that's over something like an Inferno that was opening things up with damage, and that's over things like a Welkin that are often running around capping points. Hurricane doing this is really impressive.
The tankiness of Hurricane is pretty monstrous. I mean, 2 million, more than 2 million damage taken. So valuable, I think, in defending those. Once you win an objective fight, you just have the Hurricane there defending for the squad. 1 million damage dealt, 2 million taken. It's massive tankiness. So I think more and more teams are starting to see the potential of something like a Hurricane, especially with all these heavy damage dealers coming into the meta. Maybe just continuing to double down on that tankiness is the winning strategy right now in Mecha Break.
Especially when you have to cap points of any kind, be it on Cape Blanc where you have to dismantle the Corite extractors, or here with the Dana nodes, whatever it is, if you're interacting with something and you take damage, even a little bit, it stops it. And Hurricane with drones, also super good at denying that
Fantastic at doing that, like just that little bit of poke damage. If we take a look at some of the highlights from this match, this was a big moment. Aruma coming over the top on the Inferno, melting down the opposition of Team Liquid. So many times as well, the Hurricane able to just be so annoying, so defensively effective, keeping everyone alive. DJ had a big moment here in the mid game, though, hitting a nice flank on the Tricera to turn Team Liquid's fortunes around.
I mean, DJ has been pretty outspoken about the things that he's aiming for when playing the tank, the core for his team, and it is disrupt, distract, and disturb the enemy team. That's absolutely something that he managed to do in the middle of this game, and that's I would call it another small win for Team Liquid in managing to piece together a game plan and really get their roles working together in a way that took some kills away from ExtraTurn.
Yeah, they had a tough tournament run here, and we're going to have to say goodbye to them now. Of course, they're, well, not being sent home, but they are being eliminated from the tournament. They don't have to go home, but you can't stay here for Team Liquid. So sad to see them go. There's been a lot of fun faces to have in the competition from that squad. But of course, ExtraTurn, well-deserved. They're a team that is going to go further in this tournament, potentially very far. I mean, like you say, I think this is a team that really has a ton of potential, that has more strategic diversity than many of the other squads in the tournament. Like, clearly they've been grinding. They have a deep book of strats. Even if you hit them with a striker ban, it feels like they have a plan B, a plan C even on some of these maps.
Yeah, they will test you both mechanically and in your group strategy. And so if ExtraTurn aren't going all the way, they will at the very least be the gatekeepers of greatness coming out of the lower bracket.
Yeah.
It's really up to them whether they end up being the ones to graduate from the lower bracket and push onwards, or, well, we'll see what their future holds. Maybe from an interview.
现场与屏幕前的驾驶员们，大家好。
Hello pilots, welcome to the post-match interview. We are joined by Natsumiya of the ExtraTurn.
はい、よろしくお願いいたしますと、夏宮と名前でゲームプレイさせていただいております。
Hello everyone, I'm Natsumiya from ExtraTurn. Welcome. You are playing offline today. How do you feel? And do you have any interesting episode you could share with us?
ですので、この間は何か感想とかまた面白い出来事がありましたか？
はい、今回オフラインでということで現地で顔を合わせてやることなんで、試合のその作戦会議だったりとか、なんかダメなところをすぐ直せるんで、いつも以上に成長ができたかと思います。
就是我们之前和队友都是在线上打比赛。
I think we played with our teammates online, and this time we went offline. We could communicate in time if we have any questions or problems. It is very good for our strategy. In today's matchup, Map 1 is Graceland Sky City. You went supportless. You go for 4 extra heavy strikers. What was your strategy? Why do you take this risky strategy?
そしてうちのチームは支援機を選ばなくて、また4つの重量機体を選びました。これに対して当時はどのような判断をされましたか？
はい、率直に言うと、このノーヒーラー編成なんですけど、あんまりおすすめできない編成なんですけど、こちらが一番自信があるのがやっぱ正面の火力だったんですよね。なんでひとまず自分たちが一番得意なことをやろうって思って、考えた編成になります。
Actually, our strategy is to fight for our victory. So our plan is that we choose the strikers with great power. We saw ExtraTurn always keep 2 points within your capture, and you got the victory, and you got the MVP in Map 2. How could you secure your victory smoothly?
2強点を取りました。そして夏宮さんも、MVP となりました。ですのでこれに対してどのような例えば戦術とかその最大な優位性を、発揮していますか？
はい、第2ラウンド、第2マップに関してはこちらが重量機が多い編成で、それこそ、スカイレーダーとかの、機動力の高い機体を採用しなかったんですよね。なんで3拠点を確保しちゃうと、格好撃破されちゃって拠点が取り返されるってことなんで、ひとまず確実に2拠点をやって、この2拠点をずっと守りきるっていう戦い方やってます。MVP 取れたことに関してはものすごく嬉しいです。
就是在最后一局大家也可以看到，我们也是选择了4个重量型的机兵。
We also chose 4 extra heavy strikers, so we went for the same strategy with Map 1, just to fight. So for my MVP, I'm very surprised and very happy. Hope you could fight better, get more MVPs. Thank you for the interview.
好的，那我们今天的比赛呢，也就在此告一段落了。下面让我们把画面交还给解说席。
There you have it. Great to hear from the players on ExtraTurn. They're feeling confident, feeling good, and just all in, committing on that fight. That's our last match of the day, but we do have a time to, take a look back at some of the matches that we've been through today. We had some matches in the upper bracket. We sent some teams home for D and I's cast here in the lower bracket. Looking forward as well to tomorrow. A lot of more games on the docket, right? We're still in the first few rounds of this big double elimination tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying the fact that while this is double elimination, we're also narrowing things down to the teams that have managed to win a couple of rounds, the teams that are extraordinarily powerful. Reject and Luna Break was a big treat, and watching Reject, who opened the tournament, go up against Luna Break, probably my most exciting team of the tournament, was very, very cool. And Luna Break and Anubis still going very strong in their subsequent round.
Yeah, Orca got pretty much obliterated in that match. Anubis was really fantastically powerful. I think Orca still a strong team, still a team to be feared, but Anubis, man, on another level in that match. EVA and CB as well, getting their win. So a clear top 4 have emerged with all being dominant 2-0s. Then in the lower bracket, teams that were able to progress on to stay alive, it was MDY taking a 2-0 over Thai Clan. Empyrean winning a hard-fought battle against NGT, right? Forced to a map 3 shuffle. That great finish. If you missed that match, one to watch, definitely watch the second map of Shuffle versus CLGG. I don't think you'll be disappointed in terms of the entertainment value of that one. And you just saw, of course, ExtraTurn taking down Team Liquid, sending the first North American team home.
A lot of 1v1s today. I mean, and that's including, of course, the Shuffle CLGG match. Maybe we can look forward to a few more tomorrow, as I know that we've still got some nice Panther players still around, and that'll continue hopefully into some more excellent matches, ones that you can actually see playing out right now in front of you. Luna Break and Anubis. I was just saying that is going to be an insane matchup, because both of these are very highly rated teams, and I don't know who I'd put on I mean, I would probably pick Luna Break, but I would believe it if you told me it was Anubis.
I mean, this is the best team from Japan being determined, and the best team from China being determined, destined to face off in the upper bracket final. I mean, it really is a serendipitous setup here for the competition. Really excited to see Luna Break versus Anubis. I think those are probably my 2 tournament favorites, honestly, right now in that match, and we're only in the upper bracket semis. So whoever goes down to the lower bracket, man, I feel sorry for their opponents, because either one of those teams could easily take the championship home. So I think they both know that. I think that could even be a prelude to the grand final. So a lot riding on that match. Here's the schedule for tomorrow. Let's take a look. Going to be opening up with Disguise taking on MDY. Disguise, I mean, all these teams right now fighting for their tournament lives.
So we are starting in the lower bracket. So Jake, that means that we're going to be sending more people home to start the day tomorrow.
They got us on the executioner duty.
It's true. At least we smile. At least we give props while we do it. I think that's why.
Yeah. Curious to see who's going to come out on top, who's going to be able to stay alive at this point. There's no easy matches remaining. A few more lower bracket matches will be played. And then we'll be closing out the day with, I think, the most exciting matches.
Oh, yeah.
Luna Break versus Anubis, EVA versus CB. Really, really close competitive. And I mean, for both of those matches, that's really determining, for now at least, who's the best from their respective region. Best team from Japan, best team from China. I think there's a lot of pride riding on those matches.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot to look forward to tomorrow, from the upper bracket to the lower bracket. I'm excited to see now, with 3 North American teams in the lower bracket, who is going to make it the furthest. And I mean, really how far that's going to be, because these teams have been working incredibly hard. We know that because we're talking to them all the time, but at the same time, at the very same time, I think they also know that they have a lot of challenges in front of them.
Yeah, a lot of competitive teams here in the upper and the lower bracket. This is the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. We've brought teams from all around the world to compete here in Zhuhai, China. But that's all for us today. Match is complete. We'll say goodbye for now. Thank you so much to the fans at home for tuning in, for watching. I know it means a lot to the players here competing in China. And we'll see you tomorrow for more matches.
The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。
冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。